Chapter 1 Host, if it really doesn't work, how about finding someone else? It's hilarious. A poor bastard only transferred 520 and still wants to invite me to dinner, and we have to eat in the cafeteria, ha? Chen Fan's finger stopped above the screen, motionless. It was a glaring chat message and a glaring chat screenshot. The avatar is still his, but the name has been changed to meal ticket number 2 poor. In the screenshot, a prompt that a transfer of 520 was received is particularly eye-catching, and there is a 2-second voice message below, and a text message that fell into oblivion after he sent it. This was the conversation he had with Lin Cece a minute ago. The voice content was a girl's sweet voice. "Thank you, Chen Fan, you were so kind." The text message was from him. "Do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat together later?" Chen Fan felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head, and his brain froze. Next second, the other party withdrew a message. The other party withdrew a message. A cute cat emoticon was sent to Lin Cece's message box. "I'm losing weight, so I won't eat it." She didn't even bother to explain that she had sent the wrong message. Chen Fan didn't reply. For this 520, he just borrowed 500 yuan through an app that just opens its mouth and shakes its head. Adding the last 20.3 yuan in WeChat, we made up this auspicious number. Today is May 20th. He has been licking Lin Cece for almost a year. From the beginning of freshman year to now. She gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning and runs 3 kilometers to the south of the city to buy her favorite dumplings. She casually said she wanted some milk tea, and he brought it to her in the heavy rain, getting soaked himself. He worked tirelessly all night to complete all her notes, homework, and papers for all her courses. He thought it was time to warm up the stone. As a result, he wasn't even a spare tire, but just a numbered meal ticket, and a poor one at that. Fuck. He angrily summoned the system in his mind. This mission is fucking impossible. The system was silent for a while. "Host, if it really doesn't work, how about you find someone else?" "Chen Fan? Can I still replace him?" Nearly a year ago, he traveled to this world and was bound to this super-rich strategy system. Sounds awesome. But there was always a photo of Lin Cece hanging on the system panel. The rules are simple. For every point increase in the target's favorability, you will be rewarded 10,000 yuan. If the strategy is successful, you will be rewarded with huge cash. Failure means all your efforts will be in vain. As a poor student with only 800 yuan for living expenses, he has no other choice but to be a bootlicker. As a result, after more than half a year, Lin Cece's favorability level was reduced from the initial 10 points to 5 points by him. I'm speechless. The system is also speechless. Host, please scroll down. Chen Fan's mind was still confused. What are you looking for? This is just the first page. Chen Fan's computer crashed instantly. With trembling hands, he called up the system panel in his mind that had been with him for almost a year. The panel is very simple. In the center is a photo of Lin Cece smiling sweetly. Below is her name, basic information, and favorability. He has been watching it for almost a year and can draw it with his eyes closed. He never thought that this interface can turn pages. His thoughts, like a rigid gear, slowly drove the mouse, sliding down on Lin Cece's photo. Swish. Lin Cece's photo disappeared. In its place, there is a brand new face. A pure and beautiful woman wearing a blue sweater dress and wavy hair, with gentle eyes and dignified temperament. Below the photo is her information. Chen Fan's thoughts continued to move forward. Swish. Another one. A beautiful girl from the art department wearing a dance training suit, with a slim figure and a cool temperament. Swish. 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 Chen Fan scrolled down like crazy. A spirited senior from the Department of Physical Education. A cute and silly junior girl from the computer department. The cool goddess in medical school. There are even yoga instructors and beautiful CEOs of startup companies whom I met by chance outside of school. Page after page. Hundreds of pages. Each one is a top beauty, and each one comes with detailed information and strategy difficulty. And Lin Cece, the woman he had been licking for a year. It's just the first one in this list of hundreds of pages. Chen Fan's breathing stopped. In the dormitory, he roared like a beast. Fuck. Your mom. Why didn't you say so earlier? The system seemed to shrink at his yelling. You didn't ask. It took Chin Fan 10 minutes to accept this cruel reality. He was like a fool, carrying around god-level equipment but not using it. He spent a year chopping pheasants with a wooden sword in the novice village, and was even killed by the pheasants. And outside the door is a sea of stars. His chest heaved violently, half with anger and half with joy. Angry at myself for being stupid. Lo finally freed himself. He reopened the system panel and examined it page by page like an emperor flipping a card. Lin Cece? Roll. Chen Fan's mind skipped directly to the first page. After choosing for a long time, his eyes stopped at the second page, on the beautiful woman in the blue sweater dress. They are the new counselor in our department by Jie. Famous for her beauty, pure desire, and gentleness, she is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys. She looked very much like the internet celebrity in Chen Fan's previous world who was famous for her blue battlesuit. Even better, she also has a pair of impressive 34DS. To be fair, Lin Cece is indeed very beautiful, otherwise she would not have become the school belle, but her beauty cannot change the fact that she is plain. Chen Fan looked at Bai Jie's information on the panel. Strategy target, Bai Jie. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Occupation, counselor, Department of Economics and Management, Tunghai University. Favorability, 10 unfamiliar. Strategy difficulty. Fuck Lin Cece. I won't serve you anymore. He has more important things to do now. Strategy for Bai Jie. Chen Fan rolled over from the bed and rummaged through the closet for a long time. In the past, in order to please Lin Cece, he always wore sportswear that he thought was clean and sunny. Now he looks like a delivery man. He dug out a windbreaker jacket that had been hidden in the bottom of the closet. He bought it last year and had only worn it once. Put on a jacket, jeans, and a pair of relatively clean white sneakers. Chen Fan looked at himself in the mirror. He was still the same person, but his temperament had matured a lot, without that cheap and immature feeling. Very good. Now, you need a reason to go see a counselor. Chen Fan's eyes rolled. A few days ago, the class monitor announced in the group that the application form for the National Encouragement Scholarship can be obtained from the counselor. Although he is poor, he has always had good grades. He is qualified for this scholarship. The office of the Department of Economics and Management is on the third floor of the administrative building. Chen Fan walked steadily on the way to the administrative building, feeling that the whole world was different. The setting sun shines through the gaps in the camphor trees, no longer dazzling, but with a gentle and pleasant light and shadow. The corridor on the third floor was quiet. Most of the teachers had gone off work, and only a few offices were still occupied. The counselor's office is at the end of the corridor. Chen Fan walked over and found that the office door was closed. He was about to raise his hand to knock on the door when a suppressed, pleading female voice came from inside. Principal Wang, please respect yourself. Chapter 2, there are many other names, but Bai Jie is the best. Chen Fan's head buzzed. There is only one president of Tunghai University with the surname Wang, and that is Vice President Wang Tianlai of the Mediterranean University, who has shiny hair and always reads the manuscript haltingly at every meeting. This old pervert has had a bad reputation in the school for a long time. It is said that he specifically targets new young female teachers. But he has a strong background. It is said that his backer is a leader of the Provincial Education Bureau, whose surname is also Wang and he is his cousin. Chen Fan outside the door was running around in a panic. Damn it, I just crawled out of a fire pit and found a new target. Am I going to be eaten by a pig? How can I tolerate this? The office door was closed tightly. Apart from some unclear words floating out from time to time, Chen Fan had no idea what was going on inside. He walked around the door several times and found that the window facing the corridor was not closed tightly. He could put his fingers through the railing and lift a small piece of curtain. His heart was beating like a war drum. He bent down and carefully put his eyes close to the gap. The scene in the office made his pupils shrink suddenly. The counselor's office is not big. There is a row of filing cabinets against the wall and a few desks in the middle. At this moment, in front of the desk closest to the inside, a fat figure was pressing Bai Jie tightly against the edge of the desk. Wang Tianlai's iconic Mediterranean head was shiny and oily, and he was greedily moving towards Bai Jie's neck. He supported himself on the table with one hand, and with his other fat hand, he had roughly torn open the collar of Bai Jie's blue sweater. Sizzle. The fragile wool was torn, revealing a large area of the woman's snow-white skin and the edge of the black lace. The deep black and the breathtaking white formed a strong contrast that made people's blood boil. Chen Fan only felt a heat in his lower abdomen. Bai Jiejie's usually gentle face was now flushed red, filled with humiliation and fear. Her hands were tightly clamped by Wang Tianlai's body and arms, and she could only struggle in vain. The blue knitted skirt that originally wrapped her graceful figure was now crumpled to pieces, with the hem pushed to a dangerous height, and the lace of her stockings on her thighs faintly visible. Teacher Xiaobai, you're still young and have a long way to go. You need to learn to be flexible in many things. Wang Tianlai's greasy voice sounded, your position as a counselor is still a contract position after all. Whether you can become a regular employee or not is up to me. Damn it, this old Deng would use this kind of excuse to threaten and deceive his subordinates. Principal Wang. If you do this again, I will call for help. Bai Jiejie's voice trembled slightly, and she was obviously afraid and angry. Shout. Go ahead and shout. Principal Wang's voice was filled with a smug, lewd grin. Who else is on this floor? Scream your throat out and see if anyone comes to save you. Who will be embarrassed then, you or me? You. Be obedient, and I won't treat you unfairly. I'll guarantee you a spot in the outstanding teacher selection next quarter. Oh. Teacher Xiaobai, your skin is so smooth. Wang Tianlai's voice sounded like a mouthful of thick phlegm, sticky and disgusting. His nose was almost touching Bai Jiejie's collarbone. He took a deep sniff, with an expression of intoxication on his face. Just smell it, this office is filled with your fragrance. Bai Jiejie tilted her head, bit her lips tightly, tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Her body trembled violently with anger and fear, and the proud curve of her chest rose and fell accordingly. Principal Wang. Don't do this. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Wang Tianlai's face was shaking with laughter. Look at you, you could have any other name, but you chose Bai Jiejie. And you want to be a teacher. This thing has grown so big and is dangling in front of me every day. Aren't you obviously trying to seduce me? Wang Tianlai was about to stretch out his fat, short hands. Bai Jiejie screamed and immediately put her hands in front of her chest. Chen Fan, who was outside the door, felt a surge of evil fire rushing from his dantian to his forehead. Damn it! This old beast! He almost subconsciously kicked the door open. But reason pulled him back at the last second. Kick the door and rush in, then what? Beat up Wang Tianlai? He was a student and he beat the vice principal. Even if he is right, he will be the one who suffers in the end. The punishment may be light or even expulsion. People like Wang Tianlai have plenty of ways to confuse right and wrong. At that time, not only will he fail to save Bai Jiejie, but he will also get himself involved and even harm Bai Jiejie, making her bear the stigma of seducing the leader. I have to think of a way to rescue Bai Jiejie and get myself out of trouble at the same time. Chen Fan thought quickly and took out the second-hand fruit machine that he had bought with 2 months' living expenses. He walked away a few steps and turned up the music to the maximum volume. Baby, our relationship is like a bungee jumping machine. He cut off the music and pretended to answer the phone loudly. Hello? Oh, you guys go eat first. I'll go look for Teacher Bai in the office. What? You guys are downstairs too? Then come up. I'm at the door of Teacher Bai's office. Let's meet here later. That popular folk song was like a thunderclap in the empty corridor. The lewd laughter from inside the door and Bai Jiejie's suppressed sobs suddenly stopped. Instead, there was a hurried rustling of fabric and the harsh sound of a zipper being hastily pulled. Chen Fan hung up the phone decisively, put the phone back in his pocket, and knocked on the office door 3 times. Teacher Bai. Are you there? There was deathly silence inside the door. About a minute later, the office door creaked open from the inside. A shiny Mediterranean head poked out stealthily. Wang Tianlai's fat face was covered in cold sweat. Seeing that there was only Chen Fan in the corridor, he breathed a sigh of relief at first, but then his face became gloomy again, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He quickly straightened his wrinkled suit jacket, and with his beer belly sticking out, he put on the airs of a leader and squeezed out of the door. You! Which class are you from? What are you doing sneaking around here? Wang Tianlai lowered his voice and scolded, but his eyes kept glancing towards the stairs, obviously afraid that Chen Fan's brothers would really rush up in the next second. Chen Fan immediately stood at attention and shouted, "Hello, Principal Wang. I'm here to get the application form for the National Encouragement Scholarship from Teacher Bai. This reason was so legitimate that Wang Tianlai couldn't find any excuse to refute it. It is only natural for a student who wants to make progress to come to his or her counselor for help within the specified time. Wang Tianlai glared at Chen Fan fiercely, the resentment and warning in his eyes almost solidified into substance. Boy, you ruined my good deeds. I will remember you. Chen Fan looked back at him calmly, like a young man who was completely naive to the world. Wang Tianlai suddenly turned sideways to make room for the door. Chapter 3, A dog that licks the dog will not die well, but he still has to be a hero. He straightened his wrinkled shirt, puffed out his stomach, and said to Chen Fan in a bureaucratic tone, "Take it and leave quickly. Don't hang around in the office." After saying that, he didn't even look back, took quick steps that didn't match his fat body, and disappeared around the corner of the corridor as if he was fleeing in panic. The shiny Mediterranean Sea drew a hasty arc under the light. The office finally returned to silence. Chen Fan stood at the door and did not go in immediately. Bai Jie was sitting with her big chestnut-colored waves hanging on her shoulders, trying to cover up the torn neckline of her blue sweater dress. Her cheeks were still flushed with humiliation, and her eyes were red. Her lips were bitten by herself, leaving bloody marks. She looked at Chen Fan with complicated eyes, which showed gratitude, vigilance, and panic. One of her hands was still tightly clutching the torn collar of her shirt, and with the other she opened the drawer and took out a form. Bai Jie's movements were a little stiff, and she seemed to be trying hard to calm herself down. She put the application form on the table, glanced at Chen Fan, and said nothing. Teacher Bai. Chen Fan walked closer, his eyes clear. Are you okay? Bai Jie tightened her grip on her collar, avoided Chen Fan's gaze, shook her head, then nodded, as if she didn't know how to answer. There were no lights on in the office. Bai Jie's snow-white and smooth neck was reflected by the dim sunset outside the window, shining with an alluring light, and her big watery eyes were full of resentment. Chen Fan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Her current appearance could easily arouse a man's violent desire. He wanted to do something to her and hear her cry. He took off his jacket and placed it gently on the desk. Bai Jie's body trembled almost imperceptibly. She raised her head, and the tears that had been gathering in her beautiful eyes finally fell. But this time, it was not because of humiliation or fear, but because of a sudden warmth that enveloped her cold and frightened heart. She has been working here for almost 2 months. This wasn't the first time Wang Tianlai had harassed her, but today was the most excessive. It's not that she hasn't thought about resisting or asking for help, but all she got in return were either secretive looks from her colleagues or indirect advice telling her to be patient and young people shouldn't be too impulsive. Just when she was most desperate, it was this student who, in an almost clumsy yet extremely clever way, opened a gap for her to escape. He clearly didn't look like he had completely lost his childishness, but at this moment, he gave her an unprecedented sense of security. She stretched out her slightly trembling hand and picked up the windbreaker. The clothes still stank of the boy's clean and refreshing scent, like a mixture of sunshine and laundry detergent, which was a far cry from the disgusting smell of cigarettes and alcohol on Wang Tianlai. She threw her jacket over her body and zipped it up. The loose clothes completely covered her slender body and also blocked out the cold air in the office. At that moment, the sound of nature rang out in Chen Fan's mind. Bite. Target Bai Jie's favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 40. A cash reward of 300,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. In Chen Fan's mind, the system's prompt sounded like heavenly music. 300,000. The favorability level soared directly from 10 to 40. He worked like a slave for Lin Cece for a whole year, but his favorability towards her decreased instead of increasing, and in the end he even owed a lot of online loans. And now, he just thought of a clever idea in a hurry and talked a lot, and he got a huge sum of 300,000 yuan and the target 40 points of favorability. As expected, the dog licker will not die well, and he has to be a hero. The second-hand fruit machine in his trouser pocket vibrated with a buzz at the perfect moment. A text message popped up. XX Bank, your savings card account ending in XXXX received 300,000 renminbi at 1832 on May 20th, and the current account balance is 300,000 renminbi and 1 cent. Chen Fan almost burst into tears. He took a deep breath, forced down the tense muscles on his face, picked up the pen and quickly signed the application form. Then he said to Bai Jie, "Teacher, then. I'll take the application form." Yeah. Bai Jie's voice was still a little hoarse, but she had calmed down a lot. Classmate, today, thank you so much. She looked at him with eyes that were incredibly sincere. It's okay, teacher, bye. Chen Fan scratched his head, revealing a hint of the shyness that only a young student can muster. My friends are still yelling downstairs, urging me to go eat. I just stopped by to pick up a watch. He once again emphasized the existence of brother, as if to quietly give Bai Jie a reassurance. Bai Jie was very smart and naturally understood the deeper meaning of his words. Not only did he save her, he also cleared up the subsequent troubles for her and disguised everything as a coincidence. This thoughtfulness and kindness made the last bit of her vigilance towards strange men disappear. Then, this clothes? She pulled the windbreaker on her body. Teacher, please put on your clothes first. It's quite cold. Chen Fan picked up the application form on the table. There's no rush. I'll get it next time I come to the office. After saying that, he nodded at Bai Jie, turned around and walked out of the office. It was not until Chen Fan's back completely disappeared at the end of the corridor that Bai Jie slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to have lost all her strength and slumped in the chair. Silence returned to the office. Bai Jie silently tightened the zipper of her jacket and buried herself deeper in the unexpected warmth. Her eyes fell on the receipt form that Chen Fan had just filled out. Chen Fan. Department of Economics and Management, Class of 2025, Class 3. She remembered it. After walking out of the administrative building and feeling the cool evening breeze, Chen Fan felt like he was alive again. He could no longer suppress his inner excitement, walked quickly to an empty corner, took out his mobile phone, and opened the bank app with trembling hands. When the long number appeared before his eyes once again, he punched the air hard. Fuck! A suppressed, bestial growl burst out of his throat. Cool. It feels so fucking good. This is what a super rich system should be like. This is what life should be like. He remembered how he had to bow and scrape on the loan app in order to get the 520 yuan. He remembered the note in Lin Cece's screenshot, meal ticket number 2 poor. He remembered how he had been like a clown for the past year, circling around a woman who didn't treat him as a human being at all. A huge sense of absurdity and relief swept over him. Just when Chen Fan was so excited that he was about to perform a set of military boxing on the spot, his cell phone started vibrating again. He looked down and saw a series of text messages about deductions. XX music reminder, your membership has been automatically renewed today, and a payment of 15 yuan has been deducted. XX video reminder, your VIP monthly service has been renewed and 25 yuan has been deducted. XX cloud disk reminder, your super membership has been renewed and 18 yuan has been deducted. Chapter 4. Did you sell your kidney without telling us? Half an hour ago, seeing these text messages would have made him beat his chest and stamp his feet in pain. This money is enough for him to eat in the cafeteria for 4 or 5 days. He would definitely curse himself for having a bad memory and forgetting to cancel the subscription in advance, while calculating how to save the money in the next few days. But now, Chen Fan looked at the deduction information and not only did he not feel a bit distressed, he was even too lazy to cancel the subsequent automatic renewal. It's up to you. Compared to his current assets of 300,000, it's nothing. Chen Fan crossed out the deduction notices, paused his finger on the screen, and clicked on the mini programs that nodded and opened their mouths. For the past 6 months, he had been robbing Peter to pay Paul every month for Lin Cece. Without any hesitation, click prepayment. Repayment successful. Wish all the brothers who read this, pay off their loans and get out of debt. When the 4 big words popped up, Chen Fan felt that some invisible shackles on his body broke with a click. He immediately uninstalled the app completely. The WeChat notification sounded, and a voice message came from Joe Kai, my roommate. Where are you, hey Adair? Didn't you ask Lin Cece to have dinner with you? Did you do that? Eat her mother, call me daddy, daddy will treat you to hey DeLeo. Joe Kai? The next second, a voice call came in. Is this true? What happened to you? Stop talking nonsense, quickly call the second and third brothers and come over here quickly. Are you really going to treat us to hey DeLeo? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll fucking kill you. Hurry up, gather at the east gate. There was an instant uproar on the other end of the phone. Joe Kai's phone was on speakerphone, and the screams of the second brother Li Yuhong and the third brother Sun Hao came clearly. What the hell? Hey DeLeo? Lao Si, are you crazy? You successfully confessed your love today, May 20th, and Lin Cece agreed to go to a hotel with you? So you're going to such great lengths to celebrate? Joe Kai snatched the phone back and lowered his voice. Old four, tell me the truth, are you upset? It's okay, we'll have a drink with you, forget about Leo, your living expenses. East Gate, 10 minutes. No waiting after your time. Chen Fan interrupted him and hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone, the three people looked at each other. What's going on? Sun Hao scratched his head. He borrowed 50 yuan from me the day before yesterday to top up his meal card. Who cares? Li Yuhong immediately turned around and ran towards the east gate. If you're not enthusiastic about eating at Leo, then you have a mental problem. Even if it's my last meal before death, I'll eat it. There was a lot of noise at the entrance of Leo. The waiting area was packed with people, and the air was filled with the spicy and fragrant smell of hot pot, which made people's stomachs growl. Chen Fan took a number, A134, and there were more than 60 tables in front of him. It doesn't matter. College students are least afraid of queuing. Several people sat down in the waiting area, and Sun Hao grabbed a lot of free watermelons and Cheetos. Joe Kai poked Chen Fan and asked, "Did you sell your kidney without telling us?" Chen Fan leaned back in his chair, looked at Joe Kai, and grinned. "Do you believe I sold you out?" "No, fourth brother," Sun Hao asked vaguely while chewing on a Cheetos. "Tell me the truth, did you win 5 million in the lottery? If you did, you have to help the brothers get rich together." "You're too narrow-minded," Li Yuhong slapped Sun Hao on the back of his head. 5 million is enough to make him so arrogant? It must be at least 10 million. Chen Fan smiled but said nothing. After almost an hour, the call finally came. "No. A 127, please have your meal." "Here. Here I come." A familiar voice came from not far away. The four people who were playing games looked up. It was the student union president Gu Chen. Chen Fan's eyebrows raised unconsciously. Gu Chen is a well-known figure in school. His family is rich and he is also good-looking. With his money and eloquence, he is very successful in the student union and is never short of female companions. Following behind him, in addition to two girls dressed up in fancy clothes, there was also a figure that Chen Fan was very familiar with. Lin Cece. She wore a pink dress today, had delicate light makeup on, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked pure and charming. She was looking up and chatting and laughing with Gu Chen. A group of people walked past Chen Fan and his group. Only then did Lin Cece notice Chen Fan sitting in the waiting area, and the smile on her face instantly froze. A trace of embarrassment and guilt flashed across her eyes, even a little anger, as if Chen Fan's appearance here made her lose face. She subconsciously moved closer to Gu Chen and quickened her pace. "Hey, Cece, isn't that?" A short-haired friend of Lin Cece also recognized Chen Fan. She covered her mouth and deliberately prolonged her voice, with no concealment of the contempt in her eyes. Another long-haired friend burst out laughing, her eyes swept over Chen Fan's slightly worn shirt, and she curled her lips. Why would he come to a place like this? The soup base here is enough for him to eat in the cafeteria for a week, right? Gu Chen also noticed the movement here. He followed Lin Cece's gaze, and when he saw Chen Fan, a hint of contempt flashed across his eyes. Of course he knew Chen Fan, the school-famous Lin Cece's exclusive bootlicker. He put his arm around Lin Cece's shoulders and whispered something possessively in her ear, causing her cheeks to blush slightly. Then he turned his head and looked down at Chen Fan with a victorious, somewhat provocative smile. "Fuck." Joe Kai cursed softly. "Old four, how the hell can you tolerate this? What are those bitches saying?" "That's right. What's so great about being the president of the student union? He acts like he's so powerful." Li Yuhong was also indignant. Sun Hao crushed the crispy horn in his hand and said, "Fourth brother, don't hold it in. If you want to curse, just curse. We brothers will support you." Chen Fan shrugged. "It doesn't matter, let's eat our own food." The three of them looked at each other, and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. They felt that the Chen Fan in front of them was really different. "No. A 134, please have your meal." A mechanical call sounded. "It's our turn." The waiter led them inside, through the bustling hall, and made many turns. Joe Kai was still muttering, "Damn it, it's better not to let us sit with those people, otherwise I won't be able to eat just looking at them." As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter stopped in front of a seat, smiled and made a pleased gesture. "Here, everyone." The four of them looked up and fell into collective silence. Fate is so humorous. Their table was neither too big nor too small, and was located right next to Lin Cece and her friend's table. The atmosphere at the next table suddenly became a little subtle because of their arrival. Lin Cece's two best friends exchanged a look of anticipation, with undisguised sarcasm on their lips. Chapter 5 King Crab? You ordered 4? Gu Chen leaned back in his chair leisurely, picked up the water glass and took a sip elegantly, as if the appearance of Chen Fan and the others was just a harmless entertainment to the dinner. Lin Cece lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously stirring the dipping sauce in front of her. Her long eyelashes drooped, hiding the complex emotions in her eyes. How about, we change seats? Zhou Kai lowered his voice, almost whispering. Why change? Space is so tight right now. You can't eat like this. Chen Fan sat down, picked up the tablet menu, and slid his fingers across it quickly. How about, order a set meal? There's a meal for 6 people here, it's over 400 yuan, not bad. Li Yuhong searched through several apps and compared prices. Is it more cost-effective to order a set meal or a la carte? Can't we get a 30% to 40% discount? Sun Hao came over to take a look. Order the tomato hot pot. I found a hidden recipe for it. I definitely won't be hungry. Zhou Kai rubbed his hands excitedly. Lin Cece's short-haired best friend burst out laughing. Why go to Haidileo if you're so budget-conscious? You can just eat the all-you-can-eat hot pot buffet for 39.9 per person, and you can eat all-you-can-eat synthetic meat. Another long-haired friend chimed in, a poor fellow coming to a place like this would definitely have to be frugal. Unlike our President Gu, who doesn't even blink an eye. Gu Chen enjoyed the flattery. He slowly and methodically used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of freshly cooked marinated beef for Lin Cece. His movements were elegant and stylish. The dishes ordered on their table were all relatively expensive, including marbling beef, tripe, goose intestines, etc. Some of them ordered several servings, and even with the discount after using their student ID, it still cost 400 or 500 yuan. Gu Chen didn't even look at Chen Fan. That kind of disregard was itself a higher level of contempt. Lin Cece's expression looked a little unnatural. A blush appeared on her fair cheeks. It's embarrassing and awkward. Everyone knows that Chen Fan is her bootlicker, and such shabby behavior is really too embarrassing. Zhou Kai's anger quickly flared up. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. We have to change seats, otherwise I won't be able to eat it all. Chen Fan pushed the tablet menu in his hand to the middle of the table. Okay, don't be angry with the idiot. The calmer he was, the more Zhou Kai and the other two felt something was wrong. This is not like the Chen Fan they know. If it were in the past, Chen Fan would have wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How could he be as stable as he is now? Don't worry about it, it's my treat, I'll have some. When they heard Chen Fan say that he would treat them, the people at the other table laughed at them mercilessly. Chen Fan, however, acted as if he couldn't hear anything and kept his fingers jumping on the screen. Zhou Kai's anger was suppressed by him. He leaned over to look at the tablet, wanting to order his food quickly and get away from these people. But when he saw what was on the screen clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. Fuck! Zhou Kai couldn't control his voice and shouted out, attracting curious glances from the guests at several tables around. He quickly lowered his voice, but the shock in his tone could not be concealed no matter what, as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Fan! Are you fucking crazy? King Crab? You ordered 4? $2,000 each. 4 is 8,000. Even if you sold the 4 of us, it wouldn't be worth that much. The entire noisy area seemed to have been muted, and it was quiet for a second. At the next table, Gu Chen's chopsticks, which were about to pick up some food, stopped in midair. The sneers on the faces of Lin Cece's two best friends completely froze. Lin Cece suddenly raised her head and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, her eyes full of surprise and absurdity. For king crabs? Li Yuhong and Sun Hao also rushed over, their eyes fixed on the picture of the king crab with bared fangs and claws on the screen, and the glaring 4-corner mark behind it. Fourth brother, did you order the wrong thing? Sun Hao's tongue was a little tied. Chen Fan's expression was as calm as if he had just ordered 4 plates of potato chips. He continued sliding his finger across the screen, muttering, just eating crabs is too monotonous, let's try something else. No. Brother. Dad. I'm calling you Dad, okay? Li Yuhong grabbed Chen Fan's wrist, cold sweat breaking out on his face. We can't play like this. I know you're upset today and want to prove yourself, but we can't just pretend to be rich. After this meal, we'll have to wash dishes in the kitchen of Haidileo for the rest of our lives. Yeah, old 4, Joe Kai was also getting anxious. He thought Chen Fan had lost his mind because of Lin Cece and her gang. Let's go, let's eat somewhere else. Let's go to a food stall, it's my treat. You can have as many crayfish as you want. There's no need to fight with them here. After a brief silence, there was uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lin Cece's short-haired best friend was laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. I'm dying of laughter. He ordered 4 king crabs? Did he treat Happy Beans as money? I guess he wants to save face in front of Cece. The long-haired best friend glanced at Chen Fan contemptuously. Gu Chen also smiled, shook his head and looked at Chen Fan. Classmate, you are so courageous. But you have to think about the ending before you act. If you don't have enough money when you pay the bill later, you will lose the people of our school. Humiliating words came like a tide. Joe Kai and the other two's faces turned red and they were shaking with anger. They wanted to refute but didn't know how to say it. Because they also thought Chen Fan was crazy, and he was bragging too much and there was no way he could stop it. Fourth brother, cancel it now. Why are you angry with them? Li Yuhong was so anxious that he kept pulling Chen Fan's arm. Yes, let's not eat anymore, let's go. Sun Hao was ready to stand up. However, Chen Fan acted as if nothing had happened and even smiled brightly in Gu Chen's direction. Thank you, President Gu, for your concern. You don't have to worry about my affairs. Don't worry, anything that happens to me will not involve the school. He waved the tablet in his hand at the waiter. We've ordered. The waitress took the tablet and looked at it, her eyes whitened instantly. She looked at Chen Fan and the other young men who were obviously students, as well as the group of people watching the show at the next table, and was a little at a loss for a moment. What? Are you afraid that I can't pay? Chen Fan saw through her doubts and kept smiling. No, sir, it's just that your order amount is quite large. According to the regulations of our store, we need to confirm with you. The waiter explained hurriedly with a respectful attitude. Confirm it. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter hurried to the front desk with the tablet in his hand, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. The eyes of the entire area were focused on Chen Fan's table. Chapter 6 really paid. The store manager came over in person. A woman who looked to be in her 30s, wearing a black suit and had a capable figure. She had a professional smile on her face, but her eyes were scrutinizing. It was obvious that she had listened to the waiter's report and came over to deal with this possible farce. Hello, sir. She walked to the table, her eyes fixed on the calm Chen Fan. I'm the manager of this restaurant, my last name is Li. My colleague just confirmed your menu with me. Because the king crab and Boston lobster you ordered are both freshly killed and quite valuable, according to our procedures, we need to collect a deposit in advance. Alternatively, you can choose to pay first. Is that okay with you? This statement is flawless, providing a way out and stating the position. The subtext is obvious: if you want to show off, you can, but you have to pay first. If you can't afford it and now regret saying it's wrong, we won't pursue it and it will save everyone's face. At the next table, Gu Chen's smile widened, and he looked like he was watching a show. Lin Cece's 2 best friends were whispering to each other without any concealment. I told you, I have to pay in advance. Let's see what he does now. I guess I should say I was drunk and made a mistake. It's embarrassing. I thought I was so capable. Lin Cece's face turned red and white. She stared at Chen Fan intently, feeling mixed emotions. She hoped that Chen Fan would embarrass himself on the spot to prove how wise it was to choose Gu Chen. She also had a vague expectation that was hard to explain, or perhaps it was a ridiculous curiosity, and wanted to see how this dog who obeyed her in everything would end up. The faces of Joe Kai and the other 2 were almost bleeding, and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Chen Fan nodded calmly. Okay, pay first. The store manager smiled and handed over the printed order. Please check. You ordered 4 king crabs, for Boston lobsters, 4 plates of M9 plus Wagyu beef, for fresh abalones, a 4-square hot pot base, shrimp balls, goose intestines, tofu pudding, and so on. In addition, you ordered 4 1-liter cans of Longjing wheat tea beer. The total cost is 36,000 yuan. You are a student, right? Show your student ID to get a 31% discount, so the total is. I didn't bring my student ID, so I don't need a discount. Chen Fan interrupted her. 36,000, right? Scan the code. I brought it. Zhou Kai jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He frantically took out his student ID from his trouser pocket and almost jumped across the table. Use mine. Use mine. 39% off. Li Yuhong and Sun Hao also woke up as if from a dream. They took out their student ID cards and handed them over eagerly. Yes, we all have them. We can all get discounts. It seems like it's not about saving money, but saving lives. The four people at the next table were stunned. This situation seemed a little wrong. Even Gu Chen would not be willing to spend 10,000 or 20,000 yuan on a hot pot meal like this, let alone Chen Fan. When Chen Fan could clearly use his student ID to get a discount, he chose to pay the original price? What method? Chen Fan waved his hand, motioning Zhou Kai and the others to sit down, his tone as indifferent as if he was talking about a trivial matter. It doesn't matter, just follow the original price. After saying that, he picked up his broken second-hand fruit machine, which had a few cracks on the screen, and showed the QR code. The store manager scanned it with the POS machine. A moment later. The POS machine spit out a receipt indicating a successful transaction. 36,000 yuan. Really paid. The store manager was stunned for a moment. As the manager of Heideleo, who has seen countless people, she has seen too many students who pretend to be rich, and she has also seen rich second generations who really spend money like water. But this combination is really weird. A boy wearing an old shirt that was washed to a pale color and using a second-hand mobile phone with a broken screen casually spent 36,000 yuan. The three classmates around him, however, were sweating profusely because they couldn't get a 40% or 60% discount. They looked so distressed, as if what was being cut off was not the discount, but their own flesh. This strange scene made her dazed for a moment. But her extreme professionalism allowed her to quickly come to her senses. A smile 10 times more sincere than before appeared on her face. She handed the light yet heavy receipt back to Chen Fan with both hands and bowed slightly. Okay, sir. We've confirmed your order. The kitchen will prepare it for you right away. After saying that, she turned around and winked at the waiter. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Fan's table like searchlights. Envy, jealousy, surprise, confusion, all kinds of emotions intertwined and fermented in the air. The first to be affected were Gu Chen and Lin Sisi at the next table. The elegant smile on Gu Chen's face, which showed his confidence in victory, had completely frozen. 36,000 yuan was not a small amount of money that he could just throw away. He originally thought this was a farce of a poor dog pretending to be cool but getting slapped in the face, and was ready to watch how Chen Fan would withdraw the ridiculous order in shame. But the development of the plot was like a derailed train, rushing madly in a direction that he could not understand at all. Damn, this script is wrong. Lin Sisi's two best friends still had sneers frozen on their faces, looking funny and ridiculous at the moment. They looked at each other and could see the same shock and absurdity in each other's eyes. They were just laughing at Chen Fan for calculating even the money at the bottom of the pot, but he just threw out 36,000 without blinking an eye. Although this slap did not hit them in the face, it was more painful than a direct slap. Lin Sisi's reaction was the most complicated. She stared at Chen Fan, the boy who was always timid in her impression and had to work part-time for 2 hours just to buy her a cup of milk tea. At this moment, he sat there calmly, as if what he had just spent was not 36,000 yuan, but 3.6 yuan. A strong, indescribable regret bit her heart like a poisonous snake. He just transferred 520 to himself today and asked her if she wanted to have dinner together. In the end, not only did she not agree to his request, she also sent the screenshot mocking him to him by mistake. Although she quickly pulled back, not sure if he saw it. She didn't care originally, but now. She subconsciously glanced at Gu Chen beside her. Although he was considered rich, when he treated her to a meal, he only ordered dishes worth 400 or 500 yuan, and he even used his student ID to get a discount. Chen Fan didn't even try to pursue her, he just wanted to treat his poor friends to a meal and spent 36,000 yuan. There is no harm without comparison. At this moment, the familiar yet unfamiliar sound of nature rang out again in Chen Fan's mind. Bite. Target Lin Sisi's favorability +5. Current favorability, 10. A cash reward of 50,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan. What's going on? Chapter 7, these 36,000 are worth it. Can this also increase favorability? Chen Fan's expression was a little dull for a moment, and he almost thought that there was a bug in the system. He now only felt disgust and contempt for Lin Cece, a woman, and even looked at her for a second longer felt like his eyes were dirty. But, this woman whom he despised the most, her favorability actually increased just because he spent money to show off? Fuck. Chen Fan cursed softly in his heart. Although it's disgusting, these 50,000 yuan are really worth it. The broken fruit machine in his pocket vibrated again, and a new bank text message came in. Fourth brother, you. Zhou Kai's voice was trembling. He looked at Chen Fan as if he were looking at an alien. Tell us honestly, did you go to northern Myanmar to make a fortune? If you were killed, tell me and we'll pool our money to redeem you. Li Yuhong and Sun Hao also nodded frantically like chickens pecking at rice, with leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist written all over their faces. They know Chen Fan too well. This guy comes from an ordinary family like them. They have at least 1,500 yuan for living expenses every month, but Chen Fan only has 800 yuan. Yet he is determined to pursue the school bell. Every month I borrow a little from here and pay it back there, borrow a little from there and pay it back here. Not to mention 36,000, even a takeout meal of 36 needs to be calculated in advance. What happened today was completely beyond their understanding. Don't worry, I didn't sell my kidney, and I didn't break the law. Chen Fan looked at the three brothers, who looked like they were about to cry. He picked up the free sour plum soup on the table and poured them each a cup. Some time ago, my dad made a small investment. With luck, it increased hundreds of times. He could only come up with this most cliched and least likely to be exposed excuse. Fuck, hundreds of times? What did our dad invest in? Is it that virtual currency? The one that can make people bankrupt or become rich overnight? Sun Hao slapped his thigh and suddenly realized. Our dad is so awesome. Li Yuhong's expression instantly changed from worry to ecstasy and admiration. Can he take care of my dad too? I also want to experience what it's like to be a rich second-generation kid. Actually, I'm not very clear about it. I'll tell you in detail later. Chen Fan said lightly. Zhou Kai sighed. How could I, Zhou Kai, be so worthy that I could live in the same dormitory with the young master? Don't worry, young master. With a loud bang in the sky, this old slave makes a brilliant appearance. From now on, the young master's food, clothing, and daily life will be left to this old slave. This old slave will go through fire and water without hesitation. Damn it, you've already finished talking, what can I say? The three brothers accepted this setting instantly. In their eyes, Chen Fan's image instantly elevated from a poor and pitiful brother to the son of a great investment god. Just then, Heidileo waiters came over pushing a huge food cart. The scene was comparable to an ancient emperor's tour. For red king crabs with bared claws and fangs were placed on a huge ice plate. The crab legs were thick and the crab meat was plump, which made people's mouths water just by looking at them. Next to it are 4 equally huge Boston lobsters, whose claws are bigger than human fists. Next to it, there are 4 plates of bright red M9 plus Wagyu beef with evenly distributed snowflake textures that look like works of art. Wherever the food cart passed, the aroma filled the air, and the diners around stopped eating and cast envious glances at it. The waiters skillfully placed plates of top-quality ingredients on the entire table, and a dining cart was parked nearby with dishes. The originally spacious table for 4 was instantly filled to the brim, leaving even the space for cups a bit cramped. Sir, your dishes are here. Please enjoy, the lead waiter said respectfully. If you need anything, please feel free to call me. Zhou Kai, Li Yuhong, and Sun Hao were completely dumbfounded. They have lived for 20 years, and this is the first time they have seen so many hard dishes at once in reality, let alone eaten them. Gudong. Sun Hao swallowed hard, staring at the plate of Wagyu beef, muttering, is this the life of rich people? It's so fucking corrupt. I like it. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. Zhou Kai was the first to react. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up the largest piece of Wagyu beef, dipped it in the boiling tomato pot for a few seconds, and then couldn't wait to stuff it into his mouth. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. Woo! 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 He was so excited that he couldn't speak. He could only pound the table desperately, and tears were almost coming out. How is it? Li Yuhong and Sun Hao asked anxiously. It melts in my mouth. My mouth is filled with milky aroma. Zhou Kai finally swallowed the meat and let out a long sigh, his face a look of bliss. I declare that all the beef I ate for the past 19 years was shit. Chen Fan was amused by their funny appearance. He picked up a huge crab leg and cut it open with pliers, revealing the white crab meat inside. He handed it to Sun Hao and said, "Eat it." At the next table, the atmosphere had reached freezing point. Lin Cece's two best friends looked at the lonely plates of beef rolls and shrimp balls on their tables, and then looked at the seafood feast next door. The food in their mouths instantly became tasteless. Gu Chen's face turned pale and he felt like a clown. The high-quality man persona he carefully created was shattered by Chen Fan's simple, crude, and unreasonable display of wealth. Lin Cece lowered her head and unconsciously poked the beef cubes in the bowl with her chopsticks, one by one, as if she wanted to break them into pieces. She didn't dare to look up. She was afraid of seeing Chen Fan's calm face, and even more afraid of seeing the sympathetic and sarcastic looks from the people around her. She felt like her face was being pressed to the ground and rubbed back and forth. The steam from the hot pot rose up, making Zhou Kai and the other two's faces red. They couldn't tell whether it was from the heat or the excitement. "Fourth brother, you are my real father," Li Yuhong shouted incoherently while gnawing on a huge lobster claw. "From today on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I will never chase a chicken. It's so fucking delicious." Sun Hao had completely abandoned his image. Using both hands, his mouth was stained with red oil, and a small mountain of crab and shrimp shells piled up in front of him. "I feel like my life was incomplete before today." Zhou Kai was sweating profusely as he ate. He took off his coat, raised the 1-liter can of Longjing wheat tea beer, and said to Chen Fan in a heroic tone, "Fourth brother, I won't say any more nonsense, it's all in the beer. If anyone dares to treat you badly in the future, they're against me, Zhou Kai. I'll be the first one to beat him up." The three of them completely let themselves go, eating with a bold manner and laughing heartily, forming a sharp contrast with the cautious and pretentious diners around them. The pure joy that comes from their heart is very contagious. Chen Fan looked at them and laughed too. The 36,000 yuan is well spent. Chapter 8. Do I need to show my student ID to get a discount? The laughter and joy here seemed like the sharpest irony to Gu Chen at the next table. Every laugh was like a slap in the face. He is the president of the student union and a rich second generation whose family owns a company. He has always been the center of attention in school. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? He was severely humiliated in the most brutal way by a poor loser in his eyes, in front of the school beauty he was pursuing and her best friend. He couldn't swallow this. "Heh," Gu Chen sneered, "I don't know what kind of shit luck I had, I got some ill-gotten gains, and I don't even know my own name. I've seen a lot of nouveau riche like this, how glorious they are today, how miserable they are tomorrow." His voice was full of sourness and disdain, and he tried to regain some psychological balance in this way. Lin Cece's short-haired best friend immediately chimed in, "Exactly. President Gu is right. This kind of money must come from some shady source. Look at them, they're like starving ghosts, they're really bringing shame to our school." The long-haired best friend didn't say anything else. Like Lin Cece, she just looked at her bowl in silence. Zhou Kai slammed his chopsticks on the table with a loud bang, and was about to stand up with his eyes wide open. "Who the hell are you calling a starving ghost? What? You're still not happy?" The short-haired friend rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, and looked at her with disdain. "Look at the way you guys eat. It's like you haven't eaten in 800 years. It makes us sick just looking at you." Chen Fan reached out and held him down, signaling him to stay calm. He looked at Gu Chen. "Even eating can't stop your mouth?" Gu Chen sneered in his heart. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He just wanted to provoke Chen Fan, make him lose his composure, and make him look bad in public. He slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin, leaned back in his chair, and adopted a condescending attitude. "I'm just stating a fact. Chen Fan, we're all from the same school, and I advise you, young people, to be more down to earth. Money earned through illicit means is a waste of time, isn't it? Don't end up losing all your money and getting jailed. That would be a laughingstock." His words were spoken with great earnestness and sincerity, yet every word was heart-wrenching. Not only was he implying that Chen Fan's money came from illegal sources, he was even suggesting that he might be involved in a crime. Lin Cece's expression became even uglier. She didn't expect Gu Chen to be so ungraceful and aggressive in public. This not only did not make her feel relieved, but instead made her feel embarrassed and ashamed. She pulled the corner of Gu Chen's clothes and whispered, "Gu Chen, stop talking." "What? Cece, are you still worried about him?" Gu Chen glanced at her, a flicker of possessiveness and control in his eyes. "I'm trying to remind him, and also to help you face reality." Some people are like mud that can't be helped. Even if they get lucky for a while, they're still not presentable at heart. Who the hell are you scolding? Li Yuhong and Sun Hao couldn't help it anymore. They stood up and glared at Gu Chen. It seemed that a conflict was about to break out. But Chen Fan smiled. He shook his head, picked up an abalone, rinsed it in the pot, and then placed it in Zhou Kai's bowl. He said calmly, "There's no point getting angry with the dog. The louder he barks, the more delicious our food is. It's making him ravenous." Puff. Zhou Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Yuhong and Sun Hao also reacted and sat down. They followed Chen Fan's example and continued to eat heartily, deliberately making exaggerated exclamations of praise. "Oh, this M9 plus Wagyu is just different. The taste is so good. Wow, has President Gu ever tried it? The meat of this king crab is so sweet. Compared to some people's mouths, it's heaven and earth. Old Four is right. Let the dogs bark and we'll just eat our own food. After all, they might just have to watch us eat. How pitiful." This kind of disregard, this kind of dimensionality reduction attack, is more lethal than any fierce quarrel. Gu Chen's face instantly turned the color of liver. He felt like his fist was hitting a ball of cotton. Not only did it not hurt the other person, but it also hurt himself. His eloquence and scheming, which he was proud of, seemed pale and powerless in the face of Chen Fan's "I don't bother to pay attention to you" attitude. In the dipping sauce bowl in front of Lin Sisi, the poor piece of beef had been poked into a pulp by the tip of her chopsticks. She couldn't sit still any longer. "Sorry, I don't feel well and want to leave first." She put down her chopsticks. "Ah. Sisi, we've just started eating." The short-haired best friend had an unnatural expression on her face and tried to keep her. They were still hoping that Gu Chen would order some more hearty dishes to save their face, but now their backbone is about to leave. Lin Sisi shook her head, not even giving them a glance, and simply picked up her small bag. "You guys eat, I really feel a little uncomfortable." She didn't want to stay there any longer. Staying here, whether watching the high spirits of Chen Fan and the others or feeling the awkwardness and dullness of one's own side, is an extreme torture. "I'll take you back." Gu Chen stood up immediately. This was a perfect excuse to leave this battlefield. He forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor and waved to the waiter, "Pay the bill." The waiter walked over quickly with a POS machine in hand, a professional smile on his face. "Hello, sir. The total is 768 yuan. I see you are all students. Do you need to show your student ID for a discount?" These words, at this moment, are tantamount to public execution. Discount? Chen Fan's nonchalant words "no need for discount" were still echoing in the air. After being humiliated by a poor loser with a bill of 36,000 yuan, was Gu Chen really going to take out his student ID card for a mere discount of a few hundred yuan? Then he will never be able to regain the face he lost today. Gu Chen clenched his jaw so hard that his back teeth nearly broke. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "No, I'll pay the original price." After saying that, he took out his cell phone, his movements so fast that he was even a little flustered, for fear that the waiter would ask another question. With a beep, the payment is successful. Gu Chen didn't even wait for the receipt to print out. He pulled Lin Sisi's wrist and walked out in a hurry, as if he was escaping from the scene of some plague. The remaining two best friends looked at each other in bewilderment. From beginning to end, Chen Fan didn't even raise his head, concentrating on helping Zhou Kai remove a huge lobster claw. The moment he walked out of Heidelau's door, Gu Chen felt his burning face cool down a little when he was blown by the evening breeze. He looked at Lin Sisi, who was silent beside him, the anger and humiliation in his heart intertwined, burning him to the point of losing all his rationality. Chapter 9: Eat a meal and pick up 100,000 yuan for free. He thought that tonight would be a perfect hunt. He elegantly displayed his financial resources and status, making Lin Sisi, the flower of High Mountain, completely surrender to him, and by the way, he could appreciate her ugly appearance of a bootlicker. As a result, he became the biggest clown. "Sisi, don't take what happened today to heart." Gu Chen took a deep breath and tried to save the situation. That kind of person has a typical nouveau riche mentality. They made a little money by luck, but they don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Such people won't go far. Lin Sisi paused and broke free from his hand. She raised her head, the halo of light from the street lamp shone on her face, illuminating her complex and inscrutable eyes. "Gu Chen, do you know? You looked very ugly just now." The expression on Gu Chen's face froze instantly. What do you mean by that kind of person? Lin Cici's voice was soft, yet it carried a sense of alienation she had never felt before. In my eyes, he treated his brother to dinner today, which was fair and square, and he spent the money honestly. But you, on the other hand, have been targeting him from beginning to end, and every word you said was more unpleasant than the last. Do you think you're very graceful? Gu Chen was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Cici to suddenly say such a thing. In his opinion, he was superior to Chen Fan in all aspects, including family background, appearance and ability, so it was natural for Lin Cici to choose him. Lin Cici is the school belle and the most beautiful girl in their class. Although it's a bit flat, the face is there and the merits outweigh the flaws. After all, not everyone can have a pair of 34D breasts like Teacher Bai. He couldn't catch up with the teacher, but it was easy for Lin Cici. This 520, he transferred 1888 to Lin Cici, took her out to eat at Haidileo, and also brought her two best friends. He thought he could fall asleep after the meal, but Chen Fan suddenly showed up and ruined all his plans. I spoke up for you, and you blame me? Gu Chen's tone also turned cold. The arrogance in his bones did not allow him to bow his head. Don't forget how he used to cling to you like a dog. Do you think he's good now that he's rich? This sentence accurately hit Lin Cici's most sensitive and shameful pain point. Her face turned pale. Yeah, what is she thinking now? Are you regretting it? Do you feel like you've thrown away a long-term meal ticket worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she felt disgusted. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Lin Cici turned around and walked quickly towards the dormitory, as if she was avoiding Gu Chen, or as if she was avoiding the questioning in her heart. Gu Chen stood there, looking at her resolute back, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Gu Chen and Lin Cici left in a hurry, leaving the two best friends alone. The atmosphere was so awkward that one could kick out a 3-bedroom apartment. There were still a lot of dishes left on the table, so they had no choice but to continue eating. The beef that I had enjoyed so much just now felt like chewing wax in my mouth. Their eyes always drifted involuntarily to the next room. The table next door was like another world. Old 4, this crab roe, holy shit, this crab roe. Sunhao scooped a large spoonful of golden crab roe with a spoon and put it into his mouth tremblingly, his eyes narrowed into slits with happiness. I feel like my soul has been sublimated. Those crab sticks I ate before were simply an insult to crabs. Li Yuhong was struggling with a giant Boston lobster. He finally managed to break the shell with his claws and pull out a whole, tender, white, and chewy piece of shrimp. He dipped it in garlic sauce and took a bite, letting out a long sigh of satisfaction. Awesome! Isn't this what life is all about? Kaizi, fill me up again. Zhou Kai raised a 1-liter bottle of tea beer and generously filled the cups of the 3 people. The foam overflowed with a sizzle. His face flushed, his tongue a little big. Come on. Dad. Your son's toast you a glass. I wish my dad a prosperous life, everything goes well, and I wish you to take us to Haidileo every day from now on. Fuck you. Chen Fan cursed with a smile and raised his glass to clink with them. The cold beer slid down the throat, bringing with it a refreshing malt aroma, diluting the greasiness of the hot pot, leaving only a full and satisfying feeling. At this moment, the familiar sound of nature, without any warning, rang in his mind again. Bite. Target Lin Cici's favorability +5. Current favorability, 15. A reward of 50,000 yuan in cash has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan's chopsticks holding a piece of wagyu beef stopped in mid-air, and his whole body seemed to be under a spell. What the hell? He slowly turned his head, frame by frame, and looked at the table next door where only 2 silent girls were left, and then looked towards the door of the hot pot restaurant. Aren't all the people gone? I've already walked out this fucking door. How can I still increase my favorability? Chen Fan's mind was a little confused. He felt that there was a serious deviation in his understanding of the system. He thought that this favorability required face-to-face interaction and that he needed to do something to trigger it. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. That woman, Lin Cici, is probably on her way back to the dormitory right now, struggling with her conscience and regretting her decision. As a result, she regretted it here, and then ding sounded from her side, and 50,000 yuan was deposited into her account? What is this? Mental damages? Fuck. He couldn't help but curse in his heart again, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly uncontrollably. Eat a meal and pick up 100,000 yuan for free, this is too good to be true. Spent 36,000 and made a net profit of 64,000. Old 4, what are you laughing at? So obscene. Zhou Kai asked vaguely with his mouth full of crab legs. Are you thinking of Gu Chen's face that looks like he's eating shit? That face is delicious. Absolutely delicious. Li Yuhong held up a huge lobster claw, grinning from ear to ear. I'm telling you, I saw it clearly just now. When the waiter asked him if he wanted a discount, that idiot's face turned green. Ha 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 ha. It's so fucking satisfying. Sun Hao, buried in a pile of shrimp shells, suddenly looked up, his face stained with sauce, and added seriously, it's not green, it's purple, the same color as the eggplant we eat. The three of them burst into laughter again, their voices filled with unbridled joy. At the next table, the two best friends who were left behind were in a situation that could only be described as awkward. Wang Ye, the short-haired best friend who had mocked Chen Fan the most, poked the shrimp paste in her bowl with her chopsticks and said to her long-haired best friend Wu Miaomiao in a low voice, what should we do? It would be too embarrassing to just leave like this, right? Wu Miaomiao didn't say anything, but just glanced at the next door out of the corner of her eye. Chapter 10, how should I put it? In Wu Miaomiao's eyes, Chen Fan sat there quietly, not as noisy as his three roommates. Only when he was amused would the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. He spent most of his time working with his hands, using pliers to remove crab legs, using scissors to open lobsters, and then quietly dividing the fattiest meat into his brother's bowls. His hands were clean and had distinct joints. He did these things methodically and with a strange ease. She and Lin Sisi lived in the same dormitory and had known Chen Fan for a long time. Lin Sisi often shared her various suitors with them. In her opinion, Chen Fan was the most overconfident one, but also the most persistent one. I heard that his monthly living expenses were only 800 yuan, but he was willing to transfer 520 yuan to Lin Sisi. Although his spirit is commendable, this kind of person would definitely not be considered by Wu Miaomiao. She is not as impatient as Wang Ye, nor as self-righteous as Lin Sisi. She is not extremely beautiful, but has a round and smooth figure, a little baby fat on her face, and very fair skin. In a university full of beautiful girls, she is considered a little beauty, but she is still far from being a campus beauty. Therefore, she is more sober and realistic in her view of people and things than Lin Sisi and Wang Ye. She knew that a woman's youth only lasted a few years, and that as a female college student, she can only make use of those few years. She wanted to find a truly capable man and make a fortune while she was at her most youthful and beautiful. Gu Chen was originally within her range of choice, but unfortunately, his current target is Lin Sisi. Although Gu Chen had added her WeChat and hinted at something, he hadn't yet caught up with Lin Sisi, so for now he could only hint at something. But Gu Chen tonight disappointed her greatly. He completely lost his composure and was completely outdone by Chen Fan. She had already realized something was wrong when Chen Fan said there was no need for a discount and that she should just pay the original price. Now that I think about it, maybe Chen Fan's previous behavior was all pretend. Aren't there often plots like this in novels? In order to find true love, wealthy second generations will deliberately pretend to be poor. The fact that Chen Fan chose to slap Lin Sisi in the face today also shows that he has completely given up on her. Chen Fan didn't even have the intention to pursue a girl for today's meal. He just wanted to treat his friends to a meal, but he spent 36,000 yuan. What would happen if he really pursued a girl with all his heart? As soon as this thought came to mind, Wu Miaomiao's heart skipped a beat. Just then, she felt a pair of eyes falling on her. She subconsciously raised her head and met Chen Fan's gaze. Chen Fan was puzzled as to why he had received Lin Sisi's 50,000 yuan for nothing, and subconsciously glanced at the table. But in Wu Miaomiao's view, this glance is of great significance. Lin Sisi has left, Wang Ye is plain looking, and the only person he can look at is himself. A hot current suddenly rushed to Wu Miaomiao's cheek. She felt her cheeks getting hot and her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to tidy up her hair, but her heart was pounding like a rabbit. Is he interested in me? This idea, like a stone thrown into a lake, caused ripples in her heart. Yes, that's definitely the case. Lin Sisi treated him like a bootlicker and ignored him. Now he has come to his senses and will naturally not hang himself on a tree again. Although I am not as pretty as Lin Sisi, I can still be considered pretty and pretty. The more Wu Miaomiao thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. She secretly raised her eyelids and quickly glanced at Chen Fan again, and found that he was still looking at her, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Opportunity. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, Chen Fan was experiencing a small earthquake in his mind. Bite. A new target has been detected. Target Wu Miaomiao's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 10. A cash reward of 200,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan. The abalone in his hand fell back into the boiling pot with a plop, splashing a few drops of red oil. Fourth brother, what's wrong? Are you burned? Zhou Kai asked with oil dripping from his mouth. Chen Fan ignored him and was completely dumbfounded. Wu Miaomiao? Who? He tried hard to search for the name in his memory, and then he matched the name with the girl with the round face and fair skin at the next table. Is she also a target? What the fuck is going on? Chen Fan mentally questioned the void system. Come out. Is Wu Miaomiao also a capture target? The heavenly sound of the system, with a hint of natural calmness, rang in his mind. Yes, host. The target of the strategy is Wu Miaomiao, recorded on page 276. Chen Fan almost vomited blood. Page 276? If you don't tell me, I really can't find it. Also, it took 20 points to get to 10. Does that mean this woman's previous favorability towards me was negative? Chen Fan thought about it for a moment and understood it instantly. Wu Miaomiao is Lin Cici's best friend and roommate. In the past year, in order to pursue Lin Cici, she often stood guard downstairs of their dormitory. Breakfast, milk tea, snacks were delivered, and most of the things that Lin Cici didn't want ended up in the stomachs of her two best friends. I'm afraid that in Wu Miaomiao's eyes, she is just a cheap labor force that can be summoned and dismissed at will, a spare tire with no dignity and can be used at will. It's normal for the favorability to be negative. But now, just because he might be rich, this negative 10 favorability level soared to positive 10 like a rocket, and ding, he was rewarded with 200,000. How should I put it? This money is earned. It highlights magical realism. Old 4, your mouth is grinning from ear to ear. Did you pick up money? Li Yuhong came over curiously with a mouth full of oil. Chen Fan came back to his senses, picked up the abalone that had fallen into the pot, and blew on it nonchalantly. Nothing, I just thought today's meal was particularly interesting. His eyes inadvertently swept across the next table again. In Wu Miaomiao's view, this glance was the most direct signal. Her heart was pounding and her palms were sweating. She knew that the opportunity was fleeting. Gu Chen is gone, Lin Cici is gone too, now is her only chance. She took a deep breath and gently nudged Wangya, who was still eating hard beside her, with her elbow. What? Wangya raised her head with half a shrimp paste in her mouth and asked vaguely. Wu Miaomia gave her a look, then took out an air cushion and lipstick, quickly touched up her makeup, and tried to force what she thought was the sweetest and most harmless smile on her face, then stood up. Under the astonished gaze of Zhou Kai and the other two, she walked gracefully to Chen Fan's desk. Chapter 11. We are all classmates, can we share a table? Classmate Chen Fan. Her voice was light and soft, with just the right amount of shyness. My name is Wu Miaomiao, and I'm Lin Cici's roommate. We've met before. Zhou Kai, Li Yuhong, and Sun Hao all put down their chopsticks at the same time, their mouths half open, forgetting to put down the crab legs and lobster claws in their hands. 3 pairs of eyes glanced back and forth between Chen Fan and Wu Miaomiao. She was wearing a white puff-sleeve dress today, with delicate light makeup on her face and lipstick in the grapefruit color that really made her look more youthful. I have to say that she is indeed better at dressing up than Wangya next to her, and knows how to make better use of her advantages. Those eyes are watery, and there is a hint of hook when they look at people, which is very deliberate, but it is enough to deal with ordinary boys. Is there something? Chen Fan's tone was very flat, without any emotion. Wu Miaomiao choked at his cold reaction, but quickly adjusted herself, her smile growing even sweeter. Look, Cici and President Gu are both gone, leaving Wangya and I alone. Facing a table full of food, it feels a bit awkward. We saw you guys having such a lively meal, so we wanted to just ask, since we're all classmates, can we share a table? After she finished speaking, she bit her lower lip nervously, looking like she had mustered up a lot of courage. Wangya at the next table was almost blushing. She never expected Wu Miaomiao to do this. Isn't this the same as asking for money? You just laughed at him for being a reincarnated starving ghost, and now you want to go over and become a starving ghost with him? How shameless of you. Zhou Kai and the other two were completely petrified. Shared table? They looked at the crab and shrimp shells piled up like a mountain on their desks, then looked at the floor where there was almost no space to stand, and finally looked at the girl in front of them who was wearing a white dress and looked clean. How the hell do you spell this? Sit on your lap? Well, it's not impossible. Chen Fan smiled, a smile that was a bit amusement and understanding. He knew what Wu Miaomiao wanted to do. He was annoyed by the sight of such a woman. But now, things are different. This is no longer a woman, this is a walking, dinging ATM machine. Only a fool can go against money. Okay. Chen Fan nodded, his tone as casual as if he was agreeing to borrow an eraser from someone. Ah. Zhou Kai was stunned. Ah. Li Yuhong and Sun Hao were also dumbfounded. Really? That's great. Wu Miaomiao was overjoyed. She didn't expect Chen Fan to agree so readily. She quickly turned around and waved desperately at Wang Ye, who was still frozen in place. Wang Ye, come here quickly. Classmate Chen Fan agreed. Wang Ye's face turned pale and blue, and she stood there for a few seconds. Finally, under Wu Miaomiao's urging eyes and the waiting gazes of the diners around her, she moved over reluctantly. The waiter at Hey De Leo was also very perceptive. As soon as he saw this, he immediately came over with a smile and asked, "Hello, we have a private room vacant over here. Can you guys move in?" Private room? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. He glanced at Wang Ye, who was standing awkwardly beside him, and then glanced at Wu Miaomiao, whose face was full of anticipation and eyes were flickering. His heart was as clear as a mirror. In front of everyone in the hall, Wang Ye's face was completely humiliated. Now, if she were asked to sit down and eat, every bite would be torture. Wu Miaomiao, on the other hand, can't wait to create a more private environment that is more suitable for in-depth communication. This waiter is quite talented. Okay, let's change. Chen Fan waved his hand indifferently. The waiter was smiling like a flower. There is a service fee for Hey De Leo's private rooms. Please follow me. He immediately called his colleagues on the intercom, and he was so quick, fearing that this god of wealth would change his mind. Zhou Kai and the other two looked at each other, their brain processors about to burn out. This plot development was completely beyond their understanding. They were on edge 1 second, and the next second they were going into a private room to have dinner together? They really couldn't understand what the fourth brother was doing. But even if you don't understand, just follow it. Hey De Leo's private rooms are exquisitely decorated, and their privacy and style are more than one level higher than the noisy hall outside. The waiters pushed the still full food cart and carefully moved the plates of hard dishes to the turntable of the round table. The bottom of the pot was also replaced with a new one, and the billowing hot steam rose again, dispelling the last trace of awkwardness in the private room. "Two ladies, order whatever you want to eat." Chen Fan pushed the ordering pad in front of Wu Miaomiao with a casual attitude. Wu Miaomiao was flattered and quickly waved her hands. No, classmate Chen Fan, you have ordered enough, we can just eat a little." She was polite in words, but she was very happy in her heart. Chen Fan's action was undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill towards her, and also an announcement to everyone that she, Wu Miaomiao, was now the guest of honor at this table. Wang Ye next to her looked even uglier. She lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That won't do. Chen Fan smiled and ignored Wu Miaomiao's politeness. He said directly to the waiter standing beside him, "Get me a few more of the same ones we had just now, king crab, Boston lobster, ham 9 plus wagyu. Oh, by the way, do you girls like milk tea? Order 2 cups of your most expensive ones for these two beauties." The waiter's eyes lit up and he quickly operated on the order pad. "We have the new berry matcha milk here. Order it for the two beauties." "Yeah." Chen Fan responded indifferently. Zhou Kai, Li Yuhong, and Sun Hao have become completely numb. Those are king crabs and Boston lobsters. Not cabbage. Does the fourth brother really not regard money as money? Or is this girl really that charming? The three of them secretly exchanged glances, their eyes darting around Wu Miaomiao. She looks okay, with fair skin and a nicer bust than Lin Cece's, but it's not necessary for the fourth brother to spend so much money on her, right? Wu Miaomiao was almost fainting from happiness. She felt like the heroine in an idol drama, being pampered in the most extreme way by a hidden and domineering president. She looked at Chen Fan's calm profile, her heart pounding, and pink bubbles almost popping out of her eyes. Gu Chen? That petty-minded Gu Chen has now been completely forgotten by her. Compared with a real big shot like Chen Fan who spends money like water and is calm and composed, Gu Chen's so-called financial resources and demeanor are simply a joke. At this moment, the familiar ding sound came as expected in Chen Fan's mind. Chapter 12. She suddenly felt like a joke. Bite. Target Wu Miaomiao's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 30. A cash reward of 200,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth are harder to suppress than AK. In just a few words, another 200,000 yuan was obtained. He now understood completely that to deal with a woman like Wu Miaomia who had clear goals and was extremely materialistic, he didn't need any fancy techniques or any ambiguous emotional games. The simplest and most crude way to spend money is the most effective strategy. Come on, classmate Miao Miao, don't be polite. Zhou Kai was the first to react. Although he didn't understand Chen Fan's intention, as the number one lackey, he had to keep up with his big brother's pace. He enthusiastically used his serving chopsticks to pick up a large piece of freshly cooked wagyu beef and placed it in Wu Miaomiao's bowl. He grinned and said, "Our fourth brother is very generous. Especially with beautiful women. You should eat more. Only when you are full will you have the energy to study." He originally wanted to say so that I can have the energy to lose weight, but when the words came to his lips, he felt that it was not appropriate and changed the subject abruptly. Li Yuhong and Sun Hao also immediately understood the spirit and followed suit. Yes, Mr. Wu, look at this lobster claw. I just peeled it for you. It's full of meat. This crab leg is sweet. Try it. The three brothers changed their previous state of burying their heads in eating and turned into the most enthusiastic atmosphere group, desperately picking up food for Wu Miaomiao, as if Wu Miaomiao was their long-lost sister. Wu Miaomiao was a little overwhelmed by this sudden enthusiasm, but she enjoyed it more. She felt like she was surrounded by stars, a feeling she had never experienced when she was with Lin Cece. Her cheeks flushed, and she glanced at Chen Fan shyly, her voice so soft that it could squeeze water out of her. "Thank you, you guys should eat too, don't just focus on me. We eat ours, you eat yours, there's no conflict." Sun Hao stuffed his mouth full, but he didn't forget to assist. "It's mainly because our fourth brother loves beautiful women. As brothers, we must be discerning." The atmosphere in the entire private room was so warm that it felt like Chinese New Year. Only Wang Ye in the corner seemed like a forgotten transparent person. The bowl in front of her was empty. It's not that she doesn't want to eat, but she doesn't have the face to eat and can't eat. The words that had just mocked Chen Fan and the others for their ugly eating habits were now like red-hot steel needles, repeatedly pricking her self-esteem. She was like a beggar who had accidentally walked into someone else's wedding banquet, feeling uneasy, and every second was torture. The lively atmosphere in the entire private room was incompatible with her. Chen Fan saw all of this. It wasn't that he had any special feelings for Wang Ye. He remembered this woman's previous expression very clearly. But now, things are different. Wu Miaomiao has become his cash machine, and Wang Ye is Wu Miaomiao's best friend. If Wang Ye continues to feel embarrassed like this, Wu Miaomiao will definitely feel uncomfortable, and it might even affect her income. Based on the principle of customer experience first, Chen Fan felt it necessary to maintain this fragile girlfriend relationship. He raised his chin imperceptibly in the direction of Zhou Kai and glanced in the direction of Wang Ye. Zhou Kai was working hard, trying to pull out a whole crab leg of meat intact, when he suddenly felt the holy light shining. He raised his head, followed Chen Fan's gaze, and began to analyze. What does Chen Fan mean? Rain and dew are evenly distributed? A clear logical chain immediately emerged in Zhou Kai's mind. The fourth brother is now the emperor, and Wu Miaomiao is the new favorite concubine. As the most intimate eunuch around the emperor, the chief eunuch of the palace, that's not right, the imperial guard, it is his responsibility to appease the palace maids around the favorite concubine. Yes, that's the truth. We can't let the palace maids be neglected, which will affect the empress's mood and delay the emperor's important business. Besides, although Wang Ye is not good looking and has a bad mouth, she is a woman after all. According to the rules of the underworld, the boss eats the meat, and the younger brothers must have some soup to drink. They couldn't even dream of beauties of Lin Cece and Wu Miaomiao's level, but the followers around her seemed to be just right for them. Isn't there a balancing principle in novels? Ahem. Zhou Kai cleared his throat, put down the crab legs in his hand, and instantly put on what he thought was the kindest and most sincere smile on his face. He imitated what he had done just now, picked up a red abalone that had just been taken out of the pot with a serving chopstick, and placed it tremblingly in Wang Ye's lonely bowl. Wang Ye, right? Jokai tried hard to sound less of a lackey. Look at you, why are you just sitting there and not eating? This abalone is good for your skin and it's good for girls. Come on, try it, you're welcome. Wanya's whole body stiffened, and she suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of vigilance and confusion. What was he doing? Humiliating me? Taunting me? Her mind was in a mess. She knew very well how she and Wu Miaomio had treated the other brother just now. Now the situation has changed, is it the other party's turn to take care of you? This feeling is worse than killing her. I'm not very hungry. Wanya's voice was dry, almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Who is Jokai? The most shameless and least capable social terrorist in the dormitory. If he could be repelled by this little indifference, he would not be Jokai. Hey, how can you not be hungry? Look, we are all eating enthusiastically. It would be boring for you to sit alone. Jokai didn't take her refusal seriously at all. Instead, he became even more excited. He picked up another large chopstick of rinsed tripe and piled it next to the abalone, stuffing Wanya's bowl full. Come on, eat the tripe. Eat this tripe, and all the troubles in your life and studies will be gone. This is what we say in our hometown. It's for good luck. Li Yuhong and Sun Hao were stunned watching from the side, and the same thought popped up in their minds at the same time, Kaizi is such a shameless bastard. However, since the fourth brother had given the signal, they couldn't just stand by and watch. So, Li Yuhong silently pushed a plate of newly served shrimp paste in front of Wangya, and Sun Hao considerately poured her a cup of sour plum soup. Drink some sour plum soup to relieve the greasiness. Sun Hao smiled naively. Wangya was completely confused. She looked at the food that had suddenly piled up into a small mountain in front of her, then looked at the three overly enthusiastic boys opposite her, and then looked at Chen Fan who was sitting quietly in the main seat, as if everything had nothing to do with him. She suddenly felt that her previous sarcasm was like a huge joke. Chapter 13. I want to talk to you alone, is that okay? People don't take you seriously at all. Your ridicule and contempt may be seen by others as just like the barking of a stray dog on the roadside, and they may not even be interested in taking a second look at you. Now, they even take care of you in return. This feeling is not called humiliation, but dimensionality reduction attack. Your rank is not at the same level as others. Wanya's cheeks were burning, but this time, it was not because of embarrassment, but a more complicated emotion, a mixture of shame, regret, and a hint of inexplicable, touching. She lowered her head, poked the abalone lightly with the tip of her chopsticks, and whispered, "Thank you." The sound was as small as a mosquito's hum, but Jokai heard it. What are you thanking me for? We're all classmates. Jokai grinned, revealing his big white teeth. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. He observed all this calmly, feeling somewhat curious. Could this Wangya also be a hidden target? He tentatively said to himself, System, detect Wangya. Bite. The target character, Wangya, is not recorded in the book and is not a target for the strategy. Really? Chen Fan felt relieved. It seems that this system is not enough just to meet a woman, there are still some thresholds. He withdrew his thoughts and looked at Wu Miaomio beside him. Wu Miaomio was looking at him with an almost worshipful look, her watery eyes sparkling with light, almost overflowing with honey. She thought that Chen Fan asked his brothers to take care of Wangya for her sake, as a sign of his love for her. What does this mean? This shows that Chen Fan is not only rich, but also very considerate and knows how to take care of other people's emotions. This kind of man is simply a treasure. Bite. Target Wu Miaomio's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 40. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan. He just didn't want a random person to affect his KPI, but this actually increased his favorability? Can you be a little logical? However, the text message notification sound of 100,000 yuan arriving to the account is always so pleasant. The balance in his bank card is now approaching 1 million. And all this happened in just one meal. This speed of making money is faster than a money printing machine. The atmosphere in the private room became strangely harmonious under the strong stirring of Jokai, the atmosphere maker. Wangya finally let down her guard after Jokai's persistent feeding and began to eat in small bites. She found that this M9 plus Wagyu beef was indeed 10,000 times more delicious than the frozen beef rolls she usually ate. The meat of the king crab is indeed so sweet that it makes people want to swallow their tongue. It turns out that the happiness of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests, and time passed by unnoticed in the air filled with steam. The group walked out of Haidaleo, and the cool night breeze blew on their faces, dispelling the heat brought by the hot pot and making everyone a little more awake. Joe Kai and the other two were still immersed in great shock, and they were a little unsteady when they walked. Fourth brother, I feel like my life is worth it. Li Yuhong put his arm around Chen Fan's shoulders, feeling overwhelmed. When I brag to others in the future, I can always say that I had such an expensive hot pot. That's too small. Joe Kai corrected him, shaking his head. You should say, this will be our daily routine from now on. Sun Hao didn't say anything, but just silently took out his mobile phone and set the photo of the bill he had just taken secretly as his mobile phone wallpaper. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to these three funny guys. His eyes fell on Wu Miaomia, who was walking next to him. Wu Miaomia walked slowly, taking small steps, always keeping a distance from Chen Fan that was neither too far nor too close. She lowered her head, the light and shadow of the street lamp flickered on her face, making it difficult to see her true expression, but her slightly red earlobe still revealed her inner unrest. Soon we arrived at the familiar three-way intersection on campus. The left side leads to the boys' dormitory, and the right side leads to the girls' dormitory. Logically, this is the place where we say goodbye. Joe Kai cleared his throat and was about to say let's go first as usual, but Wu Miaomia next to him suddenly stopped. She raised her head, mustered her courage, and looked straight at Chen Fan. Her watery eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars in the night. Chen Fan. Her voice was very soft. I want to talk to you alone. Is that okay? The air was quiet again. The expressions on Joe Kai, Li Yuhong, and Sun Hao's faces suddenly became wonderful. They were shocked at first, then turned to ecstasy, and finally turned into a lewd smile of I understand. Joe Kai reacted the fastest. He put his arm around Wang Yi's shoulders, who still hadn't figured out what was going on, and with his other hand, he grabbed Li Yuhong's arm. He winked at Sun Hao and said loudly, "Hey! I'll take Wang Yi home. Fourth brother, take your time chatting. We're leaving first." After saying that, he didn't care whether Wang Yi was willing or not, and almost half dragged and half pulled her towards the girls' dormitory. Li Yuhong and Sun Hao understood what he meant and immediately followed. The three of them ran faster than rabbits and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye, leaving only a string of ambiguous laughter echoing in the wind. Now, at the fork in the road, only Chen Fan and Wu Miaomia were left. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. The evening breeze blew, lifting the hem of Wu Miaomia's skirt, and also brought the faint scent of her perfume, which mixed with the lingering aroma of hot pot, forming a peculiar smell. Where do you want to go? Chen Fan spoke, breaking the silence. Wu Miaomia's face turned even redder, and she bit her lips, as if she was making a difficult decision. After a few seconds, she seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her head and said in a voice almost whispering, Shall we go for a walk in the woods over there? Chen Faxin's heart skipped a beat. Grove? He looked in the direction Wu Miaomia pointed. Not far away, there is a dark forest with lush branches and leaves, which completely blocks the light from the street lamps. From the outside, all you can see is a bottomless black entrance that seems to be able to swallow everything. It was almost 10 o'clock at this time, and it was pitch dark in the woods. More importantly, the grove in their school has a more well-known name, Lover's Hill. Although the name contains the word slope, it is actually a flat forest. Because it is secluded enough and no one cares, for many years this has been the best place for young couples in the school who are short of money and cannot afford a room to satisfy their physical needs. It can be called a holy place for wild sex. It is said that if you pass by there at night, you can hear some strange, depressing, and embarrassing noises from time to time, and you can even pick up some used family planning products. Chapter 14. This woman is too damn direct. Now, Wu Miaomia, a girl I just got to know for less than a few hours, took the initiative to invite me to go to that place at 10 o'clock in the evening, for a walk? Chen Fan couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the girl in front of him with blushing cheeks and evasive eyes, but with a hint of expectation and determination. This hint is no longer a hint. This is explicit. It's a naked invitation. There is a cobblestone path leading to the grove. During the day, this road looks like a winding path leading to a secluded place, but at night, it looks a bit eerie. The branches of the trees on both sides were baring their fangs and claws, casting bizarre shadows in the sparse moonlight, like monsters lurking in the dark. The evening breeze blew through the woods, making a rustling sound, like the whispers between lovers, or the breathing of some wild beast. Wu Miaomio was obviously a little scared. She subconsciously leaned towards Chen Fan, her shoulder almost touching his arm. Her breathing was a little rapid, and the sweet smell of perfume on her body became clearer in the cool air. It's quite quiet here at night. She made small talk, with a hint of unnatural tension in her voice. Yeah. Chen Fan just responded lightly. He walked steadily, neither fast nor slow, which was in stark contrast to Wu Miaomio's cautiousness. He neither took the initiative to close the distance nor deliberately distanced himself, but maintained a delicate balance. His mind was as clear as a mirror, and he knew exactly what Wu Miaomio wanted to do. But he is not in a hurry. Tonight, he is the hunter, and Wu Miaomio is the prey who thinks he is smart. Hunter, be patient. The further they walked in, the darker the light became and the quieter the surroundings became. The only sound they could hear was the crunching sound of their feet stepping on the fallen leaves. Wu Miaomio's heart beat faster. She secretly glanced at Chen Fan beside her. He was very tall, a head taller than herself even in high heels, and the profile of his face looked particularly strong and clear in the dim light. He does not have the arrogance and pretentiousness of a rich kid, but rather a calmness that reassures people. This calmness, in this ambiguous and somewhat stimulating environment at this moment, is infinitely magnified and becomes a fatal attraction. Wu Miaomio felt that the time was almost right. She stopped, turned around and faced Chen Fan. Chen Fan. She mustered up her courage and looked him straight in the eyes. Thank you, for today. Thank me for what? Thank you for treating us to dinner, and thank you for not embarrassing me and Wangya. Wu Miaomio bit her lip, a look of sincere gratitude in her eyes. Of course, how much of this was an act was only known to her. She paused and continued, actually, I've long felt that you're different from others. Lin Cece, she's just used to being flattered by people like Guchen. She has such high expectations that she can't tell who's truly treating her well and who's just playing around. These words are said with great skill. Not only did she belittle her love rival Guchen, but she also secretly praised Chen Fan. At the same time, she drew a clear line between herself and the blind Lin Cece, implying that she was the one who had a discerning eye for talent. Chen Fan listened quietly, with no expression on his face, but he was thinking in his mind. What can I say to increase my favorability? After thinking about it. You and Guchen don't seem to be very familiar with each other? Chen Fan suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Wu Miaomio was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly distanced herself from him, not familiar. Not at all. Although he added me on WeChat and hinted at it a few times, I ignored him. I hate self-righteous men like him the most. They rely on their family's wealth to look down on others. Compared to you, he is far inferior. Bite. Target Wu Miaomio's favorability +5. Current favorability, 45. A cash reward of 50,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Bingo! Chen Fan laughed inwardly. Sure enough, the most effective way to deal with this kind of woman is to let her take the initiative to step on her own kind. Really? Chen Fan's tone remained calm, but to Wu Miaomio's ears, it sounded like a hint of approval. She was encouraged and took another step forward. The distance between them was close enough that they could feel each other's breath. Chen Fan, do you no longer like Lin Cece? She tilted her head, her voice softer and lighter, with a hint of temptation and expectation. Night is the best catalyst. Darkness amplifies the senses and also amplifies the desires in the human heart. Wu Miaomio looked at Chen Fan, who was so close to her, looked into his deep eyes, and felt her body starting to get hot. She knew that if she was more proactive, she would be able to completely win over this treasure boy with unlimited potential tonight. From then on, M9 Wagyu beef and king crab became part of her daily routine. Those brand-name bags and luxury goods that she could only envy and hate in her circle of friends before are now within her reach. This thought, like a fire, burned away her last bit of reserve. She stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and slowly kissed Chen Fan's lips. The moment their lips touched, they were soft and warm, with the faint grapefruit scent of her lipstick. Wu Miaomio's heart almost exploded from her chest. She could feel Chen Fan's body stiffen instantly, which made her feel a surge of pleasure of conquest in her heart. She stretched out her arms more boldly, wrapped them around Chen Fan's neck, and tried to deepen the kiss. Chen Fan's mind was blank for a moment. He was a normal, hot-blooded young man of 19. Although Wu Miaomio is scheming, she does have a good appearance, with a round and smooth body and a well-proportioned figure. The sweet perfume on her body mixed with the body odor of a young girl is undoubtedly extremely lethal in this environment at this moment. Almost instinctively, some part of his body uncontrollably expressed the most honest respect. This sudden change was clearly transmitted to Wu Miaomiao, who was clinging to him, through two thin layers of cloth. Wu Miaomiao's face suddenly turned red enough to bleed. Instead of retreating, a glimmer of pride and determination flashed in her eyes. She loosened her arms around his neck and moved her body back slightly, creating a little distance between them. However, one of her hands slid down along his waistline boldly and tentatively, and finally, accurately covered the hot hardness. Even through the fabric, she could feel the incredible heat and size. Chen Fan shuddered and took a breath of cold air. Oh shit. This woman is too damn direct. Chen Fan, Wu Miaomiao's voice rang in his ears, with a hint of deliberately suppressed breathing, charming and soft, scratching his eardrums like feathers. It seems to like me very much. Do you need my help? Chapter 15. I can help you. This sentence was like pouring a spoonful of hot oil on a red-hot iron plate, instantly igniting all the ambiguity and desire. Chen Fan felt that all the blood in his body was rushing to one place, and the string of his rationality was almost broken by this sudden stimulation. He could even imagine what would happen next, in this sacred battlefield known as Lover's Hill, in this pitch-black darkness. However, just before he was about to be swallowed by his instinct, the cold and heavenly sound in his mind was like a basin of ice water pouring over his head. Bite. Target Wu Miaomiao's favorability plus 40. Current favorability, 85. A cash reward of 400,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Special tip: when the favorability reaches 100 devoted, the target's exclusive ATM mode will be activated. The host no longer needs to conduct a strategy, and can receive a fixed cash reward every day based on the task completion rating. Exclusive ATM mode. Fixed daily cash rewards. Chen Fan woke up instantly. When he looked at Wu Miaomiao now, he was no longer looking at a lively and beautiful woman who was ready to throw herself into his arms, but at a money printing machine that was about to be installed and could run fully automatically. Do her now? No. Chen Fan's mind was working rapidly. The current favorability is 85, 15 points away from being absolutely devoted. This last one is often the most critical. If we just go with the flow and get the job done in this grove, it would certainly be satisfying for a while, but what about afterwards? According to Wu Miaomiao's extremely realistic personality, once she succeeds, she will immediately position herself as Chen Fan's girlfriend and then start asking for it. By then, her mentality will change from pursuit to possession, and it is hard to say whether her favorability will continue to increase. What if she feels that she has already taken advantage of me and no longer cares about it, and gets stuck at the last few points? What if she thinks it's nothing special and her favorability towards me decreases instead of increases? The risk is too high. Strategy is all about strategy, it is about strategizing, it is about pulling and controlling the overall situation. If you start with a king bomb, how can you play later? Must hold steady. This fully automatic teller machine must be installed perfectly. Thousands of thoughts flashed through my mind in a flash. Chen Fan took a deep breath, and then did something that Wu Miaomiao was completely unexpected. He stretched out his hand, gently but firmly, and gently moved away her tender hand that was still lingering on his vital area. Then, he put his hands on her shoulders again and pushed her slightly away, creating a safe distance between them. Wu Miaomiao was completely confused. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and her eyes were full of surprise and confusion. What's going on? That's not how the script goes. We were alone, a man and a woman, it was a dark and windy night, I had taken the initiative to this extent, and your body's reaction was so honest. Why did you stop? Is it because I'm not charming enough? Or is he actually not good enough? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Wu Miaomiao's mind, and even her confidence in her own charm was shaken. Miao. Chen Fan spoke, his voice deliberately hoarse, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. I'm sorry. These three words made Wu Miaomiao's heart sink. We can't be here. Chen Fan's eyes were complicated. He looked at Wu Miaomiao with the embers of desire and struggle in them, but more of it was a respect that was almost pity. You are a good girl. I shouldn't treat you this way in a place like this. It's unfair to you and disrespectful to you. Wu Miaomiao was stunned. She stared at Chen Fan, looking at his face that looked extremely sincere in the dim light. Respect? This word was somewhat unfamiliar and even ridiculous to her. She knows exactly what she wants and what it takes to get it. In her worldview, the relationship between men and women, especially in this kind of relationship, is more of a transaction. She sold her youth and beauty in exchange for the other party's wealth and resources. Can respect buy Hermes? Can it buy the property certificate for Thompson Epine? However, when these two words came out of Chen Fan's mouth, coupled with his Liu Xiaohui-like behavior at the moment, a strange chemical reaction occurred. He was clearly on the verge of death, but he forced himself to endure it in order to respect himself. What does this mean? This shows that he is not an animal with a lower body like Gu Chen who only wants to take advantage. He wasn't just attracted to my face and figure, he really cared about me and treated me as someone worth cherishing. A man who has billions of wealth. Wu Miaomiao imagined it herself and can still maintain such character and restraint. He is no longer just a treasure boy, he is a perfect man. Her previous thoughts about dealing seemed extremely dirty and shameful at this moment. A strong sense of shame and unprecedented emotion instantly overwhelmed Wu Miaomiao. She felt as if her heart was hit hard by something hot, sour, numb, and with an indescribable sweetness. Her eyes became hot and mist instantly filled her eyes. Bite. Target Wu Miaomiao's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 95. A reward of 100,000 yuan in cash has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. The feeling in Chen Fan's heart was no longer just a simple wow, but an ecstasy like a tsunami. Don't cry. He reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Wu Miaomiao's eyes with his fingertips. His movements were so gentle that they could squeeze out water. You deserve better. Let's go. I'll take you back to the dormitory. Wu Miaomiao was completely melted by his action. She sniffed, nodded, but then shook her head. What's wrong? Chen Fan asked. Wu Miaomiao's gaze moved downward uncontrollably, landing on the part of his body that was still not calm. The astonishing outline through the cloth was like a flag, showing how much he had just endured. She felt distressed. An unprecedented, heartfelt heartache. She felt that her behavior just now must have put this man who respected her so much into a painful dilemma. For his own sake, he would rather endure such torment. How could I leave so peacefully? Wu Miaomiao's cheeks were red as if they were about to bleed. She bit her lower lip, her voice as soft as a dream. I can't bear to see you suffer like this. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, oh no, why did the script take a turn back again? Before he could think of his next line, Wu Miaomiao did something he would never forget. She looked at Chen Fan, her eyes filled with unprecedented firmness and determination, mixed with a hint of shyness. I can help you. After saying that, she squatted down without hesitation. Chapter 16. I have to say, it's awesome. The night wind blew, lifting the hem of her white skirt, like a night blooming cereus quietly blooming in the darkness. Chen Fan's brain completely crashed at this moment. Oh shit. He never expected that Wu Miaomiao would skip all the steps and get straight to the point in one step. Is this something a decent female college student can do? With such professional proficiency, it would be a waste of talent if she didn't become the top star in the club. Wu Miaomiao shyly pulled down the zipper of his jeans. This is irresistible. Chen Fan closed his eyes and accepted her service with a strange feeling. I have to say, it's awesome. He couldn't stop, and at the last moment, he suddenly hugged her head. The girl raised her head, looking at her with sparkling eyes, and the heavenly mechanical sound rang out in her mind again. Bite. Target Wu Miaomiao's favorability plus 5. A cash reward of 50,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Current favorability, 100 devoted and absolutely loyal. The final rewards for this strategy are being calculated. Overall rating, S+ advance through retreat, extreme pulling, perfect control. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the strategy for the target Wu Miaomiao. Exclusive ATM mode is now enabled. Target Wu Miaomiao will provide the host with a fixed daily cash reward of 100,000 yuan. The reward will be automatically transferred to the host's bank account at midnight every day, without any action required. Chen Fan's breathing stopped for half a second, and his heart was beating wildly, not because of lust, but because of the huge impact of the string of zeros in his bank card balance. He almost used the greatest self-control in his life to not laugh out loud on the spot. The two walked out of the grove in silence and returned to the brightly lit main campus road. Wu Miaomiao kept her head down, but there was always a sweet smile on her lips. She felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. Some women are very averse to this, but in fact, the sense of accomplishment brought by Chen Fan's ecstatic look is incomparable to any other way. Chen Fan sent Wu Miaomiao to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, and the dormitory manager looked at them with an I understand look. Go to bed early, see you tomorrow. Chen Fan let go of his hand and said with a smile. Well, see you tomorrow. Wu Miaomiao looked at him reluctantly and walked into the dormitory building, looking back every few steps. Chen Fan turned around, and the affection and tenderness on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant, replaced by the joy of a good harvest and infinite longing for a bright future of money. He whistled and walked towards his dormitory with brisk steps, feeling as good as if he had won $1 million. Oh no, he already had more than $1 million now. When I returned to the dormitory, the light in room 302 was still on. As the door opened, 3 pairs of eyes shot over at once, like 3 searchlights. Zhou Kai, Li Yuhong, and Sun Hao sat there in a shape with serious expressions, as if they were conducting a 3-court trial. Fourth brother, you're back. Zhou Kai cleared his throat and spoke in a deep tone. Yeah. Chen Fan was changing his shoes. How's the matter going? Li Yuhong pushed his glasses, a gleam of curiosity flashing on the lenses. Sun Hao didn't say anything, but his round eyes were full of gossip. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows proudly. Several people jumped up immediately. What the hell? Did it? Sun Hao's face was full of disbelief. It's done right away? What the hell? It was done at Lover's Hill? Zhou Kai was shocked. Fuck, this speed is incredible. How did you do it? Tell me. Damn it, Lao Si, I'm so fucking envious of you. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Tell me the details. Li Yuhong was so envious that he was about to cry. Okay, let me show you something else. Chen Fan walked to his bed, sat down, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the bank app, and waved the 7-digit balance in front of them with an expressionless face. The dormitory suddenly fell silent. 3 people, 3 pairs of eyes, staring at the number intently. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 100, more than 1 million? Zhou Kai's voice was shaking. He rubbed his eyes and moved closer. Fuck. Fourth brother. You sold Wu Miaomiao? Li Yuhong and Sun Hao were stunned at first, and then looked at him as if he were an idiot. Is all you think about is hot pot base? Li Yuhong pushed Zhou Kai's head away. Can I get over $1,000,000 by selling Wu Miaomiao? Do you think she's diamond encrusted? Besides, where would I sell her? Should I sell it to you? I'm just excited. Zhou Kai rubbed his head in grievance, but his eyes were still glued to Chen Fan's phone screen, and he was almost drooling. I've never seen so much money in my life. Fourth brother, how much does our dad earn? How can he give you so much at once? Chen Fan laughed and said, he used to trade stocks in cryptocurrencies, but it took him quite a while to make any money. You know what happened. The 3 roommates were instantly in awe. In the minds of college students, these words are synonymous with mysterious, high-end, and get rich overnight. Although the news always says that 9 out of 10 people lose money when investing in stocks, what if Chen Fan's father is the 10th chosen one? Holy crap! It turns out our dad is the stock god. Zhou Kai slapped his thigh, his face full of admiration. All his previous doubts disappeared in an instant, and his logic became completely self-consistent. You know my dad, he's an older generation guy who likes to make a fortune quietly. Chen Fan looked at his 3 roommates, who were already utterly shocked, and added slowly, he specifically told me to keep a low profile at school and not to be too conspicuous, so as not to attract unnecessary trouble. So, I hope you guys can help keep this evening's incident, as well as my family's matter, a secret. Zhou Kai and the other 2 were still immersed in the huge shock, with a long string of zeros in their minds. After hearing Chen Fan's words, they suddenly came to their senses like robots with a switch pressed, nodding their heads like pounding garlic. Don't worry. Fourth brother, don't worry. Zhou Kai was the first to pat his chest and promise solemnly, Zhou Kai, swear to heaven, if I tell anyone about your affairs, I will. I will never be able to make any money in this life. Li Yuhong nodded solemnly, me too. If I tell anyone, I will always get the lowest card when drawing cards and it will be a distorted pool. Sun Hao raised 3 fingers, his face serious. If I tell anyone, I will always be 30 seconds late when catching the bus, never get the last piece of meat when eating hot pot, my power bank will never be able to charge, my takeaway will always be missing chopsticks, and my online shopping will always send the wrong goods. Alright, Chen Fan quickly interrupted him and picked up his phone again. I was short of money before, so I borrowed some money from you guys, but I never had the nerve to ask for it back. As he spoke, he clicked on WeChat transfer. Chapter 17 Lin Cece, what qualifications do you have to call me cheap? Hey, Lao Si, what are you talking about? Zhou Kai immediately put on an indifferent look. Between us brothers, that little bit of money is nothing. Without a word, Chen Fan transferred 500 to each person. Sun Hao glared at him. You only borrowed 50 from me to top up your meal card, why are you giving me so much? Just consider it interest. Thank you brothers for your help recently, especially tonight. You have all been very thoughtful. I have prepared some gifts for everyone. Chen Fan said, sliding his finger across the screen of his mobile phone and skillfully clicking on an orange shopping app. The three people in the dormitory came over and watched his operation curiously. Chen Fan slowly typed 3 words into the search box: alien. The page jumps, and a number of gaming laptops with cool designs, full of technology, and astonishingly high prices appear on the screen. Zhou Kai's eyes froze instantly. Li Yuhong's hand, which was holding his glasses, also froze in mid-air. Sun Hao's mouth slowly opened into an O shape. As veteran internet addicts, they know very well what these 3 words mean. That is the ultimate dream of all gamers, a mobile performance monster, and the absolute top of the dormitory contempt chain. One is more expensive than all their computers and mobile phones combined. They saw Chen Fan click on the official flagship store and without blinking, directly found the latest Area 51 gaming notebook, the top version, priced at 49,000 yuan. Then he clicked the plus sign. Quantity, 1. Quantity, 2. Quantity, 3. Quantity, 4. The dormitory was dead silent, and the only sound was the thump, thump, thump of 3 hearts about to explode. 4. He bought 4. Let's just fill in our dormitory as the address. Chen Fan asked without looking up as he operated, whose name would be convenient for the recipient. No one answered him. The 3 people seemed to be under a spell, their brains had completely shut down. Just a click and 200,000 is gone? This fucking thing isn't a computer, it's a small money printing machine. Seeing that they didn't respond, Chen Fan didn't care and directly added the 4 computers to the shopping cart, then exited and re-entered the search box. This time, he called it Fruit 16 Pro Max. He accurately found the 1 terabyte version again, and then, once again, casually clicked the plus sign 4 times. When Chen Fan clicked confirm payment on the shopping cart page with a total price of nearly 250,000. The psychological defenses in the dormitory completely collapsed. Thump! A muffled sound. Zhou Kai's knees softened and he knelt straight in front of Chen Fan, hugging his thighs, crying and sobbing, his voice distorted. Father! Godfather! Godfather! Please accept my child's greeting. Li Yuhong's glasses fell to the ground with a pop, but he was completely unaware. He just muttered to himself in a sleepwalking tone, I am not dreaming. I must be dreaming. Someone come and slap me. Sun Hao's reaction was the most direct. He rolled his eyes, his body swayed, and he fell straight onto the bed behind him. Happiness came so suddenly that it made him faint. Chen Fan walked to the bedside, took a look at the dead Sun Hao, and pinched his philtrum. His Sun Hao sat up suddenly and looked around in confusion. Where's my computer? Where's this alien who's so big, so bright, and can glow? On the way. Chen Fan said lightly. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes: ecstasy and relief. I was glad that I didn't look down on Chen Fan because he was poor, and I was glad that I was willing to lend him 50 yuan to top up his meal card when he was at his lowest point. Good deeds will be rewarded, the ancients were right. Dad, no, 4th brother. Zhou Kai rubbed his hands excitedly. From now on, if you have any instructions, just tell me. I will go through fire and water and never say a word. Yes. 4th brother. Li Yuhong also came back to his senses. He solemnly pushed his glasses that he had picked up and put on at some point. From now on, I will take care of the sanitation of the dormitory. I will also wash your socks for you. I'll help you get food. Sun Hao held it in for a long time and finally thought of his role. Looking at these 3 funny guys, Chen Fan smiled. Money is always the fastest and most effective way to win people's hearts. As joyful as the atmosphere in the boys' dormitory 302 was, the atmosphere in the girls' dormitory 502 was cold and depressing. Lin Sisi sat in her chair with her arms folded, not knowing what she was thinking. Wang Ye sat on her bed, pretending to play with her cell phone, but she glanced at Lin Sisi from the corner of her eyes from time to time, not daring to breathe. Everyone saw that just a few minutes ago, Wu Miaomio was sent downstairs by Chen Fan. Although the two did not do anything intimate, Wu Miaomio looked back every few steps after getting off the car, and had an unconcealable smile of satisfaction on her face. There were several small groups in the girls' dormitory, and the news spread instantly. Lin Sisi's dog has changed its target to lick Wu Miaomio. The sound of the door lock turning was heard. Wu Miaomio pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as she entered, she felt that the atmosphere was not right. She looked up and met Lin Sisi's cold eyes. "Where have you been?" Lin Sisi asked, without a trace of warmth in her voice. "I went out for a walk." The smile on Wu Miaomio's face faded a little, and she walked straight to her bed. "With Chen Fan?" Lin Sisi's voice rose a few degrees. Wu Miaomio paused. She turned her head and looked at Lin Sisi's face, which was distorted with jealousy, and suddenly found it a little funny. She leaned against the table and said slowly, "Yes, with him." "What's wrong?" Lin Sisi looked at her carefully. Her lipstick had been completely rubbed off, and not only the lipstick, but also the foundation around her chin was almost all rubbed off. Lin Sisi stood up and walked in front of Wu Miaomio. In addition to the sweet scent of perfume, there was another, more aggressive, masculine scent mixed in. A bit fishy. Lin Sisi understood instantly. You and him." Wu Miaomio raised her eyebrows, which was considered as her agreement. "Fuck, Wu Miaomio, are you a slut? You're just going to serve a man like that?" The smile on Wu Miaomio's lips disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold, undisguised mockery. She looked Lin Sisi up and down as if she was meeting her for the first time, her eyes looking as if she was looking at a clown. "I'm cheap?" Wu Miaomio sneered. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly harsh in the dead silence of dormitory 502. "Lin Sisi, what qualifications do you have to call me cheap?" She took a step forward, staring into Lin Sisi's eyes, and her aura completely overwhelmed her. Chapter 18, The Legendary Serval Personality? "Yes, I just like Chen Fan because he's rich. I'm after his money. I've never concealed it from the beginning. But I'm doing it openly and honestly. I like him, so I pursue him. I take the initiative and I fight for it. I've paid, so I'm entitled to get something in return. What about you?" Wu Miaomio's speech speed was getting faster and faster, and every word was like a bullet, accurately shooting at Lin Sisi's self-esteem. "Who the hell do you think you are? You've been treating Chen Fan like a bootlicker for a year. He bought you breakfast, saved your seat, and even wrote your paper for you, and you were content to enjoy it all, only to turn around and flirt with someone like Gu Chen. When he was broke, you treated him like trash, calling him over and sending him away at will. Now that you've discovered he's a gold mine, you're regretting it? Are you putting on your school beauty act in front of me? That's not called being noble, that's called being both a man and a chaste man. You want the benefits of a man, but you also want to pretend to be pure and innocent. You're taking all the good things in the world for yourself? Who do you think you are? You're a RMB, and everyone has to love you? You?" Lin Sisi's face turned pale and blue after hearing these words. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her chest was heaving violently. She was used to other people's flattery and Wu Miaomio's agreement, and had never been scolded like this. "What do you mean by I?" Wu Miaomio sneered. She was determined to expose this hypocritical face today. "Don't forget who said that today. You poor bastard just transferred 520 and wanted to ask me out for dinner. Now look, I'll never ask you out for dinner again. Do you regret it? It's too late. Shut up." Lin Sisi finally broke down, screamed, and raised her hand to slap Wu Miaomio in the face. But her wrist was caught in mid-air. The one who caught her was not Wu Miaomio, but Wang Ye, who had been pretending to be dead next to her. "Sisi, calm down." Wang Ye frowned and held her hand tightly. Lin Sisi looked at Wang Ye in disbelief. Her best girlfriend was actually helping Wu Miaomio at this moment? You let me go. Wang Ye, are you joining her in bullying me?" Wang Ye's eyes were a little evasive, but she still didn't let go. She knew clearly in her heart that the ship called Lin Sisi was about to sink. Meanwhile, Wu Miaomio had already boarded Chen Fan's luxury cruise ship. It was easy to tell which side to stand on. Moreover, Wu Miao's words just now made her feel secretly happy. I'm not bullying you, Wang Ye sighed, putting on a peacemaker's attitude. I just think, what Miao said is not completely unreasonable. You were indeed a little too harsh on Chen Fan before. This sentence, it's not completely unreasonable, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Attacks from the enemy are still bearable. But a backstab from an ally can be fatal. Lin Cece felt like all the strength in her body had been drained away. She staggered back a step and bumped into her desk with a dull thud. She looked at the two roommates who had once surrounded her, one with contempt in his eyes and the other with embarrassment on his face, and suddenly felt unprecedented isolation and humiliation. Why? Why should Wu Miao, a yes-man who only follows behind him, take away everything that should belong to him? Why would even Wang Ye, a plain-looking bumpkin, dare to embarrass me in front of me? Jealousy, anger, unwillingness, countless emotions gnawed at her heart like poisonous snakes, driving her almost crazy. And Chen Fan? He's so rich, why did he pretend to be poor before? She lowered her head, thinking back to how Chen Fan had always been obedient and caring towards her. No, he must love me. He just saw that screenshot today and tried to piss me off on purpose. Aren't all men like this? The deeper the love, the more childish they become. The fact that he did this just shows that he still has me in his heart. As long as I humble myself, sincerely apologize to him, and show weakness to him, he will definitely soften his heart. He is so good to me, how could he really just stop loving me? By then, as long as I can coax him back, what will Wu Miao matter to me? What will Wang Ye matter to me? I not only want him to come back to me, but also want him to love me more than before and be more inseparable from me. I want to show them who is the final winner. The more Lin Cece thought about it, the more she felt that her analysis was impeccable. She even began to imagine the scene of Chen Fan kneeling in front of her and begging for reconciliation. The torn self-esteem seemed to be glued together bit by bit in the fantasy. Dormitory 302. Chen Fan was sitting with his legs crossed, enjoying the supreme treatment from fourth brother. Li Yuhong was wearing glasses and carefully wiped Chen Fan's mobile phone screen with an alcohol cotton pad, as if he was wiping a priceless treasure. Zhou Kai and Sun Hao were on Chen Fan's left and right, one massaging his shoulders and the other pounding his legs, muttering to himself. Fourth brother, is this strength okay? Fourth brother, are you thirsty? Do you want me to open you a bottle of fat otaku happy water? Chen Fan closed his eyes, looking pleased. Yeah, not bad, keep up the pace. At this moment, the familiar voice in his mind sounded without warning. Bite. Target Lin Cece's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 35. A cash reward of 200,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly opened. Ah. What happened that it increased so much suddenly? Chen Fan frowned, his mind racing. There's something weird about this. The only explanation is that something happened between Wu Miao and Lin Cece after she returned to the dormitory. After a little calculation, he guessed it was almost right. With Wu Miao's proud personality, she will definitely not keep a low profile after returning, and will most likely show off to Lin Cece. And how could Lin Cece, with her proud and arrogant personality, possibly tolerate this? So, after being scolded, Lin Cece suddenly came to her senses, realized how wrong she was before, and realized how good I was. The more Chen Fan thought about it, the more he felt that this was the most likely possibility. He couldn't help laughing. What is this? The legendary submissive personality? Treat her well, she will treat you like a bootlicker. Ignore her, or even slap her in the face, she will try to gain your favor instead? What a despicable person. Chen Fan muttered to himself, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. In that case, he wouldn't mind adding fuel to the fire to make the favorability rise even more. He sat up straight and said to his two roommates who were still working hard, all right, take a break. Then, under the curious gaze of the three people, Chen Fan picked up the phone that Li Yuhong had polished to a shine, opened WeChat skillfully, and turned to the profile picture of Wu Miao, whom he had just added not long ago. He clicked on the transfer and his finger paused on the amount column. Chapter 19, you treat her like a dog, but she thinks you are her true love. 520? No, that's too petty. Didn't Lin Cece think that 520 yuan was not enough to treat her to a meal? Chen Fan tapped the screen lightly with his fingertips a few times. A new number appeared on the screen, 5200. He slowly typed a few words in the remarks column. Baby, you've worked hard, happy 520. It's around 11:50 p.m. now, a few minutes before midnight, so it's still in time. After doing all this, he clicked transfer without hesitation. Looking at the transfer successful prompt that popped up on the screen, Chen Fan showed a devilish smile on his face. He could almost imagine how wonderful Lin Cici's expression would be when Wu Miao Miao received the transfer in the dormitory and accidentally showed the amount and notes to her. Not only kill people, but also destroy their hearts. This fire is burning brightly. In the girls' dormitory, which had already quieted down, Wu Miao Miao suddenly sat up from the bed. She had just laid down, recalling everything that had happened tonight, from the excitement of Lover's Hill, to Chen Fan's final restraint, to her own initiative. Every scene made her blush and her heart beat fast, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. She felt that she had seized the biggest opportunity in her life, and this man was already hers. At this moment, the phone screen lit up, accompanied by a crisp WeChat notification sound. Wu Miao Miao subconsciously clicked it, and what came into her sight was an orange-red transfer red envelope. Her eyes widened instantly. Transfer amount, 5,200 yuan. Wu Miao Miao's heart skipped a beat. She has never received such a big red envelope in her life. Then she saw the transfer notes. Note, thank you for your hard work, happy 520. With a bang, Wu Miao Miao felt as if her brain was blown up by a sweet bomb. He understands everything. He knew how shy and hardworking he was just now. He did not take it for granted, nor did he despise it. Instead, he affirmed and rewarded himself in the most direct and considerate way. What is a perfect boyfriend? This is it. Lin Cici has been showing off all day today. She received 520 from Chen Fan, 1888 from Gu Chen, and some other small red envelopes from other dogs, but all of them combined are not as much as this one she received. Wu Miao Miao covered her mouth excitedly, fearing that she would scream. The noise she made when she sat up was so loud that Wang Ya, who was sleeping opposite her, was already startled. What's wrong, Miao Miao? Why are you so startled? Did you see a ghost? Wang Ya stuck her head out and asked in a low voice. Lin Cici, who was sleeping on the other side, also turned over. Although she didn't say anything, her ears were obviously perked up. Nothing. Wu Miao Miao's voice was filled with uncontrollable trembling and joy. She couldn't hide her feelings at all, so she simply turned her phone screen towards Wang Ya and complained, half showing off and half coquettishly, "It's Chen Fan. He's really... It's so late, and he still attacked unexpectedly." Wang Ya squinted her eyes and took a closer look. When she saw the numbers and the line of notes on the screen, the sound of her taking a breath was particularly clear in the silent dormitory. Fuck. Wang Ya couldn't help but curse. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she saw it correctly. 5,002? And I still call you baby? She didn't say the rest of the words, but the envious and jealous look in her eyes said it all. These few words contain so much information. Big enough to make any girl's imagination run wild. What's so hard? Why is it so hard? When I think about how Wu Miao Miao looked when she came back, obviously well nourished, the answer is self-evident. Wang Ya felt a surge of sourness in her heart. She used to look down on Chen Fan along with Lin Cici, but he turned out to be a true god, and now he is even more doting on Wu Miao Miao. As for myself, I have never received any money transfer from the opposite sex. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. On the other bed, Lin Cici's body was completely stiff. She heard Wang Ya's exclamation and also heard Wu Miao Miao's coquettish complaint. Every word was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing her heart. 5,200. This number was like a loud slap in her face. Just a few hours ago, she was still mocking Chen Fan in the group, saying that it was wishful thinking for him to invite her to dinner just because he forwarded the 520 number. What's the result? In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan transferred 10 times the amount to Wu Miao Miao, the follower whom she had looked down upon before. This is no longer just a slap in the face, this is pressing her face to the ground and crushing it with money. There is also the phrase, "Thank you for your hard work, baby." Countless unbearable images flashed through Lin Cici's mind. She could imagine how hard Wu Miao Miao had worked to earn this praise and this huge sum of money. Bitch. She cursed madly in her heart, her nails digging deep into her palms. Why? On what basis? That position, that money, and that call of baby should all have belonged to her. If she hadn't been possessed by the devil today, if she hadn't sent that screenshot, if she had gone along with Chen Fan's appointment, the one enjoying all this now would be her, Lin Cici. It was she who personally pushed this mountain of gold to someone else. The huge regret was like a tide, instantly drowning her. However, in this extreme pain and unwillingness, she became more determined in her absurd yet firm idea. Chen Fan, he must have done it on purpose. He knew I was watching, and he knew Wu Miaomiao would show off. He transferred 5,200 to Wu Miaomiao, not because he liked Wu Miaomiao so much, but because he was doing it for me to see. He is taking revenge on me, provoking me, and taking revenge on me in such a childish way. Because he still loves me. Because he still can't let me go. If he really gave up on me, he would just ignore me instead of going through so much trouble to put on a show for me. Once this logic was formed, Lin Cece felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She even felt that the better Chen Fan treated Wu Miaomiao and the more money he spent, the more it proved that he had something to hide and that he still cared about her. Lin Cece's mood miraculously calmed down. She even began to feel sorry for Wu Miaomiao, thinking that she was just a tool used by Chen Fan to stimulate him. Bite. Target Lin Cece's favorability plus 15. Current favorability, 50. A cash reward of 150,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan's mouth was about to be crooked from laughing. He just knew it. He stared at the ceiling and laughed for a long time, and a word popped up in his mind: masochism. Lin Cece should fall for this. You treat her well, but she treats you like a dog. You treat her like a dog, but she thinks you are true love. Fuck. Chen Fan couldn't help but curse in a low voice, with a strange smile on his face. Chapter 20, Fourth Brother is Awesome. Fourth brother, what are you laughing at? Zhou Kai came over curiously. Chen Fan looked at the three roommates in front of him who were eager to learn, shook his head mysteriously, then lay down again and uttered a word slowly. I just suddenly realized something. What's the reason? The three of them said in unison. Chen Fan closed his eyes, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You can't win love by licking a dog. But sometimes, a slap can. Chen Fan's phone screen lit up again and vibrated slightly. It's Wu Miaomiao. Chen Fan opened WeChat and a voice message popped up. He didn't rush to click it, but first took a look at his three roommates who stretched their necks like three hungry groundhogs. He long pressed the message, selected the receiver to play, and put the phone to his ear. Zhou Kai, Li Yuhong, and Sun Hao immediately showed disappointed expressions. Alas. Zhou Kai sighed, fourth brother, this is boring. If you have good things, you should know how to share them. That's right, Li Yuhong agreed, don't we even have the right to listen? Chen Fan didn't bother to pay attention to them and pressed the play button. Wu Miaomiao's voice was soft and sticky, with a hint of deliberately suppressed excitement and shyness, like an electric current, making her feel numb and tingling. Hubby, you're so good to me, I don't know how to repay you, don't worry, I'll definitely listen to you in the future. At the end of the sound, there was a loud chirp sound. Chen Fan listened calmly, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. Wow, even my husband is calling me. Repay? The best reward for me is if you contribute 100,000 yuan to me every day. He took off his headphones and slowly typed a few words on the screen. Be good and go to bed early. Girls' dormitory 502. Wu Miaomiao received Chen Fan's reply almost instantly, and she almost melted. Good. This word is more lethal than any sweet words. It represents a kind of recognition, a kind of condescending favor, a kind of tyranny that treats her as his own property. Wu Miaomiao felt like all the bones in her body were weak. She rolled around on the bed holding her cell phone, with an uncontrollable, silly smile on her face. She could even imagine Chen Fan's calm and doting expression when he typed these three words. It's over, I've completely fallen. She resisted the urge to continue sending messages, and obediently locked her phone and placed it next to her pillow. Then she turned over, faced Lin Cece, and sighed long and contentedly. Oh, I'm so happy. How can I sleep now? Wanya turned over in the quilt and snorted with jealousy. On the other bed, Lin Cece's breathing completely stopped at this moment. No, we can't wait any longer. If he waits any longer, Chen Fan will really be snatched away by that bitch. She took a deep breath and fumbled in the dark to pick up her phone. The light from the screen came on, illuminating her face, which was filled with resentment and jealousy. She opened WeChat and found the familiar yet extremely unfamiliar avatar. The chat history still stopped at this afternoon, the message she withdrew, the emoticon, and the sentence I'm on a diet, so I won't eat. She made up her mind and started typing. Chen Fan was leaning against the head of the bed, enjoying the flattery of the three men. Sun Hao has already regarded him as a top player. Chen Fan smiled and thought, no, I'm just an ordinary hacker. Just as the phone screen was about to go dark, another avatar popped up. That profile picture he had been looking at for a whole year and was familiar to him. Lin Cece. Chen Fan stopped moving, and the other 3 people in the dormitory also held their breath instantly, as if that was not a WeChat avatar, but a bomb that was about to explode. The message content is very short. Chen Fan, are you asleep? Zhou Kai and the other 2 exchanged glances and saw tension in each other's eyes. Chen Fan didn't reply, but just looked at the message quietly. A minute later, the words "the other party is typing" appeared at the top of the other party's chat box. Delete if you lose, and lose again if you delete. Back and forth several times. Obviously, Lin Cece on the other side of the screen was having a struggle between her conscience and her conscience. Chen Fan raised the corners of his mouth. He could even imagine Lin Cece's expression at the moment. She must be biting her lips, feeling humiliated and unwilling, but having to lower her posture. Finally, a long message came. Chen Fan, I know you must have seen that chat screenshot. I know it's useless for me to say anything now. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have said that to you. But I still want you to know, and I hope you can understand. I'm just too vain, so I said that to show off in front of my best friend. I don't really think that way. I remember everything you've done for me these past few months. I've gotten used to having you by my side. I really don't want to lose a good friend like you. I've also realized that my feelings for you are different from those for other boys. Chen Fan, can you accept my apology? The dormitory was dead silent. Zhou Kai, Sun Hao, and Li Yuhong stretched their necks like 3 groundhogs, with their eyes wide open. Did you read that right? The school beauty actually sent a short essay to apologize? The arrogant school beauty Lin Cece, the woman who treated Chen Fan like a dog for a whole year, actually apologized on her own initiative. Fuck. Zhou Kai was the first to lose control and uttered a dreamy groan. Is this Lin Cece? Has her account been hacked? Li Yuhong adjusted his glasses, a light in his eyes that science couldn't explain flickered behind the lenses. No, this isn't hacking. This is a cosmic phenomenon I've never seen before. I call it dog-licking gravitational collapse. When the dog-licking behavior ends, the target loses their gravitational source and experiences cognitive collapse, which in turn attracts the dog-licking entity. Sun Hao opened his mouth and managed to utter a few words, speak human language. What I mean is, Li Yuhong said word by word, fourth brother is awesome. They witnessed with their own eyes how Chen Fan was pua by Lin Cece. Lin Cece got up at 6 in the morning to buy breakfast, but she threw it into the trash can with just one sentence, I don't want to eat it anymore. Lin Cece signed her own name on the homework she wrote late at night and submitted it for evaluation. Lin Cece gave Chen Fan an umbrella on a rainy day, but she left with it, leaving Chen Fan alone in the rain. They saw all of this happen and were angry. They tried to persuade Chen Fan more than once, but he just wouldn't listen. Now what? In just half a day, the offensive and defensive situations have changed. The humble bootlicker before is gone, replaced by a top player who was calm and composed, and who made the school beauty panic and actively seek peace with just a few WeChat messages and a few transfers. Chapter 21, Holy shit. Is this true? Did they do it? How are you going to reply to her? Sun Hao asked nervously. This was more exciting than his own love life. Chen Fan scoffed, what's the reply? If it weren't for the 5 points of Lin Cece's favorability in the system panel, he might have actually believed her sincere apology. Unfortunately, he has now seen through this woman. It would be better to be as straightforward as Wu Miao Miao, who is just after money. A thing that can be used both as a stand and as a function. Reply P. Not replying to the message is the best response. Because it would drive her crazy, make her speculate wildly, and make her focus all her attention on herself. What I have to do is just leave her alone. Let her sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of regret and jealousy. At the same time, devote all your energy to the new hunting ground. Alright, go to sleep. There was number 8 the next day, and everyone slept until they woke up naturally. Chen Fan opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. This was the most peaceful sleep he had had since he came here. There's no food in the cafeteria right now, right? What should we eat? Zhou Kai sat up and asked everyone. I'll go buy some buns outside the east gate and bring them to you. Li Yuhong jumped up. "Godfather, bring me 3 meat buns and a cup of soy milk." Son Hao shouted. "What meat buns? It's my treat. Let's order KFC." Chen Fan picked up his phone and opened the food delivery app. Fuck. Fourth brother is so generous. Zhou Kai's sleepy face was full of excitement. Sun Hao and Li Yuhong also stuck their heads out, sighing in their hearts that people still need money. It's really different when you have money. You know, in the past, in order to save money to buy gifts for Lin Sisi, Chen Fan would have a steamed bun and boiled water for breakfast. Chen Fan didn't explain much, his fingers tapping quickly on the screen. When he woke up, 100,000 yuan was deposited into his account on time, and he was in an extremely good mood. Arrange a few deluxe family buckets for Angus burgers and some new snacks, fill in the address, and pay. The whole process was smooth and took only a dozen seconds. Half an hour later, Li Yuhong happily went to pick up the takeaway. The corridor of the boys' dormitory was bustling with people. Some had just woken up and were going to the bathroom in their shorts, while others had just returned from their early morning classes, looking hopeless. Li Yuhong was carrying several huge family buckets with the KFC logo and several paper bags, and was staggering towards the dormitory. He looked like a mobile bomb truck. The rich aroma of fried chicken instantly filled the entire corridor, attracting countless people's attention. Fuck, has your dormitory made a fortune? A buddy from the dormitory next door, who had just returned from playing basketball, had a towel around his neck and his eyes were wide open. Of course, our fourth brother is treating us. Li Yuhong straightened his chest, with a look of pride on his face. Fourth brother? Who is he? Is there such a person in your dormitory? Chen Fan. Chen Fan? He is not. The guy swallowed his words halfway through, his eyes full of disbelief. Everyone knows that Chen Fan from the Department of Economics and Management is notoriously poor and is also the #1 bootlicker behind the campus beauty of Lin University. Why is KFC free all of a sudden? Or did you buy so much at once? Times have changed, brother. Li Yuhong patted the other person's shoulder mysteriously, leaving the classmate with a confused look on his face, and pushed open the dormitory door with great confidence. Dinner is ready. There was a sudden cheer in the dormitory. 4 people gathered around the table, not even bothering to wash their hands, and started working. Golden and crispy original chicken, juicy Angus beef burgers, as well as a variety of French fries, chicken nuggets, egg tarts, and ice-cold cola. For a group of college students who have been hungry all morning, this is simply heaven. Damn, that feels so good. Zhou Kai said incoherently, his mouth full of oil, "Fourth brother, you are my real brother." By the way, fourth brother, Sun Hao burped after taking a sip of Coke. Last night, what happened to Lin Sisi's essay? Did you really not reply to her? As soon as these words were spoken, the other two also stopped what they were doing and looked at Chen Fan in unison. Bagua is the ladder of human progress. Chen Fan took out a tissue and wiped his hands, picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and showed them the screen directly. On Lin Sisi's chat interface, there were 2 more messages sent at around 7 o'clock this morning. Are you still angry with me? I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well all night, you were on my mind. The 3 heads came together and made a uniform tisk-tisk sound. Girls' dormitory. Lin Sisi sat on the bed with 2 big dark circles under her eyes, staring at the screen of her mobile phone. Since she sent that message last night, she has been checking her phone every few minutes and barely slept the entire night. No reply. Not a single one. She even clicked on Chen Fan's circle of friends, but after 3 days of viewing, it was blank. She went through the shared group chat again to see if he had spoken in the group. Neither do I. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Wu Miao Miao next to her had just come back with takeout. She usually only ordered kuti, but today she ordered Starbucks. The aroma of coffee and beef cheese croissants instantly filled the entire dormitory. Lin Sisi was so angry that her teeth were itching. Damn, I received 5,200 and I don't know how to show off. In addition to her own coffee, Wu Miao Miao ordered an extra cup and carefully packed it in the bag. She finished her breakfast leisurely, put on some delicate makeup, and went to class with the cup of coffee. The 10 a.m. class was a large class, and the lecture hall was packed. Chen Fan and his 3 roommates had just found a seat in the back row when a figure trotted over from the door. Chen Fan. Wu Miao Miao's voice was sweet and crisp. She was holding a cup of Starbucks in her hand and ran straight towards Chen Fan. She completely ignored the surprised looks from the people around her, and sat down next to Chen Fan naturally, handing him the coffee, and said coquettishly, "I bought it for you." He smiled and took the coffee, "Thanks." In the lecture hall, there was an eerie silence for a moment. Everyone's eyes, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, were focused on the corner in the back row. Am I seeing things? That's Wu Miao Miao? How did she get together with Chen Fan? Isn't Chen Fan Lin Cici's personal bootlicker? Why did he change? I heard someone saw Wu Miao Miao and Chen Fan coming out of Lover's Hill last night, and Chen Fan even sent her back to the dormitory. Holy shit! Is this true? Did they do it? Whispers surged from all directions like a tide, converging into a huge torrent of gossip. Everyone's face was filled with shock, curiosity, and disbelief. This plot is even more bizarre and exciting than a skit. The bootlicker abandoned the school beauty he had been pursuing for a year and turned around to have a passionate affair with the school beauty's roommate. His campus beauty roommate even went so far as to send him Starbucks. The amount of information is so huge that it almost burns out everyone's brain CPU. Chapter 22, Nothing much, I just accidentally helped teacher Bai with a small favor yesterday. Zhou Kai and the other two sat beside Chen Fan, their backs straight, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Looking at the unworldly faces of their classmates, they all shared a sense of superiority, a feeling of "you mere mortals." And at the center of this storm, Lin Cici, who was sitting in the front row of the classroom, felt like she was about to suffocate. She didn't need to look back to feel the hundreds of gazes behind her, some sympathetic, some sarcastic, some gloating, like countless needles, densely piercing her back. She stared at the textbook spread out in front of her, and every word on it turned into a distorted scribble. Chen Fan was slowly tearing open the wrapper of the straw, inserting it into the coffee cup, and taking a sip. Toffee hazelnut latte, full of sugar, he had only seen others drink it on WeChat moments before. It tastes really good. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. As if she had received a command of liberation, Lin Cici grabbed her textbook and was almost the first one to rush out of the classroom, not even daring to look back. Chen Fan, let's go eat? Wu Miao Miao stood up immediately, looking at Chen Fan expectantly, and casually took his arm. The second cafeteria has just opened a new spicy hot pot, I heard it's really delicious. Chen Fan had just finished a family bucket and was still bloated. He had no interest in the spicy hot pot. He was about to refuse when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the scene at the classroom door out of the corner of his eye. Counselor Bai Jie was surrounded by several boys. Chen Fan had some impression of those boys. They were from the class next door. They were usually idle, but they were quite active in the department because their family had some money. At this moment, they all had what they thought was a handsome smile on their faces, and asked some stupid questions about performance evaluations and internships, but their eyes were like flies seeing blood, and they kept glancing at the proud curves of Bai Jiejie's chest. Bai Jiejie wore a fitted white shirt with a beige vest on the outside and a hip skirt on the bottom, which made her look sexy yet gentle. She patiently answered the students' questions, but her body subconsciously leaned back slightly, holding the lesson plan in front of her chest with both hands, with a polite yet distant smile on her face, and she was obviously a little impatient. You go eat, Chen Fan pulled his hand away, I have something else to do. The smile on Wu Miao Miao's face completely froze. She followed Chen Fan's gaze and naturally saw Bai Jiejie at the door. A strong sense of crisis and jealousy suddenly surged into my heart. She thought she was pretty, but compared to Bai Jiejie's mature charm, she felt like a green apple that hadn't fully grown, sour and astringent. What's the matter? I'll wait for you. She still wanted to fight for it again. Chen Fan had already stood up and walked straight towards the door. Zhou Kai and the other two exchanged glances, and saw extreme shock and excitement in each other's eyes. Teacher Bai. Chen Fan shouted and rescued Bai Jiejie. The boys surrounding Bai Jiejie turned around when they heard the voice, and when they saw that it was Chen Fan, a trace of disdain appeared on their faces. It's this poor bastard again. Why is he everywhere today? When Bai Jiejie saw Chen Fan, her eyes lit up instantly. It was a joy that came from the heart, a sense of relief. The smile on her face also became lively, no longer the professional fake smile from before. Student Chen Fan. She took a step forward, naturally broke away from the circle of boys, and stood in front of Chen Fan. This subtle movement made the boys' faces look a little ugly. One of the boys with spiky hair said unhappily, Teacher Bai, we're still asking questions. Who is he? Bai Jiejie didn't even glance at him. She looked at Chen Fan softly and asked with concern, did you catch a cold when you went home yesterday? Chen Fan shook his head and smiled, no, teacher, how about you? Are you okay? The two people's conversation as if they were alone stunned everyone around them. What's going on? Yesterday? Caught a cold? The brains of the crowd of onlookers suddenly went blank. Especially those boys who came to chat with me. I felt like a few clowns performing hard, while the protagonists had already appeared. Oh, right, Bai Jia seemed to remember something. After lunch, if you have nothing to do, come to my dormitory and take your clothes back. Classmates around? A female counselor, a single and incredibly beautiful one at that, actually took the initiative to ask a male student to go to her dormitory? What the hell is this magical plot? The eyes of those boys who came to chat with me were almost popping out of their heads, and their mouths were open so wide that an egg could fit in them. They tried their best, but the teacher ignored them even when they spoke, and yet this Chen Fan almost walked in? Okay, teacher, bye. Chen Fan nodded and agreed readily. Bai Jia smiled at him gently, holding the lesson plan, and walked away in light high heels, leaving behind a swaying figure and a classroom full of petrified students. Fourth brother. Awesome. Zhou Kai slapped Chen Fan on the back with such force that he almost spit out the coffee he had just drunk. You and teacher Bai, when did this happen? Sun Hao's eyes widened like bells, and he lowered his voice and asked, didn't you go to the wilderness with Wu Miaomia yesterday to survive? Why are you still talking about teacher Bai? Get lost. Chen Fan cursed with a smile and threw the empty coffee cup accurately into the trash can at the back door. Nothing, I just accidentally helped teacher Bai with a small favor yesterday. In the eyes of the three of them, this nonchalant attitude is simply the pinnacle of coolness. Just by doing a small favor, the beautiful counselor can invite you to her dormitory? What did you help with? Should I help her scan for viruses or fix her computer? What kind of tactical means is this? You guys go eat by yourselves, I'm going back first. Chen Fan was too lazy to explain any further and turned to walk towards the dormitory building. He returned to the dormitory and threw his books on the table. The dormitory was empty, leaving only the lingering smell of fried chicken. He walked to the mirror, adjusted his collar, and smoothed out his wind-messed hair. Very good, in good shape. Unlike the strictly managed student dormitories, the faculty and staff dormitories are not divided into genders. After all, the people living here are all teachers, and some of them have families, so the management is naturally more humane. This place is full of the breath of life, completely different from the hustle and bustle of the student dormitory. Bai Jiajia's dormitory is on the third floor, room 302. Chen Fan walked to the door, adjusted his breathing, raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, but found that the door was ajar, leaving a gap as wide as a finger. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door and walked in. This is a very standard one-bedroom suite. The next second, Chen Fan froze in place. His head buzzed, as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head at that moment. Chapter 23, Seeing Someone Naked and Still Gaining Favorability? Bai Jia was standing in front of the window, looking at him in surprise. Her beige vest, white shirt and hip skirt had been taken off and casually placed on the chair at the end of the bed. The black lace underwear was also taken off and thrown on the ground. She was still holding the one she had just taken off from her upper body. Bai Jia was completely naked, and her snow-white skin glowed with a warm ivory luster under the afternoon sun. The proud 34D breasts on her chest stood upright, shaking slightly due to shock. Further down, there was a deep black, tightly wrapping the ungraspable fullness, forming an extreme contrast with the large area of white skin, strongly impacting Chen Fan's visual nerves. Chen Fan's breathing suddenly stopped and his heart beat like a drum. He instinctively wanted to retreat immediately, but his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground and he couldn't move. Ah! A short and terrified scream broke the silence of the dormitory. Bai Jia turned around abruptly, her hands subconsciously clasped across her chest. Her usually gentle and intellectual face instantly lost all color, replaced by extreme shock and shame. She suddenly remembered that her back was also exposed when she turned around, so she stretched out a hand to cover her buttocks, but it was in vain because it could not cover anything. Chen Fan felt as if something exploded in his nasal cavity, and a stream of warm liquid gushed out uncontrollably. He turned around abruptly, his voice distorted by panic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, teacher Bai. I didn't mean to. I saw the door was not closed. He explained incoherently, feeling like a fool who had been caught red-handed. Damn, why is my nose bleeding again? He raised his hand and wiped it, his hands were covered with bright red. Now there is no way to wash yourself clean even if you jump into the yellow river. Behind me came the rustling sound of someone putting on clothes. The air seemed to freeze, and every second seemed as long as a century. Chen Fan had his back to the door, so embarrassed that his toes almost scratched through the soles of his shoes. In this dead silence, a heavenly sound suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. Target by Jiajia's favorability +5. Current favorability, 45. A cash reward of 50,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan? He kept covering his nose, completely stunned. No. What's going on? You looked at someone naked and your favorability increased? Is there a bug in this system? Or, does Teacher Bai have any special hobbies? Bai Jiajia had put her clothes back on, her long hair hanging down, covering most of her face. Although she tried her best to remain calm, her red cheeks and still rapid breathing revealed her inner unrest. She looked at Chen Fan, who was facing away from her, with one hand covering his nose and the other hand raised in the air as if surrendering, and the few glaring drops of blood on the floor at his feet. For some reason, the shame and anger in her heart were diluted a lot by a sense of absurdity that made her laugh and cry. He actually had a nosebleed? This reaction is far different from that of a pervert with ulterior motives. More like a young boy who has never seen the world. Thinking of his clumsy yet clever way of resolving the situation yesterday, the vigilance and anger that had just risen in Bai Jiajia's heart also quietly dissipated. You. She just started to speak, her voice still trembling. Go to the bathroom and deal with your nose first. Oh, okay. Chen Fan moved into the bathroom almost stiffly, not daring to look back at Bai Jiajia during the whole process. The cold tap water splashing on his face finally calmed his burning brain a little. Outrageous. This is fucking outrageous. I caught the beautiful counselor changing clothes and saw things I shouldn't have seen. Logically, I should be lucky if my favorability towards her didn't drop to negative and she didn't call the police to arrest me. What's the result? Favorability +5. It's really hard to guess what women are thinking. He took a deep breath, pulled the red tissue out of his nose and threw it into the trash can. After making sure that the bleeding had stopped, he calmed himself down and walked out of the bathroom with his head held high. The atmosphere in the living room was so awkward that it could be cut with a knife. Bai Jiajia put on the same clothes again. Although she looked calm on the surface, her exposed earlobe was so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. Chen Fan's gaze was wandering in the air. He didn't dare look at Bai Jiajia. He could only lower his head like a child who had done something wrong, his eyes wandering across the clean floor. Then, his pupils froze again. Just at the foot of the bed, on the floor, lay a small ball of black lace. The fabric was wrinkled and had delicate bows on the edges. Chen Fan's brain buzzed and went blank in an instant. She wore a short skirt, but forgot to wear underwear? The instinctive impulse drove his gaze to move uncontrollably and slowly from the black lace on the ground upwards, finally landing between Bai Jiajia's closed legs. She sat on the edge of the bed with her legs close together, her skirt pushed up to her thighs, forming natural folds. But Chen Fan now knew what a thrilling vacuum scene lay beneath that thin layer of cloth. Bai Jiajia is so sensitive to sight. She noticed it almost the moment Chen Fan's gaze moved. She followed his gaze and saw the thing on the floor that made her want to crawl into the crack of the ground, and then she saw his straight gaze. Boom! A surge of hot blood mixed with shame and anger suddenly rushed to her head. She pressed her legs together tighter as if she had been electrocuted, and even subconsciously curled up a little. You, where are you looking? Bai Jiajia said coquettishly. Chen Fan shuddered all over and suddenly came to his senses. He looked away in panic, and the redness on his face that had just faded away surged up again, even more intense than before. No. Nothing. He stammered, not knowing where to put his hands. Teacher, I didn't mean to do that. Bai Jiajia looked at the boy in front of her who was several years younger than her. She was at a loss, her face red as a monkey's and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Fan was wearing a pair of gray sweatpants. The fabric was soft and comfortable, which was perfect for playing ball or running. But at this moment, these damn pants became his traitor. The uncontrolled rise of his penis raised the fabric of his pants into a very eye-catching arc, as if silently declaring his most primitive impulse. Bai Jiajia's laughter gradually stopped. She originally just thought that the big boy's reaction was too innocent. His embarrassed look made her feel much less ashamed and angry, leaving only a smile as if she was teasing a little brother. But when her eyes moved inadvertently down along his hand that had nowhere to go, the smile on her face froze instantly. Chapter 24, Damn, Still Coming? The air seemed to freeze. Time is infinitely stretched at this moment, and every second is filled with embarrassment that can cause a normal person to social death. Chen Fan froze in place, his mind blank. Bai Jiejie's gaze moved from his flushed face to the place that made the temperature on her face soar again. She missed a beat of breath. However, the expected shame and disgust did not appear. The gaze stayed in her eyes for a moment, then, as if possessed by some mysterious force, it moved upwards and finally stopped on his face, which was filled with embarrassment and panic. Chen Fan is not a top-notch handsome guy in the traditional sense, but his facial features are regular and the lines are clear, especially his eyes, which are clearly black and white, and at this moment they appear particularly clear because of his panic. Sweat slid down his full forehead and across his taut jawline, carrying with him a youthful, hormonal scent that was unique to young people. This clean, pure face formed an extremely sharp contrast with Wang Tianlai's greasy face yesterday in Bai Jiejie's mind. One is an innocent boy who was panic-stricken, blushing to his ears, and even bleeding from his nose. The other one was a disgusting middle-aged man who looked at her again and again with obscene eyes and touched her. This strong contrast, like an electric current, instantly hit the softest part of Bai Jiejie's heart. The remaining shame and anger quickly melted away like ice and snow under the scorching sun, and was replaced by an indescribable wonderful feeling. This big boy seems quite cute. Bite. A crisp prompt sound exploded in Chen Fan's confused mind. Target Bai Jiejie's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 55. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan? He was completely stunned and wondered if he was hallucinating because of excessive blood loss. What the hell is this operation? Even though I'm in this situation, my favorability rating is increasing instead of decreasing? And it increased by 10 points at once? Before Chen Fan could recover from the huge shock, Bai Jiejie had already stood up. She didn't pick up the lace on the ground, nor did she look at Chen Fan's embarrassment. Instead, she walked to the water dispenser, took a cup of warm water and handed it to him. Have a drink of water, her voice returned to its usual gentleness, but the slightly trembling ending in the still red earlobes revealed her uneasy heart. You look nervous. Chen Fan mechanically took the cup of water, and his fingertips accidentally touched hers. The warm and soft touch made him shudder all over again. Bai Jiejie also retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She looked at Chen Fan's handsome profile, and saw his protruding Adam's apple rolling up and down as he swallowed. An even more absurd thought popped up uncontrollably in her mind. Actually, he seems to have a pretty good figure. Although he was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt, one could still see the firm and smooth muscle lines beneath the fabric. Unlike those exaggerated muscles developed in the gym, it is an explosive, symmetrical and toned figure that belongs to young men. This kind of figure, coupled with his innocent and helpless reaction at the moment. Bai Jiejie felt her cheeks getting even hotter. Bite. Another sound. Chen Fan almost spit out the water in his mouth. Target Bai Jiejie's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 65. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan was completely confused. He widened his eyes and looked at the glaring 65 on the system panel in disbelief. What the hell? Coming again? Score twice? In less than a minute, the favorability soared by 20 points, and 200,000 yuan was obtained? He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was as gentle as water and had a hint of shyness on her face. For the first time in his life, he doubted his own perception of himself. Chen Fan? Bai Jiejie saw him holding the water cup in a daze with his eyes fixed on something. She didn't know what he was thinking and couldn't help but call out softly. Ah! Ah! I'm here! Chen Fan woke up as if from a dream and drank the warm water in the cup in one gulp to cover up his gaffe. Puff! Bai Jiejie was amused by his expression again. Her eyes curved with laughter, and it seemed as if the whole room had brightened up. You don't have to be so nervous. I don't blame you. She paused, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the black mass at the foot of the bed, then quickly retracted her gaze, two blushes appearing on her face. What happened today was an accident. If you hadn't come in, I wouldn't have known the door was not closed properly. She tried to make her tone sound more natural. Speaking of which, I should thank you. No. You're welcome. Chen Fan's mind was still a mess. I have to thank you for what happened last night and today. Bai Jiejie's eyes became serious. How about this? To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to a meal? Chen Fan hurriedly said, you don't have to be so polite, teacher Bai. It's settled. Bai Jiejie didn't allow him to refuse. Chen Fan had no choice but to nod. The beautiful counselor offered to treat him to a meal, especially after such an erotic and exciting accident. If he refused, would he still be a man? Then let's go. Bai Jiejie said, and was about to walk towards the door. But as soon as she took a step, her body suddenly froze. She finally remembered a fatal problem that she had deliberately ignored. The black lace that she had casually thrown on the ground was still lying there alone. With a bang, the heat that had just subsided rushed up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head with even greater force. Bai Jiejie's cheeks, neck, and ears were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. She wanted to rush over and pick up the thing immediately, but Chen Fan was standing next to her. She wanted to pretend nothing happened and change her clothes, but she couldn't imagine what she would look like if he knew about it. Even though he already knew. Ah! Bai Jiejie screamed wildly in her heart. That! She turned around abruptly, no longer caring about being gentle and intellectual. She pointed at the door and shouted in a tone that was almost commanding and tearful, you go out first. Wait for me at the door. Chen Fan was stunned by her sudden change, but then he reacted, his face flushed, and he nodded quickly, oh, okay. I'll go out. I'll go out right away. He almost ran away, turned around and rushed out, and when he reached the door, he did not forget to close it for her. With a bang, the door closed. Chen Fan leaned against the cold door and let out a long breath. He felt as if he had just finished a marathon and was exhausted all over. He looked down at his still-spirited brother and gave a wry smile. What the hell is going on? Chapter 25. Let us go, the teacher will treat you to a meal. The two walked side by side on the tree-lined school road, and the atmosphere was a little silent for a while. The afternoon sun shone through the gaps in the leaves and fell on Bai Jiejie's fair cheeks and slender neck. She had a faint scent on her body, like a mixture of laundry detergent and body odor, which smelled very nice. Chen Fan could feel that the gazes from the passing students were even more intense than before in the large class. A male student and a young and beautiful female counselor just walked out of the faculty dormitory building together. This scene is enough for a gossiper to write a 30-episode urban emotional ethics drama. Chen Fan didn't care, and even enjoyed it a little. Bai Jiejie felt a little uncomfortable. She subconsciously quickened her pace, just wanting to leave this troubled place as soon as possible. What do you want to eat? She asked, her long hair drawing a soft arc in the air. Chen Fan replied politely, teacher, you decide. I can eat anything. This answer made Bai Jiejie very satisfied. The pity she felt for him because of his poor family background deepened a little. What a sensible child. He doesn't even dare to order food on his own. She took Chen Fan out of the school's east gate and walked straight into an alley. There is a home-style restaurant in the alley that has been open for many years. The store is not big, but it is clean and tidy. It is always full of people during meal times. The advantage is that the food is good and the price is low. She picked up the menu and said directly to the proprietress, 1 braised pork, 1 pork ribs and corn soup, 1 mapo tofu, and more rice. She ordered all meat dishes, and they were the most generous and satisfying ones. In her opinion, a boy like Chen Fan, who is at the growing age and has such a tight monthly living allowance, would definitely not be willing to eat meat on a normal day. Now that it is the end of the month, he can't even taste meat. Thinking of this, the look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Fan became more loving. Chen Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He ate so much seafood and beef last night, and just over 2 hours ago he finished an Angus burger and various fried chickens. Now he feels a little sick of the smell of meat. But the play must go on. Soon, the food came. There is the shiny and attractively red braised pork, the milky white and fragrant pork rib soup, and a large bowl of bright red mapo tofu. Eat quickly, don't be polite. Bai Jiejie handed him the chopsticks and personally served him a large bowl of rice, which was piled up like a small mountain. Thank you, teacher. Chen Fan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork with fat and lean meat and put it into his mouth. The meat was stewed to perfection and melted in your mouth, and the sauce was just the right amount of sweet and salty. It tastes really good. He pretended to be starving and buried his head in the food. His movements looked like he was wolfing down the food, but in fact, every bite was extremely difficult to eat. Bai Jiejie looked at his sweet eating habits, and the smile on her lips became more gentle. She didn't move her chopsticks much, just sipped the soup, and spent most of the time watching Chen Fan eat. Eat slowly, don't choke. She took out a tissue and handed it over. Chen Fan took the tissue, wiped his mouth, took a big sip of soup, and then swallowed the food in his mouth. Teacher, you eat too. I'm on a diet, so you eat more. Bai Jiejie smiled and gently stirred the soup in her bowl with a small spoon. The spoon and the porcelain bowl collided, making a crisp sound. Lose weight? Chen Fan's eyes swept over her subconsciously. The off-white vest outlines her slender waist, and the buttons of her white shirt are stretched tightly by her amazing curves, as if they are about to break free in the next second. From this angle, the career line is bottomless and full of dizzying charm. Is she still going to lose weight? If she loses more, all the male students in Tunghai University will sign a joint letter. He put down the soup bowl and looked at Bai Jiejie seriously. Teacher, you are not fat at all, really. If you lose more weight, you will be too thin and unhealthy. What he was thinking in his heart was, don't lose those 2 lumps of flesh, they are the treasures of human civilization and works of art. Bai Jiejie paused slightly as she stirred the spoon. She raised her head and met Chen Fan's clear and sincere eyes. She had heard many ordinary compliments, but when they came from the mouth of this big boy, they had a different taste. There was no trace of cunning in his eyes, only pure appreciation, as if he were looking at a beautiful thing. Especially after experiencing that embarrassing and exciting scene in the dormitory, she knew very well that every part of her body had a fatal attraction to him. This feeling of being purely appreciated and desired by a member of the opposite sex who was full of young hormones gave her a secret sense of pride and joy in her heart. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her big watery eyes seemed to be covered with a thin layer of mist. As her eyes moved, there was a hint of a hook in her eyes as she glanced at Chen Fan gently. You're just sweet talking. The voice was soft and sticky, like a small piece of marshmallow, scratching Chen Fan's heart lightly. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Damn, who can stand this? This glimpse of charm made his blood boil more than anything he had seen in the dormitory before. Bai Jiejie seemed to realize that her reaction just now was a bit too ambiguous, and a barely noticeable blush rose on her cheeks. She coughed lightly, and in order to break the somewhat sticky atmosphere, she took the initiative to bring the topic back on track. By the way, have you filled out the application form for the National Encouragement Scholarship? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Scholarship? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and then the image of the table appeared in his mind. To be honest, he had forgotten about this matter a long time ago. Just yesterday, before he rushed into the office to rescue her, the 2,000 yuan was still a huge sum of money that could solve his urgent needs and was his biggest hope in the next 2 months of his difficult life. But what about now? The balance in his bank card has become a number he never dared to imagine in the past. 2,000 yuan? That little money was not enough for him to even have a decent meal. He pondered for a moment, put down his chopsticks, and his expression became a little serious. Teacher, regarding that scholarship, I thought about it for a long time yesterday. What's wrong? Is there any problem with the application requirements? Or do you need any supporting documents? I can help you. Bai Jiejie thought he had encountered difficulties and immediately asked with concern. No. Chen Fan shook his head, a complex expression between shyness and determination on his face. I was thinking, our department probably doesn't have many places for this scholarship, right? Well, it's quite small indeed. Then I'd better not apply. Chen Fan said. The concern on Bai Jiejie's face instantly turned to astonishment. Why? Your grades completely meet the requirements, and your family situation, this money should be very important to you. Chapter 26 I'm a future Oscar winner. It is quite important. Chen Fan nodded, then smiled again, a smile that was pure and frank. But I think there must be students in the department who need this money more than I do. Although my situation is not good, I can still get by if I save a little. I would feel bad if I took up a place that could help other students save their lives just for these 2,000 yuan. He spoke these words sincerely, without a trace of hypocrisy or affectation. Because what he said was the truest voice of him in the past. Therefore, he can perfectly embody this state of mind and interpret this nobility to the fullest. Bai Jiejie stared at Chen Fan in a daze, her beautiful eyes slowly filled with shock and an indescribable emotion. She herself had just graduated from graduate school and had seen too many students fighting tooth and nail for various scholarships, grants, and honorary titles, some even resorting to backstabbing and cheating. She has also seen the ugly faces of people from wealthy families who still compete with poor students for scholarships. In this materialistic society, kindness and nobility seem to have become increasingly scarce qualities. And this big boy in front of me, who obviously needed the money so much and was so poor that he had to starve at the end of the month, chose to give up the benefits that were within his reach, with the simple reason of giving it to classmates who needed it more. What a pure character this is. At this moment, Chen Fan's image in her heart was infinitely elevated. He was no longer just a young student who had saved her and made her a little distracted. He is still a man of noble character who has a heart of gold despite being in difficult circumstances. In her eyes, that face, which still had a bit of childishness, seemed to be shrouded in a holy halo. Bite. Target by Jie's favorability +5. Current favorability, 70. A cash reward of 50,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan remained shy and calm on the surface, but he was laughing wildly in his heart. Damn, I'm such a talented actor. I even owe an Oscar. You. Bai Jie opened her mouth, feeling her throat dry. Thousands of words were stuck in her heart, and in the end, she only condensed them into one sentence: you are such a good child. She looked at Chen Fan with eyes so gentle that they seemed to be dripping with tears. Eat quickly, the food is getting cold. She put another large piece of mapo tofu into his bowl with her chopsticks, her tone full of command and pampering that could not be refused. Chen Fan knew that he would be stuffed to death after this meal. The meal ended in a strange yet harmonious atmosphere. Chen Fan felt like he had eaten enough rations to feed an infantry squad. When he walked out of the restaurant, he could hardly walk. Bai Jie insisted on paying the bill. Chen Fan refused twice, but finally accepted it naturally. The two walked side by side on the way back to school again. The sun was shining brightly and the breeze was not dry. The previous awkwardness and silence were swept away, replaced by a tacit closeness. If you have any difficulties in the future, whether it's in study or life, you can come to me. Bai Jie's voice was very gentle. Don't try to handle it alone, okay? Well, thank you, teacher. Chen Fan nodded, feeling that his belt was a little tight. Arrived downstairs of Bai Jie's dormitory. You should go back. You still have classes in the afternoon. She looked at him with encouragement and appreciation in her eyes. Goodbye, teacher. Chen Fan turned around and walked towards his dormitory building. Bai Jie stood where she was and did not leave immediately. She looked at Chen Fan's back. The loose windbreaker on him made him look tall and reliable. Scenes flashed through her mind uncontrollably. These images intertwined together made her heart warm and soft. She suddenly felt that all her previous ideas about her ideal partner became blurred at this moment. Age, identity, family background, these things that once seemed extremely important to her now seemed insignificant. Her gaze finally fell on Chen Fan's perky buttocks wrapped in sweatpants, and the place where one could vaguely see his extraordinary outline even when he was walking. Bai Jie's cheeks suddenly started burning again. She looked away as if she had been electrocuted, her heart beating wildly. She turned around and walked away quickly, her back looking a bit panicked, as if she was fleeing in a panic. Chen Fan walked back to the dormitory slowly with a bulging belly, like a full penguin. As soon as he pushed open the door, 3 pairs of eyes focused on him at once. Their eyes were like 3 wolves that had been hungry for half a month and finally saw the leader returning to the cave. Fourth brother. Jokai rushed over, looking Chen Fan up and down, sniffing him vigorously. Damn, why do you smell? Is it Teacher Bai's body odor? Sun Hao's eyes widened, and his face was full of obscene curiosity. Get out. Chen Fan cursed with a smile, took off his jacket and threw it on the bed. He was so full that he didn't even want to say anything. He just wanted to crawl onto the bed and lie down, just wanting to be a quiet salted fish. That's not right, fourth brother, Li Yuhong, who had been silent the whole time, adjusted his glasses and analyzed like a detective. You don't look like you just came out of the beautiful teacher's dormitory. You look more like you just walked out of the cafeteria holding onto the wall. Chen Fan burped, and the smell of braised pork came up. He ignored these 3 jokers, lay down, took out his mobile phone, and opened the bank app. Looking at the long string of numbers, Chen Fan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He touched his chin. He discovered that the logic behind conquering Bai Jie and Wu Miaomiao was completely different. To deal with a gold digger like Wu Miaomiao, just spend money. It's simple and crude and will work quickly. But for Bai Jie, spending money may not only be useless, but may also cause her disgust. An intellectual woman with a strong sense of self-esteem like her eats spiritual things. She will be moved by a man's innocence, amused by his embarrassment, attracted by his body full of male hormones, and even more impressed by his noble character. This fucking. Isn't it just acting? I'm a future Oscar winner. At this moment, Chen Fan's mobile phone screen lit up and a WeChat message popped up. It's Wu Miao Miao. Wu Miao Miao, honey, today is May 21st. Are you free tonight? How about we go to the movies? There's a new romance movie out, and it's got pretty high ratings. Chen Fan thought about it and realized that his newly bought computer and mobile phone were still on the way, so it would be boring to stay in the dormitory at night. Okay, let us go. After all, he has contributed so much to me. Chapter 27. Why bring your ID card to watch a movie? He picked up his phone and slowly typed a reply. Chen Fan, okay. Wu Miao Miao replied almost immediately. Wu Miao Miao, I'll go buy the tickets first. See you at the entrance of Wanda Cinema at 7 p.m. By the way. The message paused. A few seconds later, the last message, with a playful expression, finally popped up. Wu Miao Miao, then remember to bring your ID card. Why do I need my ID card to watch a movie? You can get a discount if you use your student ID to buy tickets. Wu Miao Miao's point was almost equivalent to an explicit hint. If he still couldn't understand it, then he would have lived in vain. The cinema is just foreplay, the hotel is the main course. ID card is used to book a room. Thinking of Wu Miao Miao's warm lips and her slightly clumsy but extremely pleasing skills at Lover's Hill last night, Chen Fan felt a fire suddenly burning in his lower abdomen. It was a pure, primitive desire, completely different from the complex emotions when facing Bai Jiejie, which were a mixture of admiration, desire to conquer and a hint of nervousness. If Bai Jiejie is a bottle of aged wine that needs to be savored and opened slowly, then Wu Miao Miao is a glass of bubbling iced cola in front of you, which is direct, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Especially in Bai Jiejie's dormitory, he was aroused by the thrilling scene and felt hot all over, but he could only look and not touch. In the end, he fled in embarrassment with a mess on his crotch. The evil fire had been suppressed in his body, with nowhere to vent, burning him and making him feel uncomfortable all over. Now, Wu Miao Miao took the initiative to hand over the pillow. Since the girl is so proactive, it would be a waste not to go with her. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chen Fan could no longer lie still. He sat up from the bed, turned over and got out of bed, opened the cabinet door and started searching. In the dormitory, Zhou Kai, Sun Hao and Li Yuhong were playing games together. The sounds of intense keyboard typing and mouse clicking were endless. Chen Fan's sudden action immediately attracted their attention. Fourth brother, what are you looking for? Zhou Kai asked vaguely with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, his eyes still fixed on his computer screen. Without even turning around, Chen Fan casually replied while rummaging through the messy closet, looking for a pair of clean underwear. Crack! Bang! The cigarette in Zhou Kai's mouth fell on the keyboard, and the mouse in Sun Hao's hand fell directly on the table. Only Li Yuhong, who was wearing headphones, was still concentrating on the operation, but soon he also noticed the strange silence around him. He took off his headphones, looked at his two roommates' faces, and then glanced at Chen Fan, who was working hard in front of the closet. He asked in confusion, what happened? Did they get a pentakill? Sun Hao ignored him. With a lewd look on his face, he approached Chen Fan and lowered his voice, asking in a tone that only men could understand, Fourth brother, what's the point of changing your underwear? Didn't you just come out of Teacher Bai's dormitory this afternoon? Could it be? He didn't finish his words, but the wiggling expression on his face had already made people imagine the subsequent plot to be an restricted Japanese love action movie. Chen Fan finally dug out a pair of relatively dry underwear from under a pile of wrinkled clothes. He turned around and looked at his three roommates' gossipy faces, full of curiosity. His face was expressionless, and he said calmly, what are you thinking about? I'm going to see a movie with Wu Miao Miao tonight. Oh, watching a movie with Wu Miao Miao, I thought. Zhou Kai subconsciously added, but halfway through his words, he suddenly reacted and his eyes instantly widened like bells. The dormitory fell into deathly silence. 3 seconds later. What the hell? Zhou Kai let out a strange cry and jumped up from his chair. He rushed to Chen Fan in 2 steps, grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and shook him vigorously. Say it again. Who are you going to the movies with tonight? Wu Miao Miao. Zhou Kai was about to go crazy. Why do you have to change your underwear to watch a movie? Are you going to the movies or the Olympics? But Sun Hao couldn't help but burst out laughing, but then he realized that the analogy was wrong. He slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, I get it. I get it all. Fourth brother, you're awesome. He respectfully raised 2 thumbs up to Chen Fan. Li Yuhong also reacted, and his eyes behind the lenses flashed with a mixture of wisdom and vulgarity. He pushed his glasses and analyzed in an academic tone, I see. Last night's outdoor battle wasn't exciting enough. Let's play in the cinema today, hee hee hee. Chen Fan smiled at them, took his underwear and clothes, and walked into the bathroom leisurely. In the girls' dormitory, Wu Miaomia sat at her desk, applying essence to her face in front of the mirror, and said to Wangya, baby, skip class this afternoon and go shopping with me. Wangya poked her head out of the bed and asked, where are we going? Hang Lung. Ha? Wangya sat up. Hang Lung? Are you crazy? With 5,200 yuan, you can't even buy a bag at Hang Lung. What do you know? Wu Miaomia's lips curled up in a mysterious and confident arc. This is called investment. After tonight, it might be 52,000. Tonight? What are you doing? Today is 521, Chen Fan and I are going to the movies. Their conversation, word for word, all drifted into the ears of the person on the upper bunk. Lin Cece was wearing headphones and a silent variety show was playing on the screen, but her attention was not on it at all. Wangya screamed, fuck, you guys are moving too fast? Did he ask you out? Of course, he's really attached to me. Wu Miaomiao clearly enjoyed her inexperienced look. She glanced at Lin Cece, who was pretending to be dead on the bed, and leaned over, lowering her voice as if to share some earth-shaking secret. I'm telling you, I mainly want to buy some underwear. The underwear I have now is too ordinary and not good-looking enough. Wangya was even more confused. Aren't we going to the movies? Why buy underwear? To show him the X-ray vision? Wu Miaomiao rolled her eyes at her, her face full of a sense of superiority that said, a mortal like you wouldn't understand. He and I had a date tonight, the kind where you have to show your ID card after watching a movie. Wangya was stunned for 2 seconds, and then her face turned red. She suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes widened, and she looked at Wu Miaomiao as if she was looking at a female soldier about to go to the battlefield. Lin Cece held her phone tightly. The cold metal frame of the phone dug deeply into her palm, but she didn't feel any pain at all. Chen Fan still didn't reply to her message, but instead asked Wu Miaomiao to go to the movies and even booked a room. She opened Chen Fan's WeChat dialog box. In the past, she was too lazy to reply to his WeChat messages. Now, she actually tasted the feeling of being left out. Chapter 28, seemingly unintentional, but actually deadly. She hesitated. If she sent it again, it would seem too cheap, but if she did nothing, he would really be snatched away by Wu Miaomiao. Lin Cc's WeChat kept popping up messages. It was Gu Chen. Cece, I've reflected on it. I was wrong yesterday. Don't be angry. I'll treat you to a movie tonight, okay? Have you eaten yet? Can I order you a cup of milk tea? Lin Cece couldn't lie down anymore. She threw back the quilt and climbed down the ladder from the upper bunk, with a hint of irritation in her movements that she herself was not aware of. Wu Miaomiao and Wangya's conversation was interrupted, and they both looked at her. Lin Cece walked to her desk, picked up the water cup, and poured water in it as if nothing had happened, but the water in the kettle was already empty. Awkwardness hung in the air for a second. She put down the empty kettle, turned around, and her eyes fell on Wu Miaomiao. She tried to keep her tone calm. Where are you guys going to watch a movie tonight? Wu Miaomiao immediately raised her chin. Of course it's the Hang Lung Cinema. The IMAX there is the best. Wangya was immediately displeased when she heard this. She frowned and complained, huh? So after buying clothes, you went straight to Hang Lung to wait for Chen Fan? What should I do then? I'm going to take the subway back by myself? Wu Miaomiao was in a good mood and didn't bother to argue with her. She waved her hand generously. Oh, it's no big deal. I'll go to the YSL counter and buy you a lipstick. Just consider it as compensation for your travel expenses, okay? Really? Wangya's eyes lit up instantly, and her previous reluctance immediately disappeared. Then it's a deal. I want the rotten tomato color. Okay. The conversation between the two people, singing and responding to each other, is like a wonderful double act. Lin Cece stood there, feeling like an outsider, a superfluous, ridiculous spectator. She looked at the undisguised pride on Wu Miaomiao's face and Wangya's face that was easily bribed by a lipstick, and her heart was blocked. She remembered that Chen Fan had also given her a YSL Rotten Tomatoes colored lipstick. I heard that he only ate 1 pack of instant noodles a day because of this. He used to love me so much, how could he change so suddenly? Wu Miaomiao paused and looked at Lin Cece. By the way, Cece, if there is roll call in the afternoon class, can you help us call the roll? Lin Cece glanced at her and said, how can I yell at 2 people? Wu Miaomiao said, I called out to all 3 people last time, but old man Maja is hard of hearing and couldn't hear it. I can't shout. After Lin Cece finished speaking, she opened the dormitory door and walked out. In the dormitory, Wanya looked at the closed door and said, I'm really impressed. I've called out for her several times before. Wu Miaomiao was admiring her perfect makeup in the mirror. Upon hearing this, she sneered. She's broken down. She slowly replaced the lid of her lipstick, her tone full of a knowing sense of superiority. She used to order Chen Fan around like a dog, and now the dog is ignoring her and licking someone else. How can she feel good about it? She paused, turned her head, looked at Wanya, and said word by word, this is called, the Wheel of Fortune turns. She, Lin Cece, has been the school belle for so long, it's time for a change. Wanya asked, what about the afternoon classes? Simple. Wu Miaomiao sent a WeChat message to another female classmate and gave her a red envelope of 8.8 yuan. The other party immediately agreed happily. At 2 p.m., we have a class on principles of Marxist philosophy. The teacher of this course, Zhang Jianguo, is a little old man in his 60s with gray hair and reading glasses. He lectured verbatim, his voice was low and his tone was gentle, making him the most hypnotic song in Tunghai University. Chen Fan and his 3 roommates sat in the prime spot in the 3rd row from the back of the classroom, which was neither conspicuous nor difficult to escape. He didn't have much interest in listening to the class. He was thinking about whether to pick up a car first or buy an apartment first. He had never dared to dream of such trouble before. His eyes casually swept around the classroom and finally fell on a familiar figure in the front row. Lin Cece. She was wearing a light blue dress today, with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She sat upright like a solitary lily. Even if it's just a back view, it's still the brightest color in the entire dull classroom. Chen Fan's gaze stayed on her for less than 2 seconds before moving away calmly. It's like looking at a stranger who has nothing to do with you. On the podium, old man Zhang adjusted his reading glasses, slowly drank a sip of tea, and then without warning took out a roster from under the podium. Now, let's take a roll call. The sleepy students woke up instantly as if they had been electrocuted. Chen Fan noticed that Lin Cece in the front row suddenly straightened her back. After ordering more than a dozen people. Wu Miaomiao. The classroom was quiet for a second. A girl sitting in the middle row quickly lowered her head and responded in a pinched voice, here. The voice trembled with a hint of guilt. Old man Zhang has poor hearing and didn't seem to hear anything unusual. But at this moment, Lin Cece suddenly cried out ouch and the cup of water in her hand accidentally fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The noise was particularly abrupt in the quiet classroom. Everyone's eyes, including old man Zhang on the podium, all turned to her. Sorry, teacher, my hand slipped. Lin Cece quickly bent down to pick it up, with just the right amount of apology on her face. Old man Zhang's gaze paused on her, as if his rhythm was interrupted by this little accident. He frowned. Wu Miaomiao? He called again, his voice a little louder than before. The girl who answered for someone else turned pale. She didn't expect the teacher to look up and call her name, so she didn't dare to speak for a moment. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone held their breath, and the air seemed to freeze. Answering for someone else, this is the situation I fear most. Old man Zhang's face darkened. He pushed up his glasses and scanned the classroom with sharp eyes. Wu Miaomiao, who is it? Stand up so I can see. Now, no one dared to speak. The girl who answered lowered her head even lower, as if she wanted to crawl under the table. Lin Cece had straightened up. She sat there quietly with a faint, cold smile on her lips. Chen Fan took it all in, his mind as clear as a mirror. What a good move. Dropped the cup by mistake, seemingly unintentional, but actually fatal. First, he used the noise to interrupt the teacher's rhythm and attract his attention. Then, he used the silence in the room to magnify the embarrassment of the girl who did not dare to answer again, and directly forced Wu Miaomiao into a dead end. This method is much more advanced than Wu Miaomiao's, who can only act in the circle of friends. It seems that classmate Wu Miaomiao didn't come. Old man Zhang's voice was as cold as ice. Then who answered for her just now? Chapter 29 Teacher by, I think I saw you at the East Gate just now. No one spoke. Good, very good. Old man Zhang laughed in anger. Students nowadays are really becoming more and more classmate loved. Fine, since no one admits it, I'll pretend that you don't know her. He picked up a red pen and drew a heavy cross behind the name Wu Miao Miao. Then, his fingers continued downward. Wang Ye. The girl who answered for someone else was so frightened that she didn't dare to speak again. The classroom was still dead silent. Wang Ye isn't here either? Old man Zhang sneered and drew another big red cross. He closed the roster and scanned the trembling students in the audience with his sharp eyes. Classmates, I've been teaching Marxist philosophy my whole life. What is philosophy? It teaches us to understand the world and change it. But the first step to understanding the world is to understand ourselves. How can someone who can't even take responsibility for their own actions and needs others to lie for them even talk about understanding the world? How can a collective that can't even maintain the most basic integrity talk about changing the world? The old man became more and more excited as he spoke, and his skinny fingers tapped on the podium, making a banging sound. Academic integrity is the foundation of learning. If you ask someone to answer for you in class now, will you cheat at work in the future? Will you fabricate data in your projects? Will you have no bottom line for your own benefit? The two students who skipped class today, Wu Miao Miao and Wang Ye, will receive 0 marks for this semester. I hope this incident serves as a wake-up call for all of you. As soon as the words fell, the whole classroom was in an uproar. Giving a 0 grade for the final exam is no different from a death sentence. This means that not only will they have to retake the course, but it will also leave an extremely disgraceful record in their files, which will affect their graduation, performance evaluation, and postgraduate entrance exams. No one expected that an ordinary absence from class would lead to such serious consequences. Everyone subconsciously looked at the center of the storm, Lin Cece. Although she only said "I'm sorry" from beginning to end, no one is stupid. The falling of the water cup was too coincidental, as if it was carefully calculated. Lin Cece felt the various complicated gazes from those around her, some awe, some contempt, and some gloating. But she didn't care. She even felt a little pleased. Zhou Kai, who was beside Chen Fan, was already dumbfounded. He lowered his voice and leaned close to Chen Fan's ear, his tone full of disbelief. "Fuck, fourth brother, did you see that? Lin Cece is too cruel. She kills without shedding blood." Sun Hao also leaned over, his face full of fear. Wu Miaomio and Wang Ye are in trouble now. "Fourth brother, are you still going to the movies with her tonight? I guess she's not in the mood to watch it now." Chen Fan retracted his gaze and glanced at him calmly. "Look, why not? You've already bought the tickets." He paused, the playful smile on his face deepened, and he added slowly, "It just so happens that she is in a bad mood, and I can comfort her." But Zhou Kai almost couldn't help laughing out loud. "Comfort? How? You can figure it out with your toes. Fourth brother is really naughty and bad now." Li Yuhong smiled obscenely. "Of course not, this 0 point is always blocked, our fourth brother should help to clear it up." "Get out." Chen Fan kicked him. After school, Chen Fan left the teaching building and went to the small supermarket at the school gate to buy a pack of Huazi and 2 bottles of iced Red Bull. He is not short of money now, but he has some habits that he cannot change in a short time. He found an empty corner, sat down, lit a cigarette and smoked slowly. He was actually not in a hurry to see Wu Miao Miao. He knew very well that he couldn't be too proactive when dealing with this kind of woman. The more you push forward, the more she will control you. There is a small road outside the east gate. There are not many cars on ordinary days, but at this time, it is the peak time for teachers and staff to get off work. After he finished smoking, he opened the taxi app and called a private car to Hang Lung Plaza. While waiting, his eyes casually glanced around. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. Not far away, a black Audi A6 was parked on the side of the road with its door open. A middle-aged man with a greasy face was standing at the door, smiling and saying something to the woman beside him. Chen Fan recognized the face at a glance. Wang Tianlai. The person next to him was Bai Jiejie. She changed into a yellow dress, and the expression on her face was far less relaxed than when she had lunch. She frowned slightly, as if she was politely declining something, and subconsciously took half a step back, keeping a distance from Wang Tianlai. It was a posture full of defense and resistance. "Teacher Xiao Bai, it's just a quick meal. It won't take you long." Wang Tianlai's voice was greasy. "Director Liu and the others are here. They specifically mentioned your name, saying they want to welcome the new young talents to our school." This is a gesture of respect for you. If you don't go, you're not giving Director Lu face. Bai Jiejie's face turned pale and her lips were tightly pursed. As a newly employed counselor, she had no room to refuse when faced with leaders of the vice principal and the director of the education bureau. She knew very well that this so-called dinner party was not a welcome party at all, but a vanity fair where middle-aged greasy men would get their female subordinates drunk and tell dirty jokes. She didn't want to go, but she didn't dare not go. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Wang Tianlai's smile faded a little, and his tone became a little tougher. What's the matter? Teacher Xiaobai looks down on me, or does he look down on Director Lu? Don't forget, whether you can successfully become a regular employee depends on us. This sentence already carries a naked threat. Bai Jiejie's body trembled slightly. She raised her head, her eyes filled with humiliation and helplessness. In the end, she compromised. Wang Tianlai pushed her into the back seat. The Audi A6 let out a low roar, merged into the traffic flow, and quickly disappeared around the corner. Chen Fan stood there, taking it all in. A white Nissan Sylphy stopped in front of him. It was the special car he called. Last number 9120, going to Plaza 66, right, young man? The driver was an enthusiastic middle-aged man. Right. Chen Fan opened the car door and sat in the back seat. The air conditioner in the car was turned on high, isolating him from the heat and noise outside. He leaned back in his chair, took out his cell phone, and opened the WeChat chat box with Bai Jiejie. Chen Fan, Teacher Bai, I think I saw you at the East Gate just now. A few minutes later, the phone vibrated. Bai Jiejie, hey, I have a social event tonight. It's arranged by the school leaders and I can't turn it down. Immediately afterwards, the second message popped up. Bai Jiejie, why are you still out so late? If you don't have anything to do, go back to the dorm early and don't hang around outside, okay? Chapter 30, I'm so angry, how am I going to choose a bag later? Chen Fan looked at the concerned words on the phone screen. She was about to be dragged into the fire pit, and she still had the time to care whether I was wandering around or not. Chen Fan, boss, are you having a social gathering? Where is it? If it's nearby, it'll be convenient for you to call me if anything happens. Bai Jiejie, it's near Hanglung. Don't overthink it, it's fine. I just wanted to have a meal. I know what I'm doing. Go back to school and stay out of this. Chen Fan, okay then, teacher, please drink less. Call me if you need anything. He didn't say anything more. Just enough to show the right amount of concern without appearing to have ulterior motives and making her suspicious. Bai Jiejie didn't reply again, probably because she had no choice. Wu Miaomia was already waiting at the entrance of Hanglung Plaza. She had obviously dressed up carefully today. A tight black suspender dress perfectly outlines her young and plump body curves. Her face is delicately made up, with fiery red lips and flying eyeliner. She exudes an aggressive beauty that is eager to prove herself. However, that pretty face was now covered with dark clouds. When she saw Chen Fan get out of the car, she quickly walked up to him, put her arm around his, and her voice was still filled with anger. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I called a taxi right after class. There was a bit of traffic. Chen Fan pulled his arm back unnoticed and checked the time. The movie is still over an hour away. Let's go get something to eat first? I'm not eating anymore. I'm so angry. Wu Miaomia stomped her feet, and her high heels made an irritating sound on the smooth floor. Have you bought the tickets? Yeah. Wu Miaomia took out 2 movie tickets from her bag, waved them in front of him, and then lowered her hand dejectedly. You don't even know, this afternoon. I know. Chen Fan interrupted her. Wu Miaomia was stunned, you know? Yes, I saw it all in the classroom. Chen Fan's tone was flat, as if he was talking about a piece of gossip that had nothing to do with him. Wu Miaomiao's eyes suddenly turned red. The grievances and anger that had been accumulating for the entire afternoon finally found an outlet when she saw Chen Fan. That old man gave me a 0. 0. I have to retake the course. There's even a stain on my file. It's all that Lin Cici's fault. She became angrier and angrier as she spoke, her voice becoming shrill, drawing the attention of passers-by. Okay, there are a lot of people here, let's go in first. Chen Fan pulled her into the mall. At this time in Plaza 66, almost all the restaurants have queues. Wu Miaomia complained as they walked. She did it on purpose. They all told me that the cup didn't fall earlier or later, but just when the teacher called my name. She knew the old man was hard of hearing and wanted to use the noise to draw the teacher's attention. How could this person be so cunning? Wanya was also unlucky and received a 0. Now she's crying like a tearful person. I'm so blind. I used to think Lin Cece was noble, but now it seems that she's just a green tea bitch who stabs you in the back. She just can't stand me being with you. She's jealous of me. Wu Miao Miao crossed her arms over her chest heaving with anger. She stared at Chen Fan intently, as if trying to find recognition and resonance from his face. Chen Fan, don't you think so? She's just jealous of me. Chen Fan was concentrating on looking at the restaurant next to him. Hearing this, he raised his eyelids and glanced at her. Well, she went a little too far. His reaction was indifferent. He neither joined her in cursing indignantly nor showed the slightest surprise. This kind of calmness made Wu Miaomio feel like she was punching cotton, and her heart became even more blocked. I don't know what to do now. Retaking the course means I'll have to take classes with the next generation of students. How embarrassing. And this course is worth quite a lot of credits. Thinking of this, her hatred for Lin Cece deepened. That bitch Lin Cece, she. Wu Miao Miao, who are you scolding? The cold question was like a basin of ice water, pouring over Wu Miao Miao's anger. Her voice stopped abruptly and she turned around abruptly. Not far behind him, there were two people standing. Lin Cece and Gu Chen. Lin Cece was still wearing the same light blue dress she had worn in the afternoon. She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes slightly red, and she looked like she was being bullied in public. The person who spoke was Gu Chen, who was beside her. He frowned, his tone full of blame. Wu Miao Miao, isn't it bad to say bad things about people behind their backs? Wu Miao Miao was stunned by his attitude of coming to accuse her, and then she became even more angry. I talked about her behind her back? President Gu, get this straight. She was the one who stabbed me in the back first. She caused me to get a 0 on the final exam, so what's wrong with me scolding her a few times? Gu Chen was caught by his gaze at Lin Cece, who was about to cry beside him. Cece is not that kind of person. You must have misunderstood. Bah! Wu Miao Miao rolled her eyes. Chen Fan knows best whether she is that kind of person. Ask Chen Fan what kind of person Lin Cece is. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on Chen Fan, who had been like an outsider from beginning to end. Lin Cece's body trembled slightly. She raised her eyes and looked at Chen Fan with complicated eyes. Gu Chen also looked at Chen Fan with a hint of contempt and warning in his eyes. Chen Fan didn't look at Lin Cece, nor did he pay attention to Gu Chen. He just reached out and gently patted the shoulder of Wu Miao Miao, who was still angry. Okay, don't be angry. It's not worth getting yourself hurt over such a small thing. Wu Miao Miao wanted to say something, but was blocked by Chen Fan's next words. I'm so angry. How am I going to choose a bag later? Wu Miao Miao was stunned. What bag should I choose? Chen Fan smiled, and under the bright lights of the mall, that smile seemed particularly calm and indifferent. Let's go, I'll buy you a bag, and you'll be fine. It was said so casually, like buy you a bottle of water. Wu Miao Miao's brain went into a complete blackout with a buzzing sound. She opened her mouth and looked at Chen Fan, her eyes with delicate eyeliner filled with disbelief. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Chen Fan took her hand, turned around and walked towards the depths of the mall. When he passed by Lin Cece and Gu Chen, he didn't even bother to glance at them. That was a complete disregard. It is more lethal than any vicious curse or ridicule. Lin Cece stood there blankly, looking at the intimate backs of Chen Fan and Wu Miao Miao. Her heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and the pain made her almost unable to breathe. Buy a bag. He actually wanted to buy a bag for Wu Miao Miao. Chapter 31. Gu Chen was completely dumbfounded. She remembered that she had hinted to Chen Fan countless times that she wanted an MK bag that cost more than 3,000 yuan. At that time, Chen Fan could only lower his head in embarrassment and say that he would work hard to save money. But now, he can say he wants to buy a bag for another girl without blinking an eye. And that girl, who was also her roommate, was Wu Miao Miao, the person she despised the most. Gu Chen's expression became even uglier. The hero saving the beauty drama he carefully created was completely destroyed by Chen Fan's light-hearted words, I'll buy you a bag. He felt like a clown who threw a punch with all his might, but the other party didn't take him seriously at all and even showed off his love and financial resources. This fucking made him feel worse than just beating him up. Cece, let's. He wanted to say let's go, but the words came to his lips and he couldn't say them. He just left in such a disgrace. Where would his face be? Wu Miaomia was pulled by Chen Fan and was still a little dizzy until she saw the shop in front of her clearly. Chanel. The classic black and white double C logo seemed to have infinite magic, which made her wake up instantly. Chen Fan, are we coming here? Her voice was trembling. What else? Chen Fan asked back. Wu Miaomia's heart was pounding and her palms were sweating. She dreamed of owning a Chanel bag, but the price was astronomical for her. She looked at Chen Fan's profile. Was this man really going to take her into the ultimate dream place of countless women? An unprecedented and huge sense of happiness and vanity instantly washed away all previous grievances and anger. What zero score in the final exam, what Lin Cece, in front of Chanel, they are all fucking clouds. The salesgirl in a professional suit originally had a formal smile on her face, but after seeing Chen Fan and Wu Miaomia dressed in student-like attire, her smile faded a little, revealing a subtle sense of alienation. Hello, what would you like to see? Chen Fan ignored her and walked straight to the window. He pointed at a classic CF handbag inside and said to Wu Miaomia, how about this one? I think it suits you very well. Wu Miaomia's breathing stopped. That's Chanel's classic flap. A classic among classics. I. She was so excited that she couldn't finish her words. Just then, footsteps were heard at the door. Lin Cece and Guchun also followed in. Lin Cece's eyes were fixed on the CF handbag, and the jealousy in her eyes was almost overflowing. Guchun followed in with gritted teeth. He saw Chen Fan really bring Wu Miaomia into Chanel, and saw Lin Cece's eyes, so he could only puff up his face and pretend to be fat, gritting his teeth and said, it's just a bag, I'll buy it for you too. I thought that when Lin Cece liked a certain model, I would find an excuse to say that I knew a purchasing agent, and then buy her a fake one. The other salesgirl saw two more customers coming in, and especially noticed the Burberry t-shirt on Guchen. She immediately greeted them warmly, sir and madam, welcome. The salesgirl who served Chen Fan and Wu Miaomia gritted her teeth secretly. Damn it, I should have known not to receive these two students. Guchen cleared his throat and said in a deliberately quiet voice, let's just take a look. His eyes, however, were always fixed on Chen Fan. Chen Fan seemed not to notice them. He turned to the receptionist and said, take out that bag and let her try it. The salesgirl hesitated a little, sir, this is our classic style, the price is. I know. Chen Fan interrupted her calmly, just take it out. The unquestionable tone made the salesgirl stunned for a moment, but she finally put on gloves and carefully took out the bag. Wu Miaomia took the bag, slung it over her shoulder, and stood in front of the mirror. She looked like she was glowing. She looked at herself in the mirror, then looked at Chen Fan who was beside her with a doting look on his face, and she almost fainted with happiness. This scene, like a sharp thorn, pierced deeply into Lin Cece's eyes. That position should have been hers. That man was supposed to revolve around her. Gu Chen's expression became increasingly grim. He discovered that Chen Fan's composure didn't seem to be fake. Do you like it? Chen Fan asked Wu Miaomia. Yeah. Wu Miaomia nodded vigorously, as if afraid that he would go back on his word. Okay, then I'll take this. Chen Fan took out his phone and said to the salesgirl, scan the code. The salesgirl was completely stunned. She looked at Chen Fan, then at the handbag worth over 80,000 yuan, and was unable to react for a moment. Ah. Okay, sir. The salesgirl woke up as if from a dream. The smile on her face instantly became extremely sincere and eager, and her voice became several degrees sweeter. Gu Chen, who was standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. Damn, really bought it? A bag worth more than 80,000 yuan, and you bought it without blinking an eye? He felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped countless times in public. Wu Miaomia walked up to Lin Cece with her new bag, her chin slightly raised, and she couldn't hide her proud look at all. Cece, look at this bag of mine. Does it look nice? Chen Fan gave it to me. Lin Cece's nails dug deep into her palms and she couldn't utter a word. Wu Miaomia glanced at Gu Chen beside her and asked innocently, hey, President Gu, you and Cece are shopping together, why don't you buy one for our school beauty too? Cece is so beautiful, she will look even better with Chanel. These words were like roasting Gu Chen on the fire. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gu Chen. The salesgirl who received Gu Chen had the word expectation almost written on her forehead. She loved to see this kind of drama the most, the open and covert fighting between two men. He bought one worth 80,000, so he must buy one worth 100,000, right? Cold sweat broke out on Gu Chen's forehead. Purchase? One bag costs more than 80,000. His monthly living expenses are only 10,000 yuan. How long will it take him to save that much? Not buying? Then he would lose all face today, and he would not be able to raise his head in front of Lin Cece and anyone else. He glanced secretly at Lin Cece. Lin Cece didn't look at him. Her eyes were fixed on the CF handbag that Wu Miaomio was carrying on her arm, and her eyes were as complicated as a tangled mess. There is jealousy, resentment, and hatred, but more of it is an almost desperate expectation. She was looking forward to him, hoping that he would stand up and use more heroic actions to step on Chen Fan and Wu Miaomio and save their common face. What she needed was not a bag, but a victory. Gu Chen's heart sank. He knew that he couldn't avoid this hurdle today. On the other side, Chen Fan's payment process has come to an end. The salesgirl who greeted him smiled like a blooming sunflower, her voice so sweet it could squeeze water out of her. Sir, we have registered your customer information. From now on, you will be our VIP member of Chanel. We will notify you as soon as any new styles arrive in the store. Chapter 32. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy you another one. She handed a black card and the large white shopping bag with the double C logo to Chen Fan with both hands, leaning forward slightly with an extremely respectful attitude. Chen Fan took it and handed the shopping bag to Wu Miaomio, who was almost floating beside him. Here. Yeah. Wu Miaomio hugged the shopping bag tightly as if she was holding a rare treasure, and the happiness and satisfaction on her face almost overflowed. She held the bag and deliberately adjusted the angle so that the classic black and white logo was facing Lin Cece and Gu Chen. Gu Chen's self-esteem was completely ignited at this moment, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. He took a strong breath and said to the salesgirl next to him, "Bring out the latest bags from your store, bring out the latest bags from your store so I can see them." He deliberately emphasized the word latest model to imply that although the CF Chen Fan bought was classic, it was just an old model, and he wanted something newer and more fashionable. The salesgirl's eyes lit up and she immediately perked up. "Yes, sir. Our autumn and winter poster collection has just arrived. This way, please." She led Gu Chen and Lin Cece to another display case and enthusiastically introduced them. "Sir, look at this 19 bag. It's the hottest style right now. The leather is soft and the chain is a color-blocked pattern. It's very unique. And there's this Gabrielle hobo bag. Many celebrities have carried it." Lin Cece's eyes finally moved away from Wu Miaomio and fell on these equally sparkling bags, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in her heart. Maybe Gu Chen will really give her a surprise. Gu Chen didn't listen to what the salesgirl said at all. His eyes were darting around and his brain was working fast, looking for a way to escape. He cleared his throat, interrupting the salesgirl's introduction, and waved his hand in a pretentious manner. "These are too ordinary and common. Are there any, more unique ones?" The salesgirl was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly. She thought for a moment and took out a small box from the bottom shelf of the counter. "Sir, if you want something a little more unique, you can take a look at our haute couture collection. For example, this WOC, or wallet on chain, can be used as both a small bag and a wallet. It's very sophisticated and practical, and the price is more competitive than a large bag." Gu Chen's eyes were fixed on the price tag of the WOC 28,000. It's still too expensive. His heart beat faster and the sweat from his palms soaked a spot on his pants. He felt the air around him growing thinner and thinner. The leisurely looks of Chen Fan and Wu Miaomio, who were watching the show, were like two walls piercing him. He can't delay any longer. He took a deep breath, suddenly grabbed the salesgirl's arm, and pulled her aside, with her back facing Lin Cece. The salesgirl was startled by his sudden action and looked at him in surprise. Gu Chen lowered his body and leaned close to her ear, his voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, with a hint of trembling and pleading that he himself did not even notice. "Hey, beautiful lady, let me ask you, what is the cheapest item in your store?" For the first time, a crack appeared on the salesgirl's professional smile. A hint of contempt flashed across her eyes, but her good professionalism allowed her to quickly regain her composure. She was silent for 2 seconds, then lowered her voice and answered in a businesslike tone. "Sir, excluding perfumes and cosmetics without logos, the cheapest leather goods are these." She turned around, pulled out a small black velvet dust bag from an inconspicuous corner drawer, and took out something the size of a palm. Classic card holder, made of cowhide, can hold 3 cards. Price is 3,800 yuan. Gu Chen looked at the small card wallet, then at the huge shopping bag in Wu Miaomio's arms not far away. An unprecedented sense of humiliation, like a surging tide, instantly drowned him. He felt his face go from burning pain to numbness. The salesgirl who greeted him still maintained her impeccable smile, but that smile had lost its warmth, like an exquisite mask. On the other side, Chen Fan and Wu Miaomio had become complete spectators. Chen Fan leaned against the glass display case, his hands in his trouser pockets, his posture relaxed. Wu Miaomio cleared her throat and broke the suffocating silence in an innocent tone. "Oh, this little card holder is so pretty." She took 2 steps forward and pretended to look at it carefully. "Cece, I think this suits you very well. It's also practical, right, President Gu?" Chen Fan sneered, "Do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy you another one." Wu Miaomio smiled brightly, "No need, honey, I don't have many cards to put in. Cece may have more cards, so she needs this small card bag, after all." She deliberately glanced at Gu Chen, "It's small, but also very cute." Chen Fan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "You better be talking about card packs." Beads of sweat had gathered on Gu Chen's forehead and were sliding down his temples. He felt itchy, but he didn't dare to raise his hand to wipe it. 3008. It's not that he can't afford it. But the problem is, he can't pay. In front of Chen Fan's huge white shopping bag with the double C logo printed on it, this palm-sized black card holder is not a commodity, but a verdict. He was sentenced for being financially incompetent, for overestimating his abilities, and for being a complete idiot. If you buy it, you are publicly admitting that you are only worthy of buying this. If I don't buy it, I won't even be able to afford 3,800 yuan. All the bold words I said before are just bullshit. He was in a dilemma and felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Lin Cece trembled all over. Her gaze fell on Gu Chen's face, which had turned the color of liver. He is still hesitating. He's still weighing it. He was still calculating his gains and losses in face. Lin Cece looked at him, and the last bit of faint, unrealistic expectation in her eyes finally disappeared completely. She suddenly felt ridiculous. She went to find Gu Chen out of spite and to prove to everyone that she could live a better life after leaving Chen Fan. She thought that with Gu Chen's identity as the president of the student union and his seemingly wealthy family background, he could at least win back a city for herself. But what is the result? The result was that the trump card she found was defeated by the opponent in the simplest and most brutal way, and she was unable to fight back. And I, like a fool, stood here, embarrassing myself along with him. That card holder was the biggest humiliation to her. And Wu Miaomio's call of husband was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Cece raised her eyes and looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was also looking at her. His eyes were calm, as if he was looking at a stranger. It was this kind of calmness, this kind of complete disregard, that hurt Lin Cece more than any vicious curse or contempt. Chapter 33. Wu Miaomio's mind had long flown away from the cinema. Her eyes turned red and tears welled up without warning, swirling in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. The long eyelashes were soaked with tears, and they trembled fragilely like butterfly wings wet after the rain. I have to say, Lin Cece is really pretty. The school beauty who is usually cold and arrogant now looks like she is about to cry. The feeling of brokenness and grievance is enough to make any man feel pity, and even arouse the desire for cruelty and conquest in the deepest part of his heart. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. He admitted that at this moment, he was indeed a little distracted. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind without warning. Ding! Target Lin Cece's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 60. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan? Is this fucking possible? Let her break down, let her feel wronged, let her embarrass herself in public, and still increase her favorability? That's really interesting. Chen Fan thought to herself that she hated Wu Miaomio because Wu Miaomio took away something that belonged to her. She was disappointed with Gu Chen because he failed to help her regain her face. And I proved who is the real strong one in the most direct and brutal way. This kind of power is a fatal attraction to her. This isn't buying a bag for a woman, this is asking the system for reimbursement. Lin Cece bit her lips tightly, and a faint smell of blood filled her mouth. I don't want it. Her voice was soft and cold. Don't buy it. After saying these 3 words, she turned around, no longer looking at anyone in the store, straightened her back, which seemed fragile but was actually extremely proud, and walked out resolutely step by step in her high heels. Gu Chen froze in place, like a statue splashed with red paint. His face turned from red to blue, and from blue to white, in a spectacular manner. The salesgirl who received him couldn't keep her smile on her face anymore. She was holding the small card holder, not knowing whether to put it down or not. The scene was very awkward for a while. In the end, it was Wu Miaomia who broke the dead silence. She walked up to Gu Chen, holding the huge shopping bag, tilted her head, and asked innocently, "Hey, President Gu, why did Cece leave? Doesn't she like this card holder?" "Yeah, Cece is so pretty and has such a good temperament, how could she use such a small bag? It would be so cheap." She paused and deliberately raised her voice. "Unlike me, I like big ones." These words were like a loud slap in the face, hitting Gu Chen hard. Gu Chen's body trembled violently, as if he was awakened from a nightmare. He suddenly pushed the salesgirl in front of him away, without saying anything, and like a stray dog, he lowered his head, rushed out of the Chanel store and fled. "Tisk, coward." Wu Miaomia looked at his embarrassed back and curled her lips in disdain. It was a farce that finally ended with Chen Fan's complete victory. The salesgirl in the store now looked at Chen Fan with a different look from a customer to a god. Especially the one who first received Chen Fan, the smile on his face was so beautiful that it could bloom into flowers. "Sir, your girlfriend is so lucky," she praised sincerely. "It's okay." Chen Fan smiled faintly, put his arm around Wu Miaomia's waist, and walked out. "The movie is about to start, let's go." The lights in the cinema were dim, and an intense car chase scene was playing on the huge screen. The sounds of explosions and the screams of tires rubbing against the ground filled the entire space. Wu Miaomiao, however, had no interest in watching the movie at all. She was like a boneless cat, clinging tightly to Chen Fan, her head resting on his shoulder, one hand around Chen Fan's arm, and the other hand restlessly drawing circles on his thigh. The Chanel shopping bag was now placed at Wu Miaomiao's feet. Even in the dim light, the classic black and white color combination was still eye-catching, like a monument to victory. Wu Miaomia's mind had long flown out of the cinema. In her opinion, the hail of bullets on the screen and the separation of the hero and heroine were far less gripping than the even breathing of the man beside her. Her hands began to become restless. First, I tried a little and pretended to pass by it casually. But once the idea came to mind, it grew wildly like vines, making her mouth dry and her tongue parched, and it felt like countless ants were crawling inside her body. She turned her head and, with the dim light reflected from the screen, nervously observed Chen Fan's reaction, her eyes greedily tracing Chen Fan's profile. The jawline is clear, the nose bridge is high, and the lips are slightly curved. This calmness and this attitude of being in control of everything are fatal aphrodisiacs to Wu Miaomiao. Seeing that Chen Fan did not express any intention of refusal, her hand could no longer be controlled and touched the zipper. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at her with his dark eyes in the dim light. His eyes were calm, but they made Wu Miaomiao's heart tremble. He didn't say anything, just reached out and pinched her cheek. This action is more like teasing a pet than lust. But Wu Miaomiao benefited greatly from it. She felt like a cat being stroked by its owner, and every bone in her body was soft. The movements of his hands, from cautious at the beginning, became more and more bold. His fingertips slid across the texture of the trouser material, and finally stopped at the metal zipper head. She raised her eyes and peeked at Chen Fan's reaction in the flickering light of the screen. Chen Fan didn't look at her, his eyes were still on the screen, as if he was very interested in the fate of the hero and heroine. But the slightly raised corners of his mouth were like a signal of tacit consent, giving Wu Miaomiao endless courage. Sizzle. A slight sound, almost completely drowned out by the movie sound effects. It was like a forbidden seal was lifted. Wu Miaomiao's heart was beating in her throat, and she felt her palms sweating, but more than that, she felt excitement and stimulation. She reached her hand in tentatively. Beneath the rough fabric lies a completely different world. Chen Fan's body tensed up almost imperceptibly. On the screen, the male protagonist is driving a sports car and drifting on the edge of a cliff, and the background music is so exciting that it seems to be blowing the roof off. But in this noisy darkness, Chen Fan felt a completely different kind of excitement. The little hand, as soft as boneless, was trembling slightly. An indescribable sense of satisfaction instantly exploded from a certain point in the body and spread to every part of the body. That is the most primitive male satisfaction of conquest and possession. He wasn't passively accepting advances. He was a king who was high above everyone else and tacitly allowed his subjects to crawl upon him and serve him. Chapter 34 Ritz-Carlton. Wu Miaomiao felt the changes in her palm, her face flushed, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction rose up. She knows what she should do and what she wants to do. After being filled with extreme vanity in the Chanel store, she now wants to express her submission in the most primitive way. She leaned down softly. Her long hair fell like a waterfall, covering all her movements and the expression of shame and excitement on her face. Chen Fan leaned back in the chair, one hand casually resting on the armrest, and the other hand gently pressing on the back of Wu Miaomiao's head, his fingers running through her soft hair. His gaze was still on the screen. The male protagonist successfully killed the villain, won the beauty, and kissed her passionately in the sunset. A mocking smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. So boring. The heroes in the movies save the world, fight for their lives, but in the end, this is all they get. The movie finally ended and the lights came on. Amid the noisy ending theme song, the audience around them began to stand up and leave one after another. Wu Miaomiao was still lying in Chen Fan's arms, her cheeks flushed and her eyes blurred, like a cat that had eaten cream, with a satisfied laziness. I don't remember anything about the movie, she complained softly, with a hint of horse charm in her voice. Chen Fan looked down at her and gently pinched her red earlobe with his fingers. Wu Miaomiao's heart felt numb again, and she almost turned into a pool of water. Chen Fan pulled her up. Let's go. My legs are numb. Only then did Wu Miaomiao notice that there was a small dark wet spot on Chen Fan's pants. Her face suddenly became hotter, and she felt both embarrassed and excited. She quickly lowered her head, holding the huge Chanel shopping bag, and followed Chen Fan closely. The two walked out of the cinema and joined the crowd in the mall. The night at Hang Lung Plaza is still brightly lit and bustling with people. Wu Miaomiao held the white shopping bag and felt that everyone's eyes were vaguely drifting towards her. The feeling of being surrounded by envy and jealousy made her feel like she was floating. She chattered away, saying she was going to buy a cup of milk tea, then taking out her cell phone to touch up her makeup in the mirror, completely immersed in her own world. Chen Fan just responded incoherently, but his eyes inadvertently swept across the glass door leading to the hotel. At this moment, his pupils shrank slightly. A familiar figure appeared in the sight. Wang Tianlai. The head teacher with the Mediterranean hairstyle was currently half hugging a woman. The Hang Lung shopping center is connected to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel next door, with a dedicated passage. The woman in Wang Tianlai's arms was wearing a yellow dress. Her steps were unsteady and her entire weight was almost hanging on Wang Tianlai. Her head was lowered, and she was obviously drunk and unconscious. It's Bai Jiejie. Chen Fan's mind was as clear as a mirror. This old guy, on the surface, seems to be willing to spend a lot of money to drive a Ritz-Carlton to sleep with Bai Jiejie, but in fact, he does this to avoid being held accountable by Bai Jiejie in the future. Women all have this mentality. They will be angry if they find out that someone has slept with them after they drink, but if the hotel is of the Ritz-Carlton, they will feel much better. At this time, as long as the man coaxes her again, it can show his strength and respect for her. It is because he likes her too much that he can't control himself. Most women may not care about it, and there may even be a next time. Chen Fan, what do you think of the color of my lipstick? Is it too red? Wu Miaomiao held up her mobile phone and put her selfie in front of him, completely unaware of the movement not far away. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze from the revolving door, and there was no expression on his face. He reached out and pinched Wu Miaomiao's cheek, and said in a normal tone, "It's not red, it looks pretty good." Really? I knew it. Wu Miaomiao was overjoyed. She put away her phone and took his arm affectionately. Then where are we going now? Back to school? Of course Wu Miaomiao asked this on purpose. Chen Fan smiled and followed her words, "Go back now, the curfew is almost here." Wu Miaomiao's eyes lit up instantly, and she asked tentatively, then we. Chen Fan turned his head, looked at her face full of anticipation, and suddenly smiled. Let's go. Where are you going? Wu Miaomiao's heartbeat began to accelerate. Chen Fan didn't answer, but just took her hand and walked in one direction. Wu Miaomiao looked at the sign ahead, her steps becoming slower and slower, and her breathing becoming rapid. She recognized those gilded English letters. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Wu Miaomiao's brain buzzed and she stopped thinking completely. Chanel, Ritz-Carlton. She felt like she was having an unrealistic dream. In the dream, she became a princess in a fairy tale, and the man beside her was the prince who made all her wishes come true. She was led by Chen Fan and walked into the magnificent revolving door in a daze. The lobby of the Ritz-Carlton is magnificent, with a faint aroma of white tea floating in the air. The thick wool carpet absorbs all noise, leaving only soft background music flowing. Wu Miaomiao felt like she was walking on clouds and was dizzy all over. She held Chen Fan's arm tightly, fearing that this was a dream that would be shattered at the slightest touch. Chen Fan's steps were steady, his eyes swept calmly across the lobby, and soon locked onto the front desk. Wang Tianlai's shiny Mediterranean hair reflected the greasy light under the crystal chandelier, which was particularly eye-catching. He was struggling to hold up the drunk by Jie with one hand, and holding her cell phone in the other, awkwardly raising it in front of her unconscious face. The phone screen lit up with a beep, indicating that facial recognition was successful. Wang Tianlai finally breathed a sigh of relief and used her phone to register her identity information. Then, looking at the receptionist at the front desk, he put on a flattering smile and continued to explain, "My girlfriend drank too much, drank too much." The receptionist at the front desk, who was wearing an exquisite suit, had a professional smile on her face, but she couldn't completely hide the flash of contempt in her eyes. She was obviously used to this kind of drama. "Chen Fan, we..." Wu Miaomio was about to ask something when Chen Fan pulled her, turned a corner, and walked towards the lobby bar. "Sit down for a while." Chen Fan's voice was emotionless. There were not many people in the lobby bar, and the guests in groups of 3 or 4 were talking in low voices. The two sat down on the sofa by the window and the waiter came over quickly. 2 cups of lattes. Chen Fan didn't even look at the menu. "Yes, sir." Wu Miaomio no longer had the heart to drink coffee. Her eyes seemed to be glued to Chen Fan, and she was excited and nervous. "Are we really going to live here?" Chapter 35. What else? Come visit? What else? Come for a visit? Chen Fan asked back. Wu Miaomio's cheeks instantly flushed and her heart began to beat wildly. She took out her cell phone and took a lot of pictures of the surrounding environment, then switched to selfie mode and pulled Chen Fan to take a photo together. "Quick, take a picture for me and include the logo on the back." She adjusted the angle, excited like a little girl. Chen Fan patiently cooperated with her and took a few photos. Soon, the coffee was served. Wu Miaomio held the cup of latte with beautiful latte art and took several photos. Then she took a sip carefully and sighed with satisfaction. For her, it's not what she drinks, but where she drinks it that matters. She was immersed in a great sense of happiness when Chen Fan suddenly stood up. "Wait here for me." Wu Miaomio raised her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the bathroom and I'm going to open the room." Wu Miaomio's head buzzed, and the following sentence, like a sweet bomb, exploded in her heart. She nodded vigorously, her voice cloyingly sweet. "Yeah. Okay. I'll wait for you." Chen Fan turned around, but did not go towards the bathroom. Instead, he walked slowly to the back of a huge Roman column not far away. This position can avoid Wu Miaomio's sight, while also allowing for a panoramic view of the situation at the front desk and elevator entrance. Wang Tianlai had already completed the formalities and was holding the room card, half dragging and half carrying Bai Jie to the elevator hall. Bai Jie's body was as soft as a puddle of mud, and one of her high heels had fallen off. Wang Tianlai was holding it in his hand, and she looked very miserable. The elevator door opened with a ding. Wang Tianlai took great pains to stuff Bai Jie in. Chen Fan's eyes were like an eagle, fixed on the bronze floor display screen on the outer wall of the elevator. The numbers began to jump upwards. 15, 26, 38. Finally, a bright red number stopped, so bright that it was almost blinding. 39. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Very good. He turned around, straightened his collar, and then slowly walked towards the bathroom. When passing by the lobby bar, Wu Miaomio was looking down at the photo she had just taken on her phone with an obsessive look on her face, smiling like a fool. After Chen Fan came out of the bathroom, he walked straight to the front desk. "Open a room." The receptionist, dressed in an exquisite suit, raised her head with a perfect professional smile on her face. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation?" "No, are there any rooms on the 39th floor?" She quickly looked it up on the computer. "Sir, we have a deluxe king-size bedroom with a city view on the 39th floor. Would you mind taking it?" "This is it." Chen Fan handed over his ID card. The receptionist took the ID card with both hands. When she saw the year of birth listed on it, her facial expression subtly changed. The surprise was quickly replaced by deeper respect. So young, yet has such amazing spending power. The smile on her face became more humble and eager. "Okay, sir. I've already taken care of it for you." She handed a black room card and ID card back to Chen Fan with both hands. "Your room is 3918. The elevator is over there. I wish you a pleasant stay. Chen Fan took the room card, gently rubbed the gold-plated numbers 3918 with his fingertips, and turned to walk towards the lobby bar. Wu Miaomio is almost running out of battery on her phone. She carefully selected 9 photos and posted them on her Moments. The caption reads, "A day of being pampered, from Chanel to Ritz-Carlton. Love." Among the photos, there are selfies of her holding a huge shopping bag, selfies of her holding Chen Fan's arm, a cup of exquisite latte art, and a photo of the city night view taken from the window of the lobby bar. She hasn't blocked anyone except her family. She just wanted Lin Cece to see it, she just wanted to show off, nakedly and without any concealment. After posting on her Moments, she stared at the screen intently, watching the likes and comments pop up below, and the curve of her mouth grew wider and wider. Fuck. Meow meow, are you rich? Is this the Chanel from Hang Lun? That bag is CF, right? The one that costs over 80,000? Or Ritz-Carlton? I'm crying with envy. Meow meow, whose arm is that in the photo? Is it your boyfriend? Every comment was like a powerful dose of dopamine, making her scalp tingle with pleasure. She could even imagine what kind of wonderful expression Lin Cece would have when she saw this circle of friends in the dormitory. Just then, Chen Fan came back. Let's go. He put the black room card on the table. Wu Miaomiao's attention was instantly drawn to the card. The words "The Ritz-Carlton" on it glowed with a low-key and luxurious light under the light. She felt like her breath had stopped. Really booked a room. She quickly grabbed her bag and the huge Chanel shopping bag, and followed Chen Fan closely like a frightened little rabbit or a young swallow eager to return to its nest. The two walked into the elevator side by side. In the enclosed space, there was only the slight sound of the elevator rising. Wu Miaomio's heart beat faster than the floor numbers in the elevator. She secretly glanced at Chen Fan beside her. He still looked calm and composed, as if he was just doing something very ordinary. This extreme contrast made Wu Miaomio's admiration and love almost overflow. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened and we arrived at the 39th floor. The corridor is covered with thick, long pile carpets that make no sound when you step on them. Elegant art paintings hang on the walls, and the air is filled with the same white tea fragrance as in the lobby downstairs. Chen Fan stopped in front of room 3918. Ding! The room card was lightly swiped across the sensing area, and the door lock made a crisp unlocking sound. Chen Fan pushed open the door and stepped aside to let Wu Miaomio go in first. The sensor lights in the room automatically light up, and soft light instantly fills the entire space. Wu Miaomio stood at the entrance, completely stunned. This wasn't the extravagantly large presidential suite she had imagined, but the sight before her was enough to make her brain shut down. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the entire city. The traffic is like golden ribbons, and the lights of high-rise buildings are shining like stars. The room is decorated in a low-key luxury style, with off-white as the main color, matched with dark solid wood furniture, and exquisite metal elements in the details. A king-sized bed large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people was placed in the middle of the room, covered with snow-white bedding that looked fluffy and soft. Wow! Like a bird released from a cage, she let out an excited scream, threw off her high heels, and threw herself directly onto the big bed. Chapter 36 Found by Jie. Ah! So soft! So comfortable! She rolled around on the bed with her pillow in her arms, kicking her legs in the air and laughing like a child. Chen Fan casually placed the troublesome Chanel shopping bag on the luggage rack, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the night view outside with a calm expression. Wu Miaomio was crazy enough before she got up from the bed, ran barefoot to Chen Fan, hugged his waist tightly from behind, and put her cheek against his broad back. Chen Fan, I feel like I'm dreaming. Her voice was filled with a sigh of satisfaction and a strong nasal tone. Yeah. Wu Miaomio nodded vigorously. She turned around and came to Chen Fan's arms, looking up at him with sparkling eyes. I never thought I could live in such a good place. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen Fan on the lips. There is no cover of darkness, no temptation and teasing, only the most direct and passionate expression. She was like a beautiful snake, her soft body tightly wrapped around him, her arms hooked around his neck. The hem of his t-shirt was lifted up, and a slightly cool hand, with a slight trembling, touched his strong abdominal muscles. Chen Fan didn't move and let her do what she wanted. He looked at her cheeks flushed with passion, and her eyes that were blurry and full of desire, but his heart was clear. Wu Miaomio's hand began to slide down restlessly. Chen Fan. Her voice was out of tune, with a hint of horse charm, like a feather, gently scratching people's eardrums. "I'll help you take a bath, okay?" Chen Fan sneered in his heart. "Damn it, by the time I finished taking a shower and doing business with you, my teacher bai had already been fucked to pieces by that pig." He reached out his hand, but instead of unbuttoning her clothes, he pinched her burning cheeks, his gesture carrying a soothing meaning. "Go wash first," he said in a calm voice, without any hint of abnormality. "I'll go downstairs and buy a t-shirt." Wu Miaomio was stunned for a moment, her face instantly turned red as if blood was dripping out, and her heart was beating wildly. "This is definitely a must-buy." She nodded shyly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. "Then you, come back soon." "Yeah." Chen Fan responded, and added, "We haven't eaten yet. Take a look at the room service menu and order some food." The effect of this sentence is more immediate than any love words. Wu Miaomiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Ordering expensive room service in your Ritz-Carlton room. This was a life she had never experienced before and had only seen in TV dramas. The feeling of being surrounded by money and love made her so happy that she almost fainted. She immediately broke free from Chen Fan's arms, and like a kitten that had found a new toy, she ran around barefoot on the carpet, and finally found the well-made leather menu on the desk. Wow! There are Australian lobsters. And steaks. She flipped through the books excitedly, completely forgetting the romantic thoughts she had just had. "Can you order any of these, hubby?" "Of course, order whatever you want, and some wine." Wu Miaomiao became even more excited and buried her head in the menu. Chen Fan looked at her useless appearance, twitched the corner of his mouth, turned around and walked out of the room. With a click, the heavy door blocked out Wu Miaomiao's excited scream. The corridor instantly returned to extreme silence. The air conditioning was on high, and the long corridor was covered with thick carpets that absorbed all sounds. Only the warm yellow light cast by the wall lamps made the place look like an isolated dream. The gentleness and casualness on Chen Fan's face disappeared in an instant. He stood at the door of room 3918, but did not take any immediate action. Instead, he analyzed the situation calmly. The front desk clerk said that his deluxe king-size bedroom with city view was the only one available on the 39th floor. In hotels of this level, view rooms are usually located at the edge of the floor, at the end of the corridor, and have the best view. Then, the room Wang Tianlai booked was most likely a side room at the other end of the corridor. Because the ordinary guest rooms in the middle that do not have special views have already been booked out by individual tourists online during the peak tourist season. After figuring this out, Chen Fan took a step and walked in the opposite direction of the elevator hall. The corridor was long, and his footsteps were silent on the thick carpet, like a cheetah stalking in the night. He quickly reached the other end of the corridor. At the end are two rooms, with house numbers 3901 and 3902. He didn't know which room Wang Tianlai was in, so he could only use the dumbest but most effective method. He walked to the door of 3902, raised his hand, and knocked lightly 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp knock on the door seemed particularly abrupt in the silent corridor. After waiting for a few seconds, a man's impatient voice came from the other side of the door, with a strong sense of sleepiness. "Who is it?" "Room service." Chen Fan lowered his voice, making it sound flat and formal. "What's going on? I never screamed." The man inside the door was obviously in a bad mood. "I'm sorry, sir, I might have made a mistake." Chen Fan apologized calmly and turned to walk towards room 3901 next door. There were also 3 knocks on the door. This time, a woman's voice came from the other side of the door, very alert. "Who is it?" "Hello, room service. We didn't order room service, did you make a mistake?" "We're sorry we made a mistake. We're very sorry to bother you." It seems that this is not the case. Chen Fan turned around and walked through the long corridor again, heading to the other end next to the elevator hall. There are also 2 rooms here, 3925 and 3926. He stood at the door of 3925 and knocked again. This time, there was no response. Maybe the guest was out, or maybe he was sleeping too deeply. Chen Fan didn't stop and went straight to the last room, 3926. He stood at the door and could even hear his own steady heartbeat. He gathered his thoughts, raised his hand, and was about to knock on the door. At this moment, a man's indistinct curse suddenly came from the room, followed by the crisp sound of a glass falling to the ground and shattering. "You piece of shit, you're showing off to me." It was Wang Tianlai's voice. Chen Fan would recognize that greasy and vulgar tone even if it was burned to ashes. "Found it." Chen Fan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled back into his chest. He did not knock on the door immediately. Instead, he switched his phone to video mode, pointed the screen at himself, checked the angle and lighting, and then flipped the lens to the heavy door of room 3926. Everything is ready. He raised his hand and tapped it 3 times with his knuckles, neither too hard nor too soft. Knock, knock, knock. The obscene curses from inside the door stopped abruptly. After a few seconds, Wang Tianlai's extremely impatient roar was heard. Who is it? Chapter 37 Principal Wang, do you think I'm someone who's short of money? Hello, room service. Chen Fan's voice was calm and sounded like a well-trained hotel staff. I didn't shout. Get out. Wang Tianlai's voice was full of irritation at being disturbed. Chen Fan remained calm and continued in a businesslike tone, Sir, these are the free goodnight desserts and champagne the hotel offers you. We wish you a pleasant stay. There was a long silence inside the door. Chen Fan could imagine Wang Tianlai's psychological activities at this moment. It's free, and it's champagne sent by Ritz-Carlton, so don't miss it. More importantly, he didn't want a waiter to linger at the door for too long, in case it attracted other people's attention. The best thing to do is to send him away quickly. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the rustling sound of slippers rubbing against the carpet came from inside the door, getting closer and closer. Everything is ready. There was a slight click from the door lock, and the door was opened a crack from the inside. Wang Tianlai's shiny Mediterranean head poked out from the crack of the door, his face flushed with alcohol and displeasure at being disturbed. He was casually wearing a white hotel bathrobe with the belt tied loosely around his waist, revealing his fat, black hairy belly. Give me the things, quickly. Before he could finish his words, his voice got stuck in his throat. Because he saw clearly the person standing outside the door. It was not a waiter in uniform, but a young face that he was very familiar with a playful smile on his face. It was that student who ruined his and Bai Jiajia's good thing in the office that day. Wang Tianlai's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant, and his brain buzzed. All the drunkenness and lust were washed away by a basin of ice water poured over his head, leaving only bone-chilling cold and fear. He subconsciously wanted to close the door. But it's too late. Chen Fan's reaction was more than one level faster than his. The black hole of Chen Fan's mobile phone camera was like a cold and ruthless eye, pointing at Wang Tianlai's face that turned pale in an instant. Oh, isn't this Principal Wang? Chen Fan's tone was full of exaggerated surprise. As he spoke, he slammed the half-open door open with his shoulder and squeezed in like a gust of wind. Wang Tianlai was knocked off balance by his blow, and his fat body staggered back 2 steps, almost falling down. What do you want to do? Wang Tianlai was shocked and angry, and his voice became sharp and piercing because of fear. Chen Fan ignored him completely. He held up his cell phone and calmly scanned the entire room like a professional war correspondent. The camera moved steadily across. The room was a mess. On the floor was a broken glass, the water in the glass leaving a dark stain on the carpet. On the ground were messy high heels, torn stockings, and Wang Tianlai's own clothes. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with alcohol, perfume, and men's sweat. On the huge bed in the middle of the room, a bulging quilt covered something tightly. Principal Wang, you're in such a refined mood. Chen Fan's camera finally fixed on Wang Tianlai's face, which turned from pale to blue, and then from blue to purple. Late at night, in a hotel, learning English? Wang Tianlai was completely panicked. He looked at the phone in Chen Fan's hand, as if he saw the judge's pen that was about to take his life, and all the fat on his body was shaking uncontrollably. He's finished. This thought was like a bolt of lightning, striking him to death. You, put your phone down. He roared, and like a fat pig cornered, he pounced towards Chen Fan with his teeth and claws bared, trying to snatch the phone that was recording his evidence. Chen Fan simply moved to the side nimbly and easily avoided his attack. Wang Tianlai missed his target, and his fat body could not be restrained due to inertia, and hit the wall with a dull bang. Principal Wang, you have to be careful. The wall is damaged and the hotel will have to compensate you accordingly. Chen Fan's tone was full of concern, but the smile on his face was ice cold without a trace of warmth. He held up his cell phone and approached the big bed step by step. Don't go over there. Wang Tianlai got up from the ground, crawled over, opened his arms, and blocked the bed tightly. His face was pale, his lips were trembling, and beads of sweat rolled down his sparse hair. Classmate, let's talk it over. He began to soften, his voice filled with pleading. What do you want? Money? I'll give you money. Any amount is fine. Money? Chen Fan smiled, his smile filled with contempt and disdain. Principal Wang, do you think I'm someone who's short of money? He shook his phone, and the camera moved back and forth between Wang Tianlai and the big bed. I never thought, Principal Wang, you are a role model for a teacher, but you would do something worse than an animal. No. No. Wang Tianlai was so frightened that his soul was about to be shattered. He waved his hands desperately. It was her, she did it voluntarily. No, she seduced me. Really? Chen Fan sneered and pointed the camera at the bedside table. There was a men's briefcase and an opened, unmarked bottle of medicine. Next to the bottle cap, there were a few blue pills with no markings scattered around. Chen Fan zoomed in the camera and gave the pills a 5-second close-up. Wang Tianlai looked in the direction of the camera, and when he saw the pills, he seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed instantly. That was the aphrodisiac medicine he prepared, but he hadn't had time to use it yet. But now, this thing appeared here, which was irrefutable evidence. Principal Wang, do you still think that she seduced you? Chen Fan's voice was like a judgment from hell. Wang Tianlai opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. A hoarse sound like a broken bellows came from his throat. He knew that he was completely screwed. Chen Fan no longer paid any attention to this broken piece of shit. He walked to the bed and looked at the motionless silhouette under the quilt, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He reached out and pinched a corner of the quilt. No! Wang Tianlai let out a desperate roar and wanted to rush over to stop it. Chen Fan didn't even turn his head, but just pushed him with his backhand, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground again. Chen Fan took a deep breath and suddenly threw back the quilt. Under the quilt, Bai Jiejie curled up and lay there quietly. She clutched her clothes tightly. Her yellow dress was intact, except for the hem, which was a little messy. Her eyes were tightly closed, with tear marks on her long eyelashes. Her beautiful face was abnormally flushed due to the effect of alcohol, and her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was suffering great pain even in her sleep. Seeing that her clothes were intact, Chen Fan felt relieved. Chapter 38, Tonight, just pretend nothing happened. Fortunately, we arrived in time. I think even if she was unconscious, she was determined not to let Wang Tianlai succeed. This caused Wang Tianlai to become furious, smashing the glass and scolding her. Chen Fan did not take a picture of Bai Jiejie, but just vaguely swept across her figure, and then slowly moved the camera to Wang Tianlai, who was lying on the ground with a deathly pale face. The chain of evidence has been perfectly closed. Chen Fan turned off the video and put his phone back in his pocket. He looked down at Wang Tianlai, who was lying on the ground, with a cold look as if he was looking at an animal to be slaughtered. Principal Wang, he spoke slowly, his voice low but loud enough for Wang Tianlai to hear every word. Now, let's talk about how you should end this. Wang Tianlai was like a pool of rotten meat with its backbone pulled out, his fat belly rising and falling with his heavy breathing. The mixture of sweat and oil made his usually dignified face look both funny and pathetic. Classmate, we can talk it over. Everything can be discussed. You're a smart student. We can negotiate terms. Negotiate terms? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, walked over, and gently kicked the glass fragments on the ground with his toes. The fragments made a dull collision sound on the thick carpet. Principal Wang, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with me now? He squatted down, looking into Wang Tianlai's eyes, which were filled with fear and pleading. A harmless and warm smile was on his face, but his words were like ice chips, piercing Wang Tianlai's bones with every word. I just want to ask you. With a piece of trash like you, do you think you can go after Teacher Bai? This sentence is more lethal than 10,000 vicious insults. It directly punctured Wang Tianlai's last and most vain self-esteem as a greasy middle-aged man. Wang Tianlai's face instantly turned purple, humiliation and fear intertwined together, making him tremble uncontrollably. Student Chen Fan, please listen to my explanation. I am your teacher after all. Chen Fan interrupted him as if he had just heard something ridiculous. Are you teaching me how to get a female teacher drunk and drag her into a hotel? Principal Wang, you have quite a wide range of expertise. With all his thoughts exposed, Wang Tianlai's last line of defense collapsed. He seemed to have grasped at straws, roaring incoherently, money. I'll give you money. As long as you delete the video, what happened today will be as if it never happened. 100,000. No, 200,000. 300,000 will do. Chen Fan finally couldn't help but sneered. He slowly walked to the bedside table, picked up a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, took a sip politely, then walked to Wang Tianlai and poured the remaining water over his shiny Mediterranean forehead. Crash! The cold water flowed down Wang Tianlai's sparse hair, mixed with sweat and oil, and washed out several funny grooves on his face. He was startled by the sudden coldness, started coughing, and was completely awakened by the water. Principal Wang, please wake up. Chen Fan threw the empty bottle backwards casually. The bottle drew an arc in the air and landed accurately in the trash can in the corner. I don't want your dirty money. Wang Tianlai sat on the ground blankly, water dripping down his fat chin. He was completely desperate, and his voice was filled with tears. Then what do you want? I don't want to do anything. Chen Fan's tone suddenly became very flat, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. I just don't like you and want to teach you a lesson. He paused and turned his gaze to Bai Jie, who was trying hard to open her eyes on the bed. The mockery and coldness in his eyes faded a little. First, Chen Fan retracted his gaze and looked at Wang Tianlai as if he were trash. Every word he spoke was crystal clear. From today on, you can no longer cause any trouble for teacher Bai. You can no longer make things difficult for her in school. Even thinking about her in your heart is a crime. Do you understand? Wang Tianlai nodded frantically, like a tamed pug. As if this wasn't enough, Chen Fan added, if I know you touch a hair on her head again, or say a bad word about her behind her back, this video will not only appear in the school board's inbox, but also on your wife's phone and even in the parent group at your son's school. I think everyone will love to see this kind of gossip. This sentence was like the last straw that completely crushed Wang Tianlai. His whole body went limp, and he didn't even have the strength to struggle. Secondly, Chen Fan continued, you should pretend nothing happened tonight. Leave your room card and get out of this room. Wang Tianlai was stunned. He had thought that Chen Fan would ask for an exorbitant amount of money and put forward various harsh conditions, but he had never imagined that the request would be so simple and yet so insulting. He was overjoyed and tremblingly took out the black room card from his bathrobe pocket as if he was holding a hot potato. Also, Chen Fan pointed at the clothes on the ground, take all your things away. Don't leave a single hair behind to dirty the carpet here. Wang Tianlai lowered his head in humiliation and began to pick up his clothes scattered on the ground in a hurry. His obese body looked particularly bloated and ridiculous under his bathrobe, and every movement he made was full of embarrassment. He picked up the pants, picked up the shirt, and then picked up the pair of expensive Italian leather shoes. He didn't dare look at Chen Fan, let alone Bai Jie on the bed. When he gathered all his things in his arms and prepared to leave, Chen Fan spoke again. Etc. Wang Tianlai's body stiffened and he almost dropped everything in his arms. He looked back in horror. Chen Fan walked up to him and stretched out his hand. Wang Tianlai subconsciously closed his eyes, thinking he was going to be beaten. As a result, Chen Fan simply pulled out the torn pair of women's stockings from the clothes in his arms. He held it with 2 fingers in disgust, walked to the door, opened it, and threw it directly into the trash can outside the corridor. Don't take this with you. Chen Fan closed the door and clapped his hands, as if he had stained them with something dirty. Seeing this thing will remind you of me. I'm afraid you'll be too excited to sleep when you see it when you go back. Wang Tianlai. Wang Tianlai could not stay there for another second. He went to the bathroom to put on his clothes, put the room card heavily on the entrance cabinet beside the door, and without looking back, he almost crawled away from this place that had lost all his dignity. The heavy door closed with a click, isolating the room from everything outside. In the room, only Chen Fan and Bai Jie, who was sleeping on the bed, were left. The atmosphere, which was tense just now, suddenly became too quiet. Chen Fan let out a long sigh, walked to the bedside, and looked at Bai Jie's face, which was abnormally flushed. Chapter 39. She is awake. Bite. Target Bai Jie's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 90. A cash reward of 200,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Special tip, when the favorability reaches 100 devoted, the target's exclusive ATM mode will be activated. The host no longer needs to conduct a strategy, and can receive a fixed cash reward every day based on the task completion rating. Chen Fan was stunned and immediately took 2 steps back in embarrassment. She is awake. This thought instantly ran through my body like an electric current. She was awake the whole time, but she couldn't move her body or open her eyes. Everything that just happened, Wang Tianlai's ugly behavior, her own appearance, those conversations, she heard it all. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. This is kind of fucking embarrassing. Didn't she see all of my gangster behavior of recording the video and making threats just now? The image of a good student that he had worked so hard to build in her mind was probably shattered into a QR code. He stood there, not knowing what to do for a moment. Should I pretend I didn't know she was awake and sneak away, or? Bai Jiejia, lying on the bed, let out a very light, suppressed whimper from her throat. Chen Fan calmed himself down and finally walked back to the bed. Teacher Bai, he lowered his voice, trying to make his tone sound as gentle and harmless as possible, that guy has left. The room card is with me. He can't come back. You are safe. He paused and added, you have a good rest. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he prepared to turn around and leave. In this situation, a man and a woman are alone in a room, and as a student, it would be troublesome for him to stay there for even a second longer. But as soon as he turned around, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by someone. The hand was very hot, incredibly hot, and the fingertips were trembling uncontrollably, but it used all its strength to hold him tightly, not letting him leave. Chen Fan turned around and met Bai Jiejia's eyes, which had barely opened a crack. The pair of eyes that were usually clear and gentle now seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, blurred and scattered, yet filled with a thrilling anxiety and pleading. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she could only utter a few unclear syllables. Chen Fan. Don't go. Her voice was so hoarse that every word she spoke was extremely difficult. Chen Fan's heart tightened inexplicably. Teacher Bai, don't be afraid, I. Before he could finish his words, he was shocked by Bai Jiejia's next action and was speechless. She was holding his hand, and began to exert restless force, as if trying to pull him closer. Her other hand, as if controlled by something, uncontrollably pulled at the collar of her chest. She had randomly unbuttoned one of the collar buttons of the yellow dress, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small piece of snow-white skin. Her movements were clumsy and hasty, and the blush on her face from the drugs and shame had spread to her ears and neck. His body was slightly hunched, like a fish out of water on the beach, and every breath he took was a painful gasp. It's hot, so hot. She murmured unconsciously, the strength in her hands growing stronger and stronger, her nails almost digging into Chen Fan's skin. Chen Fan's mind buzzed and went blank in an instant. Oh shit. Chen Fan cursed fiercely in his heart. He finally understood that Bai Jiejia's current condition was not simply drunkenness. She was drugged. The filthiest, most vile kind of medicine. Looking at the woman in front of him who was almost losing her mind due to the effects of the drugs, she was no longer the superior counselor, the gentle and holy white moonlight, but just a suffering soul in urgent need of salvation. Chen Fan's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his mouth felt dry. The air in the room seemed to have been sucked out, leaving only Bai Jiejia's increasingly rapid breathing and his own heartbeat like a drum. Help! Bai Jiejia's eyes were completely dull, leaving only the most primitive instincts and prayers. She used up her last bit of strength and squeezed out 2 words from the depths of her throat. That voice, like a feather, gently swept across Chen Fan's heart, but it was also like a heavy hammer, hitting his tense nerves hard. Chen Fan was torn between his conscience and his desires. He is not a beast, but he is not a saint either. The scene in Bai Jiejia's dormitory this afternoon was still shocking his nerves. Her nails dug deep into his skin, as if he was the only piece of driftwood she could grab before sinking into the deep sea. Teacher Bai, please wake up. Chen Fan tried to reason with her. I'll get you some cold water so you can wash your face. Don't want. His words were interrupted by her urgent sobs. Bai Jiejia seemed to take his rational suggestion as a rejection, and the last bit of clarity in her eyes was quickly swallowed up by panic and despair. She pulled him towards her with astonishing force. Chen Fan staggered, his body falling forward uncontrollably, kneeling on one knee on the soft mattress, instantly closing the distance between them. A mixture of the fragrance of white tea, alcohol, and her body's own heat hit her face. This was an extremely aggressive breath that unreasonably penetrated into Chen Fan's nostrils, disrupting his heartbeat and burning his sanity. Bai Jiejia's other free hand was still tearing at her body randomly. The elegant yellow dress became a mess in her own hands. The second and third buttons on the collar broke one after another, revealing a large area of delicate skin flushed by the drugs and the deep and frightening cleavage. Her body is like a fully drawn bow, every line stretched to the extreme, full of broken and sad beauty. Chen Fan's throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and breathing became hot and difficult. Oh shit. He cursed again in his heart. This damn medicine is too strong. He was thinking about whether he should use brute force to carry her into the bathroom or just call 120 for an ambulance. In the few tenths of a second of his hesitation, Bai Jiejie's action completely shattered all his plans. The hand she was holding onto him suddenly changed direction. She did not pull him down again, but with an almost brutal and irresistible force, she pulled his hand over her towering breasts. Separated by a thin layer of black lace that has been warmed by body temperature. Chen Fan's palm landed accurately on that soft and full area. At that moment, all the sounds in the world disappeared. Chen Fan's mind buzzed and went blank. Chapter 40. Yes, he is saving her. It was a feeling that could not be accurately described in any language. Amazing warmth, amazing softness, amazing elasticity, it is far more magnificent and thrilling than I could have imagined. Like the warmest fire, or the softest piece of jade, it transmitted the deadly temperature and touch to his palm through the thin cloth, and then along his arm, turning into electric currents, running wildly through his limbs and bones. The rational defense line he had built with great difficulty was shattered and turned into ashes at this moment by the extreme touch. Hormones mixed with adrenaline rushed straight to the top of his head like a flood breaking through a dam with unprecedented ferocity. Chen Fan's eyes turned red. It's not like he hasn't touched women before. But none of them could bring him such a strong impact that almost ignited his soul. Bai Jiejie seemed to draw a trace of comfort from his stiff palm, and a satisfied, kitten-like whimper came from deep in her throat. The tension in her body seemed to ease a little, and her whole body, like a vine, wrapped around him more dependently. The hand that was holding his wrist loosened its grip and instead groped its way up to his neck, pulling him deeper into her territory. Chen Fan. She called his name again, and this time, the pain and pleading faded from her voice, and there was a hint of pure dependence and charm that she herself had not even noticed. Chen Fan's breathing became completely disordered. He half knelt on the bed, looking down at the woman beneath him who had completely lost her mind. The light shone from behind him, casting shadows of varying depths on her face, which was abnormally flushed. There was a shimmering light in those misty eyes, her long eyelashes were wet and stuck together, her tightly furrowed brows were relaxed, her rosy lips were slightly open, she was breathing rapidly, exhaling hot breath. The yellow dress she was wearing had a wide-open neckline, and because of her struggle just now, the hem of the dress was lifted to her thighs, revealing her long, straight, and graceful legs. This scene is the ultimate test for any normal man. Chen Fan felt like his throat was smoking, and every cell was screaming wildly. He knew this was wrong. This is so fucking wrong. She was drugged and unconscious, she didn't know what she was doing. Taking advantage of the situation at this time, what's the difference between that and being a scum like Wang Tianlai? But the fire under his palm was telling him a completely opposite and most primitive truth. She needs him. She took the initiative to grab him, to pull him towards her, to seek his touch. The favorability displayed by the system is not fake. Chen Fan's heart is half seawater and half fire. The strings of reason were broken one by one, leaving only the last shaky trace of clarity. He jerked his hand away and stepped back, trying to create distance. Teacher Bai, you. His action was like a wrong switch, instantly igniting all of Bai Jiejie's anxieties. The comfort she had just received disappeared, and the heat that made her feel so painful that she wanted to die came over her again. She let out a broken scream like an abandoned little animal, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears and panic. Don't go. She suddenly sat up from the bed and threw herself at him desperately, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and hanging her whole body on him. Chen Fan was caught off guard and lost his balance when she pounced on him. He fell backwards and his back landed heavily on the soft carpet. And Bai Jiejie, like an octopus, clung tightly to him and pressed on him. Now, there was no gap between the two bodies. Through two thin layers of clothing, he could clearly feel every inch of her amazing curves and her terrifyingly hot body temperature. She twisted restlessly in his arms, as if she was looking for the most comfortable position, or as if she was venting the evil fire in her body in the most primitive way. Help me, please. Her lips pressed against his ears, and her sobbing whispers turned into the most deadly poison, penetrating into his ears and corroding his last will. Chen Fan's brain completely shut down. He lay on the carpet, his hands frozen in mid-air, not knowing where to put them. In his arms was a stunning beauty who exuded fatal temptation and was actively seeking. Saint? Whoever wants to be the boss can be the boss. He was breathing heavily, but his eyes were darting around uncontrollably. Then, his gaze fixed. Just at the foot of the bed, not far from his head, his knees seemed to have touched a hard square box when he stepped back. At this moment, the box was lying quietly on the carpet. The bright red logo of Durex was like a will-o'-the-wisp, burning his eyes in the dim light. It was prepared by that old beast Wang Tianlai. He left in such a hurry and in such a mess that he actually dropped this thing. The moment Chen Fan saw the box, his heartbeat strangely calmed down. It was like a person who was about to die of thirst in the desert and suddenly saw a well. Although he knew that this well might be a mirage or even a poisonous spring, the instinctive drive overwhelmed everything. He looked at Bai Jie, who was still twisting in pain in his arms, looked at her forehead where beads of sweat were oozing out of the effects of the medicine, and looked at her biting her lower lip so hard that it was almost bleeding. A thought sprang up madly. Rather than letting her suffer like this, it would be better. He was saving her. Yes, he was saving her. This thought was like a shot of adrenaline, giving him a perfect excuse for all his hesitation and struggle. Without further hesitation, he stretched out a hand, reached over his shoulder, and picked up the small square box. The cool cardboard box feels clear in my hand. Wang Tianlai's pig was prepared quite thoroughly. Shit, it's still super thin. An absurd and dark thought flashed through Chen Fan's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably in a complex arc. He freed his other hand and gently patted Bai Jie's back with a soothing gesture. Teacher Bai, his voice, hoarse and low with lust, yet filled with an undeniable certainty, don't be afraid, I'll help you. The person in his arms seemed to understand the promise, and her restless body gradually calmed down. She just buried her face in his neck, like a boat that had found a harbor, and let out a satisfied, tiny whimper. Chen Fan turned over and sat up, then picked her up sideways. Very light. It's lighter than I thought. He held her in his arms and walked towards the large and messy bed. He laid her gently on the bed, looking at her pure yet charming face, and the chaotic desire in her eyes. I'm going to be a beast today. Chapter 41, Storm Coming. A beast that saves people. He leaned over and gently stroked her hot cheek with the hand holding the box, then skillfully tore open a corner of the package with his thumb. Tear. There was a soft sound, like a spark that lit a fuse in the silent room. Before Chen Fan could take the next step, Bai Jie under him seemed to be stimulated by the sound and suddenly opened her watery eyes wide. She wasn't looking at him or at the hand, but was staring intently at his lips. The next second, she suddenly raised her head and kissed him regardless of anything, like a thirsty cub. It was not so much a kiss as it was a random biting and plundering filled with desperation and pleading. Her lips were hot, and her teeth knocked against his lips, leaving a hint of bloody sweetness. Chen Fan groaned, his brain completely overwhelmed by this sudden surge of heat. He threw away the small square box in his hand, took the initiative, held the back of her head with one hand, and deepened the chaotic kiss. The temperature in the room was rising rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The air became thick and hot, and every breath felt like inhaling a ball of fire. Bai Jie let out a satisfied whimper in his arms, tightened her arms around his neck, and pressed the curves of her body against him perfectly, as if she wanted to rub herself into his bones and blood. Her kissing skills were extremely clumsy and were driven entirely by instinct, but because of this, they carried the most primitive and deadly temptation. While their lips and teeth were entangled, her other hand began to grope her body restlessly. The yellow dress with several buttons torn off became her biggest obstacle at the moment. Clumsily, eagerly, she tried to peel it off her body. The button was torn off and fell silently on the soft mattress. She unzipped it hastily and it got stuck at her waist. She frowned again in anxiety, and let out anxious, fragmented moans from her throat. Chen Fan released her lips, breathing heavily, his forehead resting against hers. The two people's breaths intertwined, so hot that they could ignite the air. He looked at her. Looking at her face that was red as blood because of lust and the effect of the medicine, looking at her eyes that were blurred and distracted, but stubbornly reflected his shadow. She was still struggling with the clothes she was wearing. The elegant dress, now in her own hands, had completely lost its original shape, piled up messily at her waist, revealing a large, breathtakingly white area on her chest. The black lace underwear, soaked with sweat, clung tightly to the skin, outlining the bottomless curve. Don't move. Chen Fan's voice was hoarse. He grabbed her hand that was tearing violently and interlocked their fingers. Then, with his other hand, he grasped the hem of the dress and slowly, bit by bit, pushed it up. The fabric rubbed against the skin, making a slight rustling sound. With every inch he moved upward, the fire in his eyes grew hotter. When he completely stripped the dress off her body and threw it under the bed, Chen Fan felt that all the blood in his body rushed to the same place. He looked at the body in front of him, which was ripened by drugs and exuded fatal temptation, and his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. The string of reason has been broken. But just when he was about to completely transform into a beast, a thought emerged from the depths of his mind as if by magic. He had to confirm one thing. This was not only to give himself a final psychological comfort, but also stemmed from an inexplicable stubbornness that even he himself could not explain. He propped himself up, put a little distance between himself and her, and put his hands on her restlessly twisting shoulders, forcing her to look at him. He stared into her eyes and asked clearly, word by word, "Do you know who I am?" This question was like a basin of cold water poured into a boiling oil pan, causing the charming atmosphere in the room to stagnate for a moment. Bai Jiejie's blurred eyes seemed to focus for a moment. She looked at him for a long time. In those beautiful eyes, watery light flowed, filled with confusion, struggle, pain, desire, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, and in the end, they all turned into an almost shattered clarity. She suddenly smiled. That smile held a hint of sadness, a hint of self-mockery, and a hint of relief. Her lips moved, and her hoarse voice, with a strange calmness, clearly hit Chen Fan's eardrum. "You are Chen Fan." She paused, as if she had used up all her strength, and added another sentence. "I know. I am conscious." Chen Fan was stunned. It turns out that she knows everything. Know who he is, know what he is doing, and know what he wants. Those eyes, which have regained a bit of clarity and sparkling light, are the best invitation. Chen Fan said nothing more. He lowered his head and responded to everything she said with his actions. This time, it was no longer her biting with desperation and pleading, but his plundering with absolute aggression and possessiveness. Bai Jiejie trembled all over, as if she was hit by an electric current, and her body instantly went limp. Chen Fan's hand no longer hesitated. He unfastened the clasp of the black lace bra that was already soaked with sweat with one hand. When the astonishing fullness and softness completely broke free from their restraints and appeared before his eyes without reservation, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. Bite. Target Bai Jiejie's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 100 devoted. Congratulations to the host. The target strategy has been successfully conquered, and the exclusive ATM mode has been activated. ATM mode description: the host does not need to perform any more strategy actions. The system will automatically distribute cash rewards ranging from 100,000 to 1 million yuan every day based on the host's intimacy with the target. Today's reward rating, SSS plus Super God level. A cash reward of 1 million yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. The system notification sound was flashing in his mind like crazy, but Chen Fan could no longer hear it. All his senses and all his mind were completely occupied by the unbelievably perfect body in front of him. The night outside the window is as thick as ink that cannot be dissolved. The light in the room was dim. A storm suddenly and violently swept through the Ritz-Carlton suite without any warning. Bai Jiejie was like a small boat drifting in the strong wind and huge waves, and could only cling tightly to Chen Fan, the only piece of driftwood. At first, it was painful whimpers and suppressed moans. Later on, the taste gradually changed. That sound, like honey soaked in poison, like the most enchanting spell, struck Chen Fan's heart again and again, making the bloodshot in his eyes increasingly darker and his movements increasingly frantic. Chapter 42, Ice and Fire. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like a century. The storm finally subsided. In the room, the only sounds left were the two people's heavy and disordered breathing, which intertwined together, announcing the fierceness of the battle that had just taken place. Bai Jiejie fell asleep, sleeping very soundly and peacefully. The effects of the medicine that had tormented her for so long seemed to have been completely expelled from her body along with that satisfying storm. Chen Fan looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and an extremely complex and subtle feeling surged in his heart. A sense of conquest, satisfaction, and a hint of unreality after feeling guilty. Damn it! I actually slept with Bai Jiejie. The tools used were those prepared by the principal. This plot is even more outrageous than the fucking movie. Chen Fan let out a long breath, feeling as if all his strength had been drained from his body. He quietly lifted the quilt, got out of bed and walked into the bathroom. The cool water washed over his body, calming his head, which had been heated up due to excessive excitement, a little. He looked at himself in the mirror. Young, strong, with a hint of wildness in his eyes and a hint of satisfaction at the corners of his mouth. Is this still the poor student living in the dormitory, worrying about the 800 yuan living expenses? It seems so, but it also seems not so. Chen Fan dried his body, put on his clothes, and walked back to the bed. He didn't lie down again, but just stood quietly beside the bed, looking down at the sleeping Bai Jiejie. His eyes swept across her snow-white and smooth back, her slender waist that could be held in one hand, and her surprisingly perky curves. His Adam's apple rolled, and he felt that the extinguished fire in his body seemed to show signs of rekindling. What a witch! Chen Fan cursed in his heart, but finally pulled the silk quilt over and gently covered her with it, carefully covering up the spring scene that was enough to make any man commit a crime. After doing all this, he finally remembered to clean up the mess. He looked around and saw the yellow dress he had thrown under the bed, wrinkled and huddled together. The buttons that broke during the tearing were scattered on the dark carpet like a few abandoned stars. Besides, Chen Fan's eyes fell on the Durex box that he had thrown away on the bedside table. He walked over, bent down and picked it up. He had torn a corner of the box, but the main body was still intact. Next to it, the torn tinfoil package was lying quietly. Hold! Chen Fan cursed in his heart, quickly picked up the small, eye-catching tinfoil packaging, and held it together with the used condom in his hand, then quickly walked back to the bathroom. The toilet flushed with a dull sound, sweeping all the incriminating evidence into the dark sewer. Only after doing all this did he breathe a sigh of relief. He returned to the bed, picked up the Durex box with a torn corner, and looked at it for a moment. He stretched out his fingers and carefully smoothed the torn corner of the paper, then followed the original crease and stuffed the open lid back in tightly. If you don't look closely, you can hardly see any signs of having been opened. Perfect. Chen Fan put the small box into his trouser pocket with satisfaction, and glanced at the room card on the bedside table. He picked up the room card without hesitation and put it into his pocket. No one except him can enter this room until Bai Jiejie checks out. He took one last deep look at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed. That peaceful sleeping face seemed to carry some kind of magic, which made his body, which had just calmed down, stir again. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he turned around, opened the door, and slipped out quietly like a ghost. Click! The door closed gently, completely isolating the beautiful room from the sleeping woman. The corridor was still deathly silent. Chen Fan leaned against the door panel of room 3926 and let out a long breath. The breath seemed to still carry the aroma of Bai Jiejie's white tea mixed with her body temperature. He closed his eyes, his mind a mess. On one side was Bai Jiejie's pure and charming face, and the body that made him savor it. On the other side was another room where Wu Miaomia was still waiting for him. Ice and fire. Chen Fan laughed at himself, feeling like a lousy actor who had just finished a thrilling spy film and now had to rush to film a pompous urban idol drama. He gathered his emotions, forced all the details of the storm into his heart, put on that gentle and casual expression again on his face, and walked towards his room. When he placed the room card on the sensor of 3918, he could even hear his own steady heartbeat. The door opened. Wu Miaomia was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, hugging a pillow, watching TV and tapping the carpet impatiently with her feet. She had already taken a shower and was wearing the hotel's bathrobe. Her hair had just been blow-dried and her makeup had been freshly applied. She looked very delicate and thoughtful. When she heard the door open, she immediately jumped up like a frightened rabbit, with a bit of resentment on her face. Why did you take so long? Chen Fan waved his hand, showing the Durex box he had meticulously restored, and began to talk nonsense without blushing or beating his heart. It can't be helped. There's not even a convenience store nearby. I went downstairs to ask the front desk, and they said the nearest pharmacy is more than 10 minutes away by foot. Wouldn't that delay me? His tone was as calm as if he was saying that the weather was nice today. Wu Miaomia looked at him suspiciously, but her attention was soon drawn to the small red box in his hand. Her face flushed instantly, her eyes wandered, not daring to look again, and she muttered, well, it can't be that long. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell, like the sound of nature, perfectly rescued Chen Fan. The food should be here, Chen Fan said, walking over and opening the door. Outside the door, a hotel waiter in a neat uniform was standing smiling next to a dining cart covered with a white tablecloth. Hello, this is the room service you ordered. Push forward. The waiter pushed the dining cart into the room with such grace that it seemed like some sacred ritual. Wu Miaomia couldn't take her eyes off the dining cart from the moment she saw it. The waiter opened the silver lids on the dining cart one by one, and Wu Miaomia's exclamation became louder with each opening. Wow! A fiery red Boston lobster was split in half. The plump shrimp meat was topped with golden garlic sauce, emitting an enticing aroma. Wow! A thick-cut tomahawk steak, seared to a crispy char on the outside and an alluring pink inside, with rich juicy meat, served with a few green asparagus and a handful of black truffles. Wow! Is this foie gras? Chapter 43, Chen Fan lost his focus at the most intense moment. 2 thick slices of foie gras were fried until golden brown, and the aroma of the fat domineeringly penetrated into the nose, dotted with a few sweet and sour berries. Finally, the waiter brought out a silver tray filled with ice cubes. In the center of the tray was a small glass jar filled with caviar that was blacker and glossier than black pearls. Next to it were a few slices of slightly yellowed brini cakes and a delicate shell spoon. Your meal is ready. This is the Lafite you ordered. Do you need it decanted now? The waiter took out a bottle of red wine with a simple label from the lower level of the dining car. Okay. The waiter picked up the corkscrew and skillfully opened the bottle of expensive red wine. The rich aroma of wine spread instantly. The red liquid was poured into the decanter, and the waiter poured a little into each of their glasses. Enjoy your meal. The waiter bowed and left quietly. The only sound in the room was Wu Miao Miao's gasp. She felt like she was almost unable to breathe with happiness. Lobster, steak, foie gras, caviar, and that bottle of Lafite that I had only heard of in jokes. All of this is like the most unreal dream. She looked at Chen Fan, her eyes were no longer sparkling, they were emitting lasers. She had long forgotten the question of why he had been out for so long, like it was in the Mariana Trench. Eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Chen Fan handed her the wine glass. Wu Miao Miao finally woke up from her dream. She picked up her mobile phone and took pictures of the table full of delicious food from all kinds of tricky angles for a full 5 minutes. Then she put down her phone with satisfaction, picked up the knife and fork, and carefully cut off a small piece of steak. The moment she put the piece of beef with black truffle sauce into her mouth, her eyes suddenly widened and an expression of almost obsession appeared on her face. Wow, it's so delicious! She exclaimed incoherently, dancing with happiness. Chen Fan leaned on the sofa with a glass of wine in his hand, watching her wolfing down the food, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Just one meal can divert all her attention. This woman is so simple that she is cute. He took a sip of the red wine, feeling the rich fruity aroma explode on his tongue. Another face appeared in my mind uncontrollably. That face, flushed with pain and confusion under the catalysis of lust and the effects of drugs. He put down his wine glass. The Durex box beside him, which he had carefully restored, seemed to silently remind him of what a crazy and out-of-control storm had occurred at the other end of this luxurious hotel less than half an hour ago. The meal was delicious and lively. Wu Miao Miao seemed to want to make up for all the world she had never seen in her life. She would let out an exaggerated exclamation of admiration with every bite, then raise the wineglass and say some irrelevant, admiring, drunken words with her mouth painted with exquisite lipstick. Chen Fan didn't move his chopsticks much, but just drank with her from time to time. He looked at her, completely intoxicated by money and vanity, and felt nothing in his heart. He even found it a little funny. It's like watching a slightly funny one-man show whose ending is already known in advance. The only thing left in the room was the rich aroma of wine and the lingering scent of food. Wu Miaomia's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurred, and the belt of her bathrobe was tied loosely, revealing a large area of skin that was stained pink by alcohol. She staggered to Chen Fan, sat directly on his legs, hooked her arms around his neck, and her warm breath sprayed on his ear. "Hubby, you're so good to me." Her voice was soft and sticky, with a deliberate flattery. Chen Fan smiled and said nothing. He put one hand around her soft waist to prevent her from falling. With the other hand, he held the wineglass and gently swirled the deep red liquid inside. Wu Miao Miao felt anxious when she saw that he didn't react. She knew that this meal was just an appetizer and the real test was just beginning. She had to serve him well so that she could hold the prince firmly in her hands. She leaned over and, using the method she learned from movies, which she thought was very seductive, she stuck out her tongue and gently licked Chen Fan's lips. Then she raised her hazy, drunken eyes and observed his reaction. Chen Fan still had no expression on his face. He just drank the remaining red wine in the glass and then casually placed the glass on the carpet. Wu Miao Miao's heart hardened. She untied the belt of her bathrobe. The silky fabric slid down her smooth skin and piled up beside Chen Fan's legs. She was like a carefully wrapped gift that was finally opened, showing herself to Chen Fan without reservation. She is very confident in herself. Young, tight, fair-skinned, she knows where her assets lie. She began to kiss him, her hands moving restlessly towards his waist and abdomen. The movements were somewhat clumsy, but extremely purposeful. Chen Fan let her do what she wanted, his body's instincts were easily ignited, but there was a string in his mind that always kept him awake, watching it all calmly. He cooperated with her, picked her up, and walked towards the big bed that was so soft that people could sink into it. The light was an ambiguous warm yellow, illuminating the intertwined bodies on the bed. Wu Miao Miao did her best. She imagined herself as a battle-hardened concubine, using all the means she could think of, and here to please the man under her. Every movement and every breath of hers seemed to have been carefully calculated to achieve the best effect. To be honest, the experience is really good. She is very hard-working and professional. Like an excellent salesperson, she spares no effort to promote her products and provides top-notch after-sales service. But Chen Fan lost his focus at the most intense moment. Another body appeared uncontrollably in his mind. That body was not as tight as Wu Miao Miao's, but had a breathtaking plumpness that was unique to mature women. He remembered the pitiful yet alluring blush on that snow-white skin caused by the effects of the medicine. He remembered the determination in those misty eyes when they regained clarity at the last moment and called out his name. Wu Miao Miao's kiss was sweet with the aroma of Lafite red wine. Bai Jie's kiss was a bloody, desperate bite. Wu Miao Miao's catering is a purposeful and well-trained technique. Bai Jie's reaction was completely dominated by instinct and drugs, with disorderly trembling and sinking. A lady who looked like a detailed painting from a textbook, delicate, perfect, and impeccable, yet it always felt like something was missing. The other is like a freehand painting splashed with the wildest brushstrokes, full of primitive, wild vitality that can touch the soul directly. Chapter 44. She is also in this hotel. He could even clearly recall Bai Jie's long black hair, wet with sweat, sticking messily to her cheeks and back, like a black rose destroyed in a rainstorm, but even more poignant and beautiful. Wu Miao Miao's hair was still smooth, with the scent of high-end shampoo, and not a single hair out of place. Oh shit. Chen Fan cursed in his heart. He needed to vent, to dispel the inappropriate images in his mind. When the storm ended, Wu Miao Miao was so tired that she fell asleep with a satisfied smile on her face, like a little fox who had finally gotten the cream. She probably felt that her performance tonight was enough to get full marks. Chen Fan, however, was not sleepy at all. He lay in bed, eyes open, staring at the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling, feeling the lingering heat in his body and the inexplicable emptiness in his heart. He lit a cigarette, and the smoke swirled in the warm yellow light. At this moment, that familiar and cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind without any warning. Ding! Target Lin Cece's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 70. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan's hand holding the cigarette stopped in mid-air. He blinked, wondering if he was hallucinating because he was physically exhausted after fighting 2 consecutive battles. Lin Cece? Favorability plus 10? He slowly turned his head and glanced at Wu Miao Miao, who was sleeping soundly beside him, even in a beautiful sleeping posture. The one I fucking slept with was Wu Miao Miao. How did your Lin Cece gain favorability? Does this system have some kind of NTR sharing function? I've captured her roommate. As the one being NTR'd, she'll feel excited, thus increasing her favorability towards me? Chen Fan felt that his worldview was once again refreshed by this unreasonable system. He put out his cigarette and picked up his phone. Lin Cece didn't send him a message. He opened his moments. The latest one was posted by Lin Cece 5 minutes ago. No caption. There is only one photo. The composition of the photo is very exquisite and deliberate. In the foreground, a blue cocktail emanated a wisp of dry ice. A cold, expressionless face could be vaguely seen reflected in the glass's rim. In the background, a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows framed the dazzling cityscape at night, its traffic swirling like a crisscross of lights. In the lower left corner of the photo, there was a clear positioning label, like a key, instantly solving all of Chen Fan's doubts. The Ritz-Carlton Flair Rooftop Bar. She didn't leave. She was actually in this hotel too. Chen Fan's brain started working rapidly. In the afternoon in the Chanel store, she was humiliated in public by herself, completely lost face, and then left resolutely. The normal logic would be to find a place to hide or go home and cry. But she didn't. She went to the hotel's rooftop bar for a drink. In this way, she maintained her last, pathetic pride. She wanted to prove that she was not running away and that she could afford such a place. So, why does favorability increase? What a jerk. Chen Fan cursed in a low voice, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. He glanced at Wu Miao Miao, who was sleeping beside him. She was sleeping very soundly and was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Chen Fan quietly lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He went into the bathroom and rinsed briefly to wash away the smell of alcohol and the other woman's perfume. Then he put on his clothes. Before going out, he looked at the dressing mirror at the door. The person in the mirror had clear eyes and was full of energy, and it was completely impossible to tell that he had just experienced two major battles. Being young is good. He picked up his wallet, the room card for room 3918, and the room card for room 3926 and put them all in his pocket. After doing all this, he took a last look at Wu Miaomia, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, turned around, opened the door, and slipped out quietly like a ghost. Chen Fan walked to the elevator and pressed the up button. The elevator door slowly opened, and his face with a playful smile was reflected on the mirror-like wall. He pressed the button for the top floor. The moment the elevator door opened, a mixture of high-end aromatherapy, alcohol, and a faint smell of cigars hit me in the face. Soothing jazz music flows in my ears, the lights are dim, and the atmosphere is ambiguous. Not far away, the bartender behind the bar was shaking the shaker in his hand like performing an acrobatic act. Men and women in smart clothes gathered in twos and threes, talking in low voices with elegant postures. Chen Fan's eyes, like a radar, quickly swept across the entire bar. Soon, he found his goal. In a booth by the window, Lin Cece was holding a blue cocktail with an elegant posture, but her eyes were a little vague, and she deliberately avoided looking at the two men opposite her. She has delicate makeup and long hair like a waterfall, and she still looks like a cool goddess. It's a pity that this goddess-like posture has become an ungrateful pretense in the eyes of the two men opposite. The two men were about 30 years old, wearing trendy branded clothes and shiny Rolexes on their wrists. They exuded a greasy aura of "I'm rich, come and lick me." Chen Fan could guess the script of the play without even getting close. It was simply that Lin Cece had been offended at Chanel and couldn't get over it, but she didn't have the money to go to a place like this to get revenge, so she hooked up with two self-righteous successful people on a certain social software and suggested that they go to the top floor bar of the Ritz-Carlton for a drink. She wanted to use other people's money to improve her image and prove that even if she was slapped in the face in public, she would still be the school beauty who could enter high-end places. And those two men were naturally not philanthropists who loved to give alms. It goes without saying what they are trying to achieve by spending this money. Chen Fan found an empty seat not far away, sat down, ordered a glass of whiskey for himself, and became a spectator with great interest. Sure enough, after a few minutes, one of the men with a buzz cut became impatient. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, his eyes rashly scanning Lin Cece's chest. "Beautiful lady, we've had our drinks and taken our pictures. It's time to post them on WeChat Moments, right?" The buzz-cut man's tone was a bit frivolous and oppressive. "Look, you wanted to come to the top floor of the Ritz-Carlton for a drink, so we brought you here without hesitation. These few drinks cost more than your monthly living expenses." The yellow-haired man next to him chuckled and took over the conversation. "Yeah, we're all straightforward people. If you're drunk, why don't we just stop wasting time here? Let's go downstairs and get a room and do something more interesting together, how about that?" Chapter 45. It's really coming for me. The four words "play together" were bitten by him heavily and stickily, full of naked hints. Lin Cece clenched her fingers around the wine glass tightly. After she rushed out of the Chanel store in the afternoon, she became more and more unwilling to accept it. The shame of being humiliated in public gnawed at her pride like a poisonous snake. So, she found these two rich second generations who always seemed very gentlemanly and suggested that they go to the rooftop bar of the Ritz-Carlton. As expected, the other party agreed immediately, and her enthusiasm surprised her. But unexpectedly, after 3 rounds of drinks, that layer of hypocritical gentlemanly demeanor was torn to pieces, revealing the most primitive and ugliest desires. "Sorry, I'm a little tired and want to go back first." Lin Cece put down her wineglass, picked up her small bag, and prepared to get up. "Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave." The man with a big face grabbed her wrist with amazing strength. Lin Cece's expression changed. "What are you doing? Let go." "Let go," the man sneered. "School beauty, don't be so shameless. You called us two out here. Everyone knows what you were planning. Why are you pretending to be pure and innocent?" Just as the two were pulling each other, the tall and thin man took advantage of the wine glass in his body to move his fingers quickly, and a pinch of white powder fell silently into the blue cocktail in front of Lin Cece. The powder dissolves quickly without leaving any trace. All right, Lao Wine, don't be so rude. You scared the pretty girl," the tall, thin man said with a grin, trying to smooth things over. He pushed the tampered glass of wine in front of Lin Cece. "Beautiful girl, you can leave if you want. We brothers are not unreasonable people. How about this, if you drink this glass of wine, just give us two a favor, and then we'll send you downstairs and won't bother you. How about it? The man named Lao Wang still held Lin Cece's wrist tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. Everyone around was drinking and chatting, and no one noticed the undercurrent happening in this corner. She knew that if she didn't drink this glass of wine today, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. In the end, the remaining pride and naive luck overcame reason. She took a deep breath, picked up the wineglass, tilted her head back, and drank the cold liquid in one gulp. Not far away, Chen Fan, who had a panoramic view of all this, held up his wineglass and sighed softly. How come these women are so brainless? Bai Jia is the same, and she is the same, she dares to drink the wine of this kind of man. After drinking, the two men pulled Lin Cece for a while. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Lin Cece's body began to shake and her eyes became blurred and distracted. 2 abnormal blushes appeared on her fair cheeks. I feel so dizzy. She held her forehead, her voice as thin as a mosquito. The 2 men looked at each other, and both of them showed smug and lewd smiles on their faces. Come on, baby, brother will take you downstairs to have some rest, Lao Wang said, and was about to reach out to help her. Right now. Chen Fan held his glass of whiskey, stood up, and walked towards their booth. He staggered like a drunk, and his hand twisted as he passed by old Wang. Crash! A whole glass of ice-cold wine, along with the ice cubes, was poured right onto Lao Wang's expensive pair of trousers, especially the crotch, which was wet and looked very messy. Fuck! You don't have any eyes. Lao Wang jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, pointing at Chen Fan and cursing. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Chen Fan apologized repeatedly, his face showing just the right amount of panic and regret. He pulled out his phone, moving it so fast it was hard to react. Brother, I'm so sorry. I drank too much. So, I'll compensate you. I'll transfer the money for the pants and your emotional damages to you right away. Lao Wang frowned, then opened the payment code suspiciously. Chen Fan scanned the code and entered a number. With a beep sound, Lao Wang's phone rang. He looked down and saw the screen display, the other party transferred 2,000 yuan to you. The curse words that Lao Wang was about to blurt out were instantly stuck in his throat. It's just a pair of pants. No matter how expensive it is, it won't be more than 2,000 yuan. This kid was so generous that it made it difficult for him to get angry again. You're smart. Lao Wang snorted, his expression softening considerably. Damn, this is really unlucky. He looked down at his wet crotch and frowned in disgust. I'm going to the bathroom to take care of it. You, watch her and don't let her get away. He pointed at the tall and thin man, glared at Chen Fan fiercely, then turned and walked towards the bathroom. The tall and thin man looked at Lin Cece, who was lying motionless on the table, with pride, and nodded. Chen Fan smiled at him and followed him to the bathroom. After about a minute, he estimated that the time was about up, so he stood up again and walked quickly to the tall and thin man. Brother. The tall and thin man looked at him warily. What? It seems your companion fell in the restroom. Chen Fan's expression was sincere, with a hint of concern. I just went over and heard a loud bang, followed by someone screaming in pain. It sounded like your friend's voice. You'd better go check it out. Maybe he's drunk and injured from the fall. What? The tall and thin man's face changed. He no longer cared about Lin Cece and ran quickly towards the bathroom. In the huge booth, only Chen Fan and the unconscious Lin Cece were left. Chen Fan sat down beside her leisurely and patted her face. Hey, Lin Cece, wake up. Lin Cece raised her head with difficulty. Her eyes, which were usually cold and proud, were now filled with mist, as if covered by a thick fog, and were completely unfocused. The medicine has completely taken effect. Her body was hot, her breathing was rapid, and she let out unconscious moans. Chen Fan? She looked at the blurry figure in front of her, and seemed to have been trying to identify him for a long time before squeezing out 2 words from her throat. The next second, she was like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. She threw herself into Chen Fan's arms, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, and wrapped her whole body around him like a vine. It's hot. I'm so hot. She twisted restlessly in his arms, rubbing her cheek against his neck. The scorching temperature was clearly transmitted through the fabric of his shirt. The sweet and soft beauty in my arms is like a black rose with thorns that is about to bloom. Chen Fan's body stiffened, and he felt a surge of evil fire in his lower abdomen. Damn it! It really was directed at me. He didn't dare stay here any longer. If those two idiots came back, it would be trouble again. Chapter 46, The School Beauty Offers a Kiss. He half-supported and half-carried Lin Cece out of the booth. Lin Cece had no bones at all, and all her weight was hanging on him, and she kept shouting his name. Chen Fan, don't abandon me. Chen Fan. That voice, filled with crying and pleading, tickled Chen Fan's nerves like a feather. She must be taken away immediately. Where are you going? Open another room? Lin Cece is in this state now. If I take her to get another room, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. If the hotel calls the police, it will be more trouble than gain. Chen Fan subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. 2 room cards. One of them was number 3918, and Wu Miaomia was still sleeping inside. The other one is 3926. Bai Jiejie is inside. Wu Miaomia was just asleep, and the noise was too loud and would definitely wake her up. Besides, she and Lin Cece have such a big grudge now. If they meet, they will definitely fight, right? And Bai Jiejie. She is now in a coma under the influence of drugs, so it should not be easy to wake her up. This thought only lingered in his mind for a second before Chen Fan made a decision. He almost dragged Lin Cece into the elevator and pressed the button for the 39th floor. The elevator door closed, and in the narrow space, the heat from Lin Cece's body mixed with the sweet aroma of the blue cocktail seemed to ignite the air. She had completely lost consciousness, with only instinct remaining. Like an animal looking for water, she kept rubbing against Chen Fan, and her hot cheeks left marks on his neck and chest. Hot. Chen Fan. I'm so hot. Chen Fan looked down at the face in his arms that had haunted him and also caused him so much humiliation. The lips that always spoke harsh words were now opening and closing unconsciously, emitting hot breath and tiny moans. An unprecedented emotion, a mixture of the pleasure of revenge and the desire for conquest, exploded in his chest. Bite. The elevator reaches the 39th floor. Chen Fan took a deep breath, held Lin Cece, and walked quickly towards the door of room 3926. The corridor was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, and every step felt like it was following a tense drumbeat. Drop. The room card was placed on the sensing area, and after a slight click, the door lock was unlocked. He pushed open the door, and a familiar ambiguous scent, a mixture of shower gel, woman's body fragrance and the afterglow of lust, hit him in the face. There was only a dim bedside lamp in the room, providing soft light. On the messy large bed, a graceful silhouette loomed beneath the silk quilt. Bai Jiejie slept on her side, her long black hair cascading across the pillow, revealing only half of her peaceful, serene face. Her breathing was even and long, and she was obviously sleeping soundly. Chen Fan felt a little relieved. He closed the door behind him, as quietly as a cat. At this moment, Lin Cece in his arms began to twist restlessly, and a suppressed moan came from her throat. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly clear in this silent room. Chen Fan's nerves tensed up instantly. He immediately reached out to cover Lin Cece's mouth, and used his other hand to tightly wrap around her waist to prevent her from moving. His eyes were fixed on Bai Jiejie lying on the bed. Fortunately, she just frowned slightly in her sleep, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly. Damn, I was scared to death. Chen Fan cursed in his heart and didn't dare to delay any longer. He almost dragged and carried Lin Cece into the bathroom, then closed the bathroom door as quickly as possible. Completely isolate the time bomb in the bedroom. Bang! The moment the bathroom door closed, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. This excitement was 100 times stronger than the performance in the bar just now. It's hot, help me. Lin Cece in his arms was still struggling, and her hands began to tear off her dress randomly. The neckline of the well-tailored designer dress was soon opened by her, revealing the delicate lace underwear and a dazzling white. Her face was as red as if blood was dripping out, her eyes were dull, and her body was as soft as a puddle of mud, yet she possessed an amazing, primitive strength. When Chen Fan looked at her like this, what flashed through his mind was her cold, arrogant, and tearful demeanor in the Chanel store that afternoon. How ironic. He was too lazy to talk anymore, so he just held her up and pushed her into the shower room, then turned on the shower. A stream of icy water instantly poured down from above my head. Ah! Lin Cece screamed in shock from the sudden coldness, and her whole body began to tremble violently. But instead of dodging, she hugged Chen Fan even tighter as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. The ice water poured over them, and Chen Fan's shirt was instantly soaked, sticking tightly to his body. And Lin Cece's already thin dress, after being soaked, became even more uncomfortable than if she were not wearing anything at all. The fabric is completely transparent, tightly outlining the curves of her young and explosive body, with every inch of her body clearly visible. The warm body pressed against him, transmitting an astonishing amount of heat through the soaked clothing, while the icy water continued to wash outside. The extreme stimulation of ice and fire made Chen Fan's breathing become heavy. He felt that the beast in his body was about to be suppressed. At this moment, the familiar mechanical sound sounded again at an inopportune time. Ding! Target Lin Cece's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 80. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Special tip: when the favorability reaches 100 devoted, the target's exclusive ATM mode will be activated. The host no longer needs to conduct a strategy, and can receive a fixed cash reward every day based on the task completion rating. Chen Fan paused. He looked down at Lin Cece, who was trembling in his arms but actively asking for it. This school beauty, whom he had been pursuing for nearly a year, fell head over heels in love with him in just a few days after he turned his attention to pursuing someone else. It turns out that reasoning and giving gifts are useless when dealing with this kind of woman. It is to use the most brutal and direct way to completely destroy her ridiculous pride and let her see clearly who is the strong one who controls everything. Although she said no, her body and favorability were very honest. The cold water was not very effective. It could only temporarily relieve the burning sensation on the surface, but it could not extinguish the fire in her body ignited by the drugs. Lin Cece's body was still shaking, and the moans coming out of her mouth gradually changed in tone, with a hint of unbearable crying and pleading. Chen Fan, save me, please. She raised her face, which was pale from being washed by water but still as beautiful as a peach, and her blurry eyes tried hard to focus, as if she wanted to see his face clearly. The next second, she stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss him. Only 10 points added to chapter 47? Chen Fan didn't respond, nor did he push away. He just turned off the shower. The bathroom suddenly became quiet, leaving only the sound of water dripping down their bodies and the increasingly rapid breathing of each other. He picked up Lin Cece and walked out of the shower room. The cold tiles made her shiver, and she clung tighter to them like an octopus. Chen Fan looked at the two disheveled people in the mirror, and the ripe, ready-to-take body in his arms, and his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. Reason told him that Bai Jie was sleeping outside, and doing anything here would be too risky. But the evil fire that was aroused in his body and the 80 points of favorability in his mind were clamoring and instigating him wildly. This once high and mighty school beauty, this pure and proud goddess, was twisting and begging in his arms like a female cat in heat. Is there anything in the world more ironic and exciting than this? The corner of Chen Fan's mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. Without further hesitation, he hugged Lin Cece and pressed her heavily on the cold marble sink. With a soft bang, the bottles and jars on the table were knocked all over the place. Ouch! Lin Cece let out a cry of pain, but the stronger heat in her body made her forget the pain in an instant, and instead she began to tear her clothes even harder. Chen Fan pinched her chin with one hand and forced her to look up at the huge, vapor-shrouded mirror in front of her. Look carefully, Lin Cece. His voice was very low, like a devil's whisper, and it drilled into her ear. Look carefully at what you look like now, and also look carefully at who I am. In the mirror, Lin Cece's beautiful face was filled with lust and confusion. The eyes that always showed contempt and alienation now only had a scattered, begging light. She couldn't see clearly and couldn't understand. The drugs and her instincts had completely destroyed her sanity. Chen Fan's hands roughly tore open the already wet dress. Ah! A scream that was suppressed to the extreme burst out from Lin Cece's throat, and was then swallowed between his lips and teeth. Her body was shaking violently, like a butterfly nailed to a pillar of shame, her fragile wings flapping wildly in the storm, but with nowhere to escape. The pain in her body made Lin Cece more sober. This posture forced her to see her face clearly in the mirror and see the storm of shame that completely overwhelmed her. No, don't look. Lin Cece's sanity seemed to return a little at this moment. She uttered a desperate, tearful plea and tried in vain to turn her head away. But Chen Fan held her down tightly, preventing her from moving. Watch carefully, he ordered. Remember this feeling. From now on, you are my dog. Steam was rising in the bathroom. The fog on the mirror grew thicker, reflecting the two intertwined bodies blurry and ambiguous. Chen Fan was like a calm conductor, controlling the rhythm of the entire crazy symphony. Half of his brain was immersed in the most primitive pleasure of the flesh, while the other half, like a cold bystander, was admiring the world-famous painting in the mirror called Conquest, which he created by himself. He saw that Lin Cece's long black hair was wet with sweat and water vapor, sticking messily to her smooth back. He saw in the mirror that her slender neck was forced to raise a fragile and graceful arc, like a dying swan. He saw that her nails, which were usually well-maintained and beautifully trimmed, were now clinging tightly to the sink. Blood was faintly oozing from between the nails. Instead of making him back off, it aroused a deeper level of brutality and pleasure in him. It turns out that destroying a proud woman is such an interesting thing. Just when he was about to reach the top, he heard a slight creaking sound from the direction of the bedroom outside, as if the mattress was under pressure. Chen Fan's movements suddenly stopped. All the blood in my body seemed to freeze in an instant. By Jie Jie. Damn it, it's out of control. He listened, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The bathroom suddenly became quiet, leaving only the heavy breathing of him and Lin Cece. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. It was quiet outside, without any movement. Maybe it's an auditory hallucination? Maybe she just turned over? This damn, unprecedented sense of excitement completely broke free the beast in Chen Fan's body. He no longer restrained himself, nor did he hold back. He turned Lin Cece's body over and held her in his arms while they sat on the sink. Lin Cece's nails dug into his back fiercely. The end of the storm is extreme spasm and trembling. Lin Cece collapsed completely on the sink like a puddle of mud, unable to move even a finger. And after that moment of blankness, Chen Fan felt an incomparable sense of satisfaction mixed with conquest and revenge. In the bathroom, the only sound was the sound of water droplets sliding down the mirror. Chen Fan stood there, feeling the aftermath of the storm in his body. A feeling of emptiness mixed with exhaustion and extreme satisfaction overwhelmed him like a tide. He looked down at Lin Cece, who was slumped on the sink. She was like a flower that had been completely destroyed by a rainstorm, with its petals scattered and in a state of disarray. However, because of this, she had shed all her disguises, revealing a fragile and sad beauty. The school beauty who used to be so high and mighty and look down on others is now like a lifeless doll, at his mercy. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice arrived as expected. Ding! Target Lin Cece's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 90. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Only added 10 points? He remembered very clearly that just now under the shower, when she took the initiative to kiss him, the system prompted that the favorability level had increased by plus 10, reaching 80. Logically speaking, this last step, this complete possession with a sense of humiliation and conquest, should be a big one, directly reaching 100. As expected, it becomes harder to increase favorability as time goes by. The previous 2 times were probably just luck. A hint of doubt flashed through Chen Fan's mind, but he quickly put this little matter behind him. 90 points is enough. We are just one step away from the so-called dedicated ATM model. Don't rush, take your time. What he needs to deal with now is the mess in front of him. He turned on the faucet, scooped up a handful of cold water and splashed it on his face to relieve the heat on his head. Then, he grabbed a clean bath towel and roughly wrapped it around Lin Cece, covering up her beauty. Chapter 48 by Jie Jie is gone? Lin Cece moaned and seemed to be waking up, but her eyelids only twitched a few times before she fell into a deep sleep again. The effect of the medicine plus the extreme fatigue were enough for her to sleep until noon tomorrow. Chen Fan carried her down from the sink. Her body was so soft that it seemed as if she had no bones, hanging heavily on him. He took a deep breath, adjusted the way he was holding Lin Cece, and then carefully opened the bathroom door a crack. Like a thief, he stuck half of his head out and looked into the bedroom. The movement froze completely in the next second. The scene he had imagined of Bai Jie sleeping peacefully did not appear. The big, messy bed was empty. The quilt was half open, wrinkled and piled there. There was a shallow dent on the pillow, and one could even smell the faint scent of shampoo lingering on her hair. But, the person is gone. Chen Fan's blood seemed to be frozen into ice at this moment. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making his brain, which had just been immersed in the pleasure of conquest, instantly clear up as much as it could be. Is she awake? When did you wake up? Did she hear the noise in the bathroom just now? A series of questions hit his temple like a heavy hammer. He held Lin Cece in his arms, not daring to move, and pricked up his ears, listening carefully to every sound in the room. Quiet. Deathly quiet. There was only the sound of his own heartbeat like a drum and the even breathing of Lin Cece in his arms. Chen Fan felt a layer of cold sweat on his back again. He held Lin Cece in his arms, tiptoed out of the bathroom, and temporarily placed her on the sofa against the wall. Then, like a vigilant cheetah, he began to search the room. Living room, no. Cloakroom. Chen Fan pushed open the door of the cloakroom and saw the hotel's bathrobes neatly hung inside. It was also empty. His heart sank bit by bit. She was not in the room. A woman who had been drugged, had just experienced a storm and should have been unconscious, disappeared quietly when he brought another woman into the room to mess around. This is scarier than a fucking horror movie. Chen Fan quickly walked back to the bed and his eyes fell on the bedside table. Bai Jiajia's cell phone is missing. Her small, white handbag was also missing. And the clothes she had changed out of, which he had casually thrown on the sofa, had now disappeared without a trace. She left. She put on her clothes, picked up her cell phone and bag, and left the room. This realization made Chen Fan's scalp tingle. This means that she had regained consciousness at least half an hour ago. Did she hear anything in the bathroom? The answer is almost certainly yes. No matter how good the sound insulation of this suite is, it is impossible to completely block out the noise made by two people in the bathroom. So why didn't she have a seizure right then and there? A normal woman's reaction to encountering such a scene that can be called catching an adulterer in bed would be that she would be furious. But she didn't. She chose the quietest and strangest way to leave quietly. This made Chen Fan feel more uneasy than making a big fuss. The unknown is the most terrifying. He had no way of predicting what Bai Jiajia would do next. Call the police? Looking for school leaders? Or should I just expose the matter directly? Either way, it would be a disaster for him. Oh shit. Chen Fan cursed under his breath and scratched his hair in annoyance. The advantage that was hard-earned was about to be destroyed because of this night's greed and indulgence. He glanced at Lin Cece, who was sleeping unconscious on the sofa. This trophy, whom he had just completely conquered, now seemed like an extremely hot potato. After the adrenaline faded, a cold feeling of fear gripped Chen Fan's throat. He stood there, his brain racing, trying to make sense of this mess. Panicking won't solve anything. Chen Fan forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and eliminated the worst-case scenarios in his mind one by one. Bai Jiajia left. This is both the worst outcome and the best outcome. She heard it, so she left. She didn't lose her temper on the spot and didn't choose the most drastic way to deal with it, which shows that she still has some rationality. A rational person will weigh the pros and cons. Chen Fan began to think about the problem from Bai Jiajia's perspective. She was a college counselor, a respectable, socially prominent young woman. What happened tonight? She was drugged by her boss, nearly insulted, and then saved by her own students. Although this student took advantage of the situation in the end, she was essentially a victim. Will she call the police? Once the police are called, the matter will be made public. No matter what the final verdict is, her reputation and her career will be completely ruined. She can't afford the gamble. After figuring this out, Chen Fan felt much relieved. Bai Jiajia's quiet departure was more like an escape and self-protection. She needed time, a completely quiet environment, to digest everything that happened tonight. As for myself, although my behavior was despicable, I saved her after all. Besides, under the influence of the drug, she was not completely passive. She knows this better than anyone else. A sneer appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. As long as she doesn't dare to make a big deal out of it, the initiative will still be in her hands. Right now, the most important thing is to deal with these two bombs that may explode at any time. He walked to the sofa and looked at Lin Cece, who was sleeping unconscious. The school beauty who once made him humble to the dust now looked like a gorgeous coat thrown away casually, fragile and defenseless. Chen Fan leaned over and picked her up by the waist. The body was soft, heavy, and still carrying the residual warmth from the medicine. He carried Lin Cece to the messy big bed, where Bai Jiajia had just lain. There seemed to be lingering scents of two different women on the bedding, mixed together to form a strange and decadent smell. Chen Fan pulled the quilt over Lin Cece, covering her body to hide the spring light that was soaked in water. After doing all this, he took out the room card belonging to room 3926 from his pocket and placed it on the bedside table. When she wakes up tomorrow, I will have 10,000 ways to make her have a reasonable understanding of everything that happened tonight. Chen Fan took one last look at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed, turned around, quietly left room 3926, and gently closed the door. The hallway was empty, the carpet absorbing all the sound of his footsteps. He walked to the door of room 3918, swiped his card, opened the door, and slipped in. In the room, Wu Miaomio was still sleeping soundly. Chapter 49, Did I Miss Him Too Much? She was lying on her side in an elegant sleeping posture, with her long, soft hair spread on the pillow. There was still a contented smile on the corner of her mouth, as if she was still having a sweet dream. The whole room was filled with the scent of her high-end shampoo and perfume, which was clean and sweet, forming a sharp contrast with the chaos and ambiguity in the room next door. Chen Fan looked at her, and the irritation in his heart caused by Jie inexplicably calmed down a lot. This kind of woman is easier to deal with. The purpose is clear and the desire is direct. You can use money to break her legs apart, and you can also use money to shut her mouth. Simple, pure, no hassle. He took off his clothes, got into bed quietly, and held Wu Miaomio in his arms from behind. The woman's warm and soft body pressed against him, but he felt a deep sense of fatigue. From rescuing Jie to losing control in the hotel room to having a big fight with Wu Miaomio and finally going to the top floor, intercepting Lin Cece, and engaging in a fight in the bathroom next door. One night, 3 women, 3 completely different battles. Even though he is young and strong, with the energy of a wild bull, he feels drained at this moment. Damn, being a scumbag turns out to be a physical job. Chen Fan complained in his heart, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Chen Fan woke up to a burst of fragrance. Wu Miaomio curled up in his arms like a cat, her sleeping face peaceful, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow in the morning light. There was no trace of last night's makeup on her face, and she was now fully made up. Chen Fan thought of the short videos he had seen before. Some women would secretly get up and put on makeup before the man woke up to avoid letting the man see their bare face. This Wu Miaomio is really a little scheming. Awake? Wu Miaomio opened her eyes as soon as Chen Fan moved, with a hint of sleepiness in her eyes. She stretched, revealing her graceful curves under the thin blanket, then she turned over, came over and kissed Chen Fan on the lips. Good morning. Morning. Wu Miaomio looked at her phone and it was not yet 10 o'clock. I'm hungry. Wu Miaomio rubbed her flat belly and looked at Chen Fan with sparkling eyes. How about we go to the hotel's breakfast buffet? I've been wanting to try the Ritz-Carlton breakfast for a long time. I heard it's super rich. Her tone was full of anticipation, like a little girl who was about to get her favorite toy. Chen Fan didn't care and was about to agree. That familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind without any warning. Ding! Target Lin Cece's favorability increased by +5. Current favorability, 95. A cash reward of 50,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan. It seems that Lin Cece has woken up too. But, what's going on with her? She should know what happened to her last night. When a girl encounters something like this, shouldn't she feel hatred first? What does it mean that her favorability has increased? And it only increased by 5 points, neither up nor down. However, there was one thing he was clear about. You must not go downstairs or leave this room now. These 2 women ran into a standoff, and wasn't that nuclear explosion level? What's good about a buffet? It's so crowded and chaotic. Chen Fan calmly hugged Wu Miaomio tightly, his fingers gently drawing circles on her smooth back. His voice was a little hoarse and magnetic. Let's order room service. I don't want to go downstairs. I want to eat you here. He spoke the last 3 words slowly and deeply, and his warm breath sprayed on Wu Miaomio's ear. Wu Miaomio's body softened instantly, her cheeks turned red, and even the roots of her ears were pink. She shyly buried her face in Chen Fan's chest, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Hate. I haven't had breakfast yet, how can I have the energy? She said no, but her body honestly rubbed against his arms. Chen Fan knew that he could get away with it. Wu Miaomio skillfully ordered room service and ordered a bunch of her favorite foods. Chen Fan leaned against the head of the bed and smoked, but he was still thinking about Lin Cece's strange 5 points of favorability. What is this woman thinking? Meanwhile, room 3926. Lin Cece was awakened by a sharp headache. She opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her eye was the unfamiliar, luxurious ceiling chandelier. The air was filled with a mixed smell, including the hotel's high-end fragrance, the smell of men's cigarettes, and a decadent smell after lust that made her body tremble. She sat up suddenly, and the silk quilt on her body slipped off. She was wrapped in a bath towel, but there was nothing under the towel. Where is this? She looked around and saw the messy bed, the wrinkled sheets, and even a few suspicious wet marks. There were some torn pieces of cloth scattered on the ground, and she recognized that it was the dress she wore yesterday. The memories of last night, like shattered glass, flooded into my mind. The bar, the two men, the blue cocktail, and the uncontrollable, burning heat. Lin Cece's face suddenly lost all its color. She lifted the bath towel, and when she saw the dried, glaring dark red bloodstains on the inside of her thighs, her head buzzed, as if something had completely exploded. It's over. I was raped by those two beasts. A huge wave of emotions, a mixture of nausea, shame and despair, overwhelmed her like a tsunami. She bit her lips hard to prevent herself from screaming, but tears fell uncontrollably like beads from a broken string. Call the police? This thought only flashed through her mind for a second before she extinguished it herself. Who is she? She is Lin Cece, the campus beauty of Tunghai University. She is a goddess in the eyes of countless people. If this matter gets out, her life will be ruined. She will be drowned in spit by the girls who are jealous of her, and will be ridiculed and fantasized about by the boys who can't get her behind her back. She would become a giant, walking scandal. She can't afford to gamble, nor can she afford to lose. Lin Cece sat on the bed like a puppet with her soul taken away, letting her tears flow silently. But, why? Why was it that in the pain of her body being torn apart, Chen Fan's face kept flashing through her mind? She remembered that when she was most desperate and in pain, it seemed as if a pair of familiar arms hugged her and a familiar voice whispered in her ear. That embrace, that aura, were exactly the same as Chen Fan's. Did I miss him too much? Lin Cece closed her eyes in pain. She remembered that in the bar, at the last moment when she was unconscious, she seemed to have seen Chen Fan. So, when he was insulted by those two beasts, he was so confused and infatuated that he mistook them for Chen Fan? Chapter 50, that figure, isn't it an illusion? This realization made her feel more ashamed and devastated than being raped itself. It turns out that I have become so lowly. When she was possessed by another man, her mind was full of thoughts about the other man. Lin Cece curled up her body, buried her face deeply in her knees, and let out an extremely suppressed, desperate whimper like a little animal. She hated the two men who drugged her, and she hated herself even more for not living up to her expectations. But within this overwhelming hatred and self-loathing, a strange feeling, which even she herself could not understand, quietly grew. At least, in the illusion, the one who possessed her was Chen Fan. This absurd and morbid idea was like a life-saving straw, allowing her to find a glimmer of respite amidst the overwhelming shame. She even began to vaguely feel that perhaps this was fate. It was fate that was telling her in the cruelest and most humiliating way that she would never be able to escape the name Chen Fan in her life. She didn't know how long she cried until her tears dried up, her throat became hoarse, and her whole body felt like a sponge that had been drained of all its moisture. The room was eerily quiet. She needed some voice from the outside world, the real world, to prove that she was still alive, instead of being trapped in this luxurious cage full of humiliating memories. Lin Cece picked up her cell phone from the bedside table with trembling hands. The screen lit up, stinging her eyes. Countless WeChat messages and missed calls popped up, mostly from her fake sisters. She didn't want to read any of them, nor did she want to reply to any of them. My fingertips unconsciously swiped across the screen and opened the circle of friends. The red prompt dots made her upset, and she just wanted to use these meaningless pictures and words to wash away the dirty images in her mind. She refreshed it. I saw the circle of friends that Wu Miao posted last night. A grid of photos, a Chanel bag, movie tickets from Hang Lung, the Ritz-Carlton lobby bar, a hotel room service delicacies. The remaining few photos are all selfies of Wu Miao. She wore a delicate full makeup and a silk bathrobe from the hotel, with the neckline open just right, revealing her collarbone. She sometimes pouted to look cute, sometimes smiled sweetly at the camera, and the background was always this luxurious hotel suite. She sent several messages, saying husband on the left and husband on the right. Lin Cece's pupils suddenly contracted and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. She and Chen Fan also came to the Ritz-Carlton last night? A terrible, absurd, yet seemingly extremely reasonable thought, like a black lightning, split her chaotic thoughts. She clicked on Wu Miao's photo and used two fingers to zoom in and out, until the man's hand became clear. That hand with distinct joints and long, slender fingers. Lin Cece's breathing completely stopped at this moment. She had seen this hand before. This hand once clumsily peeled a hot roasted sweet potato for her, and didn't even say a word even when it was burned red. This hand once held an umbrella for her on a rainy day, and half of its body was soaked. This hand had brought a cup of hot milk tea to her countless times. That last night. Wasn't the figure she saw in the bar last night, in her last moment of unconsciousness, an illusion? Lin Cece suddenly lowered her head and looked at the glaring dark red spots on the inside of her thighs. That is not evidence of humiliation. That is an indescribable electric current, a mixture of immense shame and strange ecstasy, instantly ran through her limbs and bones. Her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Not those two disgusting men. It's Chen Fan. This realization, like a pardon, instantly pulled her back to the world from the judgment seat of hell. The feeling of shame is still there, even stronger than before. She was an innocent victim of two strangers. But being possessed by Chen Fan in such a rough and humiliating way, what does this mean? He was checking into a hotel room with Wu Miao Miao, and then he came to her place. Anger and grievance surged like a tide, but beneath this tide of anger, there was an even more turbulent and hotter undercurrent, roaring wildly. Ecstasy. It's ecstasy. He still loves me. Otherwise, why would he save himself from those two men in the bar? Otherwise, why would he possess himself? He checked into a hotel with that bitch Wu Miao Miao just to get revenge on himself. He couldn't stand being involved with another man. So he came, and he used the most primitive and brutal way to carve his own mark in his body. This is a declaration. A frantic declaration filled with anger, jealousy, and possessiveness. He was telling himself in this way that even if there were other women around him, she, Lin Cece, could only belong to him, Chen Fan. After realizing this, those shameful, painful, and torn scenes from last night seemed to be covered with a filter called love. That wasn't humiliation, that was proof of his loss of control. That wasn't pain, that was the mark of his love. Even Wu Miao Miao's boastful posts on her moments no longer seemed so eye-catching to her, but rather a bit ridiculous. Just a plaything that can only be bought with money. What Chen Fan really wants, the one who can really make him lose control and go crazy, is only himself. Lin Cece held on to the wall and staggered into the bathroom. In the huge mirror, a disheveled face was reflected. The eye sockets were red and swollen, there was even a small bite wound on the lip, and the face was as pale as a ghost. But when her gaze moved down and saw the purple and blue marks on her neck and collarbone, she did not feel fear. Instead, she stretched out her trembling fingers and gently, almost obsessively, stroked those marks. This is his. This was left by Chen Fan. An unprecedented, twisted sense of satisfaction surged up from the deepest part of my heart. She won. Even in such a tragic way, she won over Wu Miao Miao. She raised her head and looked at herself in the mirror. She couldn't question him like a nagging woman, let alone cry and accuse him. That would only push him further away, into the arms of a woman like Wu Miao Miao. She wanted to let him know that she understood him. Within 3,918. The room service cart was pushed in, and under the exquisite silver cover was a wide variety of food. Smoked salmon Benedict eggs, mountains of blueberry muffins, and steaming Cantonese-style dim sum. Wu Miao Miao cheered and circled around the food cart like a butterfly. She picked up her phone and took a lot of photos of the sumptuous breakfast, ready to add another achievement to her circle of friends last night. Chen Fan leaned against the head of the bed, looking at her naive appearance, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 51, Just do it in one go and fill her up with things to do. This simple happiness that can be bought with money makes him feel at ease and in control of everything. At this moment, the screen of his mobile phone on the bedside table lit up. It's a WeChat message. Chen Fan's eyelids twitched, and almost subconsciously, he reached out to take the phone, turned sideways, and blocked Wu Miao Miao's sight with his body. Sender, Lin Cece. The content of the message was very simple, just one sentence, but it exploded in Chen Fan's mind like a depth charge. I woke up and can't wear any clothes anymore. Are you going to let me go back naked? Chen Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. There was no hysterical questioning, no crying and accusations in this sentence, and not even a trace of anger. On the contrary, with a bit of coquettishness, a bit of grievance, and even a hint of righteousness, to bring charges? What the hell is this? If a normal woman was treated in that way all night and woke up to find herself abandoned in a hotel, wouldn't she be looking for someone to kill her? They said this as if they were a young couple who had had an argument and were having a quarrel. Chen Fan's brain was working rapidly, countless possibilities flashed through his mind, and finally pointed to a conclusion that he felt was absurd and reasonable. Lin Cece, this woman, is mentally ill. In other words, she sorted out the logic of the whole thing herself and found a direction that was extremely beneficial to him. Honey, come and look, this shrimp dumpling looks so delicious. Wu Miaomia came over with a small plate of dim sum, and leaned her head affectionately on his shoulder. Chen Fan calmly locked his phone and put his hand under the pillow. You eat first, I'll have a cigarette. There was no expression on his face, and he even reached out and pinched Wu Miaomiao's face. Wu Miaomio hit him coquettishly and started eating breakfast happily. Chen Fan got out of bed, walked to the window, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. The taste of nicotine calmed his somewhat irritated nerves a little. Lin Cece next door is a trouble that must be dealt with immediately. As for Wu Miaomiao, she couldn't let her notice anything wrong. And the missing by Jia Jia was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, and he didn't know when it would fall. For a moment, Chen Fan felt like an acrobat walking on a tightrope, with a bottomless abyss under his feet and 3 fireballs in his hands that could explode at any time. Stimulate. It's so fucking exciting. He put out the cigarette, turned around and walked back to the bed, a gentle smile on his face. Baby, you eat first. I suddenly remembered something and have to go downstairs. Wu Miaomi was nibbling at a pancake. When she heard this, she looked up, a little cream still on the corner of her mouth, and a hint of confusion and dissatisfaction in her eyes. What's the matter? You're in such a hurry? You haven't even had breakfast yet. A buddy, also from our school, got drunk last night and left his ID and wallet at a bar. He happened to be nearby, so he asked me to get them for him. Chen Fan began to lie calmly, making up the details with every possible detail. I'll take a cab and be back soon. This reason is impeccable and full of the real sense of brotherhood among male college students. Sure enough, Wu Miaomiao believed it immediately after hearing it. Although she was a little reluctant, she nodded sensibly, then go quickly and come back soon. I'll wait for you here. Be good. Chen Fan leaned over and kissed the corner of her creamy mouth, taking the sweetness into his mouth. Wait for me to come back, and we'll continue. Wu Miaomiao's face flushed again, and she shyly pushed him away. Go away, you smooth talker. Chen Fan picked up his coat and room card and walked out of room 3918 calmly. The moment the door closed, the smile on his face disappeared without a trace, replaced by cold silence. He turned around and walked quickly to the door of room 3926 a few meters away. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and knocked on the door with his knuckles. Boom, boom, boom. 3 soft sounds, dull and restrained, were particularly clear in the quiet corridor. There was no immediate response from inside the door. Chen Fan waited patiently. He could imagine what kind of inner struggle the woman behind the door was going through at that moment. A few seconds later, there was a slight click from the door lock, and the door was opened a crack from the inside. Lin Cece's face appeared behind the door. She had indeed taken a bath. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, with water still dripping from the ends. She was wrapped in a white waffle bathrobe provided by the hotel, with the belt tied tightly around her waist, outlining her slender waistline. The face that was once filled with pride and contempt was now pale without a trace of blood, with red and swollen eyes, obviously having cried bitterly. Seeing Chen Fan standing outside the door, her body trembled almost imperceptibly, and she subconsciously grabbed the collar of her bathrobe, her eyes extremely complicated. There is shame, grievance, and resentment, but more importantly, it is a sense of settlement mixed with confirmation and dependence. She said nothing, but just silently turned sideways and made way. Chen Fan walked into the room and closed the door behind him. The room was no different from when he left, except that there was a fresh scent of shower gel in the air, but it still couldn't completely cover up the ambiguous and decadent atmosphere. On the ground, the torn dress lay like a dead butterfly, silently accusing last night's storm. Chen Fan's gaze swept across the pile of cloth and then fell back on Lin Cece. She stood there awkwardly, her hands twisted together, her head lowered, not daring to look at him, like a prisoner awaiting sentencing. Chen Fan walked to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs and looking as relaxed as if this was his own room. He lit a cigarette and looked at Lin Cece, his eyes as if he was examining an object. Lin Cece suddenly raised her head and her eyes turned red again. She thought he would explain, comfort, and even apologize. But she didn't expect that he would just sit there quietly without saying anything. A huge feeling of grievance surged in her heart. She bit her lip and stared at him stubbornly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Chen Fan exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at her stubborn yet pitiful appearance. The irritability in his heart suddenly dissipated. He finally understood. When dealing with a woman like Lin Cece, you can't use the conventional approach of apology or compensation. She is proud at heart, and the more she is treated as a victim who needs compensation, the more humiliated she will feel. Instead, we should use a stronger and more self-evident attitude to define everything that happened last night as an out-of-control and uncontrollable emotion. There are only 5 points of favorability left, so I might as well make a concerted effort today and fill it up completely. To avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 52. Damn, this is not even included? Thinking of this, Chen Fan put out his cigarette, stood up and walked towards Lin Cece. Lin Cece was startled by his sudden action and subconsciously took a step back, her back against the cold wall, with nowhere to retreat. Chen Fan stood in front of her. They were very close, so close that he could smell the moisture and fragrance in her hair, and see her long eyelashes trembling violently with nervousness. He didn't say anything, but reached out and gently lifted a strand of her wet hair, playing with it between his fingertips. This action was full of intimacy and suggestion, causing Lin Cece's body to stiffen instantly and her cheeks to burn. The clothes are my fault, Chen Fan finally spoke, his voice low and magnetic. Since they're damaged, I have to compensate you with new ones. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone, found the number of the Chanel salesgirl he added yesterday, and dialed it. The call was connected quickly. Mr. Chen. How can I help you? A sweet and respectful female voice came from the other end of the phone, full of enthusiasm. Excuse me, I need a favor. Chen Fan said calmly, take a few sets of your store's latest spring and summer ready-to-wear and send them to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Okay. No problem at all. Which room should it be delivered to? Chen Fan glanced at Lin Cece, then said into the phone, room 3926. He paused, his fingers still entwined in Lin Cece's hair, but his gaze locked onto hers. He spoke clearly, word for word, I picked these for my girlfriend. Pick a few outfits and send them over. Hurry. Girlfriend. These 3 words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Lin Cece's mind. She was completely stunned, her heart beating wildly in her chest, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. The blood rushed to her head, leaving her brain blank, with only those 3 words echoing over and over again. The huge ecstasy and a twisted sense of satisfaction instantly drowned out all the grievances and shame. Lin Cece's cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and even her ears had turned an alluring pink. She didn't even dare to look Chen Fan in the eye again, and she lowered her eyes shyly, her heart in turmoil. Okay, Mr. Chen. I'll arrange it right away. The salesperson on the other end of the phone was so excited that he was almost incoherent. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan put the phone back in his pocket and waited calmly for the cold mechanical voice in his mind. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. Quiet. There was no movement at all. The smile on Chen Fan's face froze slightly. Bite. Here we come. Chen Fan was delighted. System prompt, by Jiajia's exclusive ATM withdraws 1 million yuan per day, and Wu Miaomiao's exclusive ATM withdraws 100,000 yuan per day. The funds have been received. Please check. Chen Fan. No, wait a minute. How come it belongs to them? What about Lin Cece's favorability? In disbelief, he called the system in his mind and checked the favorability panel. Target, Lin Cece. Current favorability, 95. Distance until exclusive ATM mode is activated, remaining favorability, 5. Favorability, not a change at all. Chen Fan's expression froze. He looked at the woman in front of him, who had her head lowered, her face full of shyness, and her body almost softened into a pool of spring water. A huge question mark slowly emerged in his mind. Oh shit. Don't add this? I called Chanel to send you a full set of equipment right in front of you, and even stamped you as my girlfriend, and your face turned red as a monkey's, but your favorability rating remained unchanged? Is this woman a Pichio? She only takes in, never leaves. Chen Fan felt like there was a blockage of blood in his chest, neither going up nor down. He put so much effort into acting and spending so much money, and in the end, he just heard a noise? Do I have to pick the moon from the sky to get these last 5 points of favorability? Chen Fan felt a lump of blood clot in his chest, unable to move. He had put in so much effort, putting on so much drama and spending so much money, and all he got was a noise? Do I have to pick the moon from the sky to get these last 5 points of favorability? His anger suddenly rose, and even Lin Cece's shy look was a bit annoying. He untangled his fingers from her hair, turned around and walked back to the sofa, sat down again, lit another cigarette, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The atmosphere in the room, as he fell silent, instantly plummeted from the ambiguous and charming atmosphere just now to freezing point. Lin Cece was still immersed in the huge impact brought by the 3 words girlfriend. After a while, she realized that the atmosphere was wrong. She raised her head cautiously and saw Chen Fan sitting on the sofa, his profile cold and hard, his brows furrowed, and his whole body exuding an irritable aura of keep away from strangers. Her heart tightened, and the ecstasy quickly cooled, replaced by a sense of uneasiness. What happened to him? Wasn't he fine just now? Did I do something wrong to make him unhappy? Lin Cece racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. She could only attribute it to him still being angry about what happened last night, angry that she went to the bar with another man, and angry that she almost got into trouble. Yes, that must be it. He called himself girlfriend to declare his sovereignty, but he was still unhappy inside. Thinking of this, Lin Cece felt a little calmer. Men always need to be coaxed. Especially in this kind of thing. She mustered up her courage and walked over to him, her body a little stiff from nervousness. She wanted to imitate Wu Miaomiao's circle of friends and stick to him and act coquettishly. But after being so proud for so many years, she really couldn't do this. After a long silence, she heard a rumbling sound from her stomach, reminding her that she had not had a drop of water since last night. She found what she thought was a perfect opportunity to break through, and in a soft, tentative, and dependent tone, she whispered, "Chen Fan, I'm a little hungry." This was her trump card in the past. As long as she frowned slightly, showed a little vulnerability, and said I'm hungry or I'm thirsty, the old Chen Fan would be like a clockwork robot, immediately rushing to her to bring all the delicious food in the world. She looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to stand up immediately and gently ask her what she wanted to eat, just like he did in the past, even if he was angry. However, Chen Fan just raised his eyelids, glanced at her lightly, and then exhaled a puff of smoke from his mouth. Oh, he flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather, then order room service yourself. The expression on Lin Cece's face froze instantly. Last night, he took possession of her in such a rough way, leaving her covered in bruises. Now, he wanted her to order room service for even a meal? In the past, she only needed to say a word and he would run across half the city to buy her the dessert she wanted. Now what? They had the most intimate relationship, but he asked her to order room service herself? She bit her lips, dug her nails deep into her palms, and her eyes turned red in an instant. Chapter 53, ISNT. It said that girls nowadays are smart? But when she looked at Chen Fan's cold, emotionless face, she couldn't utter a single word of the questions that were on the tip of her tongue. She is afraid. She was really scared. I was afraid that once I opened my mouth, the word girlfriend would be taken back. I was afraid that he would go straight back to Wu Miaomiao. She couldn't afford to lose again. Lin Cece gritted her teeth and swallowed back all her anger, grievance, and unwillingness. The taste is even more bitter than drinking Coptus chinensis. Her hands, hanging by her sides, trembled slightly from the exertion. After a long time, she finally raised her head again, forcing a smile on her face that was uglier than crying. She picked up the room service menu on the coffee table and carefully handed it to Chen Fan like a humble maid trying hard to please her master. So, what do you want to eat? Her voice was very soft, with a hint of trembling and pleading that she herself was not aware of. Chen Fan didn't even raise her eyelids, her gaze still fixed on the window, as if the scenery there was much more interesting than herself. He just uttered a perfunctory syllable from his throat. It will be all right. Lin Cece suppressed all her emotions in her heart and picked up the thick room service menu. She tried hard to recall, trying to find clues about Chen Fan's preferences from the fragments of memory that she had left in the corner of her mind. But when she thought about it for a long time, all that came to her mind was herself. Her favorite tiramisu, her favorite caramel macchiato, and the internet-famous Qingtuan she casually mentioned she wanted, so Chen Fan ran across half the city to buy her. As for Chen Fan himself, what does he eat? What does he like? Lin Cece's mind went blank. He seemed to always eat the cheapest meal in the cafeteria and drink mineral water that cost 1 yuan a bottle. He seemed to never actively express what he wanted to eat. Everything he did revolved around her preferences. This realization made Lin Cece's heart suddenly tighten. She suddenly remembered that Chen Fan seemed to have a bad stomach before. Yes, that's it. She seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She wanted to let him know that she remembered that she didn't really care about him that much. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Lin Cece felt as if she had been pardoned and quickly ran to open the door. The dining cart was pushed in, and she deftly placed the meals on the coffee table one by one, and even carefully placed the porridge bowl and spoon in the position that was most convenient for Chen Fan. The bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge was cooked to the perfect temperature, with the rice grains blooming, the porridge dense and emitting a warm aroma. You have a bad stomach, drink some porridge," she whispered, with a hint of flattery and temptation in her tone. Chen Fan finally reacted. He put out his cigarette, picked up the spoon, and slowly scooped a spoonful into his mouth. Lin Cece's heart instantly rose to her throat, and she stared at his face without blinking, not missing any slight change in his expression. Would he like it? Would he remember that he had a bad stomach? However, there was no expression on Chen Fan's face. No approval, no disgust, not even a trace of emotion. He drank the porridge mouthful by mouthful with an expressionless face, as if he was eating a bowl of tasteless white rice. After taking a few bites, he picked up another shrimp dumpling and ate it slowly. Still the same look. Lin Cece's heart slowly settled back into her stomach. Not being disgusted is the best outcome. She also picked up the chopsticks and ate in small bites, but the food tasted like chewing wax. The two sat in silence during the meal, and the atmosphere was extremely weird. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Lin Cece was stunned for a moment, but Chen Fan seemed to have expected this and said calmly, "Go open the door." She walked over and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a woman wearing a Chanel work uniform and exquisite makeup. She was the salesgirl from yesterday. She was followed by two shop assistants, carrying a dozen shopping bags of various sizes with the double C logo printed on them. "Hello, Mr. Chen. We have delivered the clothes you requested." The salesgirl's smile was warm and respectful. When her eyes fell on the wrinkled hotel bathrobe on Lin Cece and her bare face that still couldn't hide her stunning beauty, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Of course she remembered what happened in the store yesterday. Yesterday, Chen Fan bought a bag worth 80,000 yuan for another girl in front of this girl. But the man who came with the girl yesterday couldn't even afford a card wallet worth several thousand yuan. Isn't it said that girls nowadays are smart? Just overnight, she climbed onto Chen Fan's bed. "Chanel, isn't it coming?" The salesgirl immediately filed in with the staff and pushed over the shelves, which were filled with a wide variety of clothes. "Mr. Chen, according to your instructions, we have selected several of our latest ready-to-wear clothes for your girlfriend. There are dresses, suits, and several versatile shirts and skirts. We have also matched them with matching shoes and bags. Take a look." Chen Fan gestured to Lin Cece, "Go and pick one." Lin Cece blushed. Can I really choose, Chen Fan?" Chen Fan said to the salesgirl, "You recommend it to her." Okay. The salesgirl was enthusiastic and matched several sets of clothes for Lin Cece. Lin Cece changed into a new outfit and stood shyly in front of Chen Fan. I have to admit that Lin Cece is really pretty and is worthy of being the school belle. Even without makeup, she is prettier than Wu Miaomio with exquisite makeup. Chen Fan inexplicably recalled those palace dramas where a concubine who made a mistake and was sent to the cold palace would go to great lengths to see the emperor and regain his favor. Lin Cece is very much like this kind of concubine. "Buy it," swiped the card. Chen Fan's tone was as calm as if he was buying a cabbage at the vegetable market. The salesgirl and the two shop assistants' eyes lit up instantly, and their breathing quickened. "Mr. Chen, are you talking about buying this set that the young lady is wearing? She bought all the sets she tried on just now." Okay. "Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, I will do it for you right away." The salesgirl excitedly took out the POS machine, her hands shaking a little. What a huge order this is. The way they looked at Chen Fan was as if they were looking at a walking god of wealth. Lin Cece stood aside, looking at the magical scene in front of her, and was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the pile of Chanel shopping bags in Chen Fan's face, which was too lazy to even lift its eyelids. An indescribable complex emotion, a mixture of vanity, sweetness, and a hint of uneasiness, surged wildly in her heart. Is this the world of the rich? Buying Chanel is as casual as buying fast food. And I am the girlfriend who was rewarded so casually? The card was swiped successfully, and the salesgirl left with the clerk, thanking them profusely. Chapter 54. It turns out that the last 5 points of favorability require this. Only Chen Fan and Lin Cece were left in the room, along with the pile of expensive new clothes. Lin Cece was about to say something to express her gratitude. Chen Fan's cell phone, which was placed on the coffee table, suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and answered it. "Hey, baby." Lin Cece stood there stiffly like a sculpture, but her ears couldn't help but hear every word on the other end of the phone clearly. "It's Wu Miao Miao." "Oh, why did you take so long? I was so bored waiting for you." Wu Miao Miao's sweet voice, with a hint of coquettishness, came out clearly from the receiver. "Good boy, I'll be right back." Chen Fan even had a hint of a smile on his face. He walked to the window, looked at the hustle and bustle of traffic downstairs, and said in a doting voice, "Have you finished your breakfast? Did you like it?" "I like it. I like it very much. You are so good to me, husband." "I'm glad you like it. When I come back, I'll take you to a more fun place." "Really? Where are you going?" "It's a secret for now." Chen Fan chuckled. "Okay, I won't say any more. Just wait for me in the room. I'll be right up." After hanging up the phone, the gentle smile on Chen Fan's face disappeared instantly, and he returned to his cold look. He turned around and saw Lin Cece standing there like a fool, and his brows couldn't help but frown. "Take your clothes and you can check out." These cold and ruthless words, like the sharpest knife, pierced into Lin Cece's heart. Every word in that phone call just now was like a loud slap in her face. It turned out that what he said to himself and what he did were just perfunctory and alms. All his true tenderness and patience were given to another woman. That Wu Miao Miao who was flirting in his circle of friends and was built up by his money. Who am I? A sex partner who was taken by him in a rough way, and then threw a pile of clothes and said get out? Huge shame and anger erupted in her chest like a volcano. She thought she had one, that she was special, and that the word girlfriend was a sincere promise. In the end, it was just a joke of her own self-conceit. She lost. The defeat was complete and utter. I could no longer control my tears and they rolled down like beads from a broken string. She stared at Chen Fan intently, her body shaking violently with extreme anger and humiliation. She wanted to scream, to question, to throw the pile of Chanel in his face. But when she met Chen Fan's cold, indifferent eyes without a trace of emotion, all her anger and unwillingness were like a basin of ice water poured over her head, and were extinguished in an instant. She suddenly understood. What's the point of making a fuss? It would only make him hate himself more and push himself further away. If Wu Miao Miao can get it, why can't I? Isn't it just about lowering your posture and being well-behaved and obedient? As long as I can stay by his side, as long as I can get a little bit of his attention and resources, what does temporary humiliation matter? Pride? Self-esteem? Those things are worthless in the face of absolute power and money. She lost to Wu Miao Miao, not because she was not pretty enough, but because she was not sensible enough. After figuring this out, the overwhelming hatred and grievance in Lin Cece's heart strangely subsided. What replaced it was a kind of almost twisted, desperate clarity of mind. She slowly wiped away her tears. Then she raised her head and looked at Chen Fan with a submissive, even slightly flattering smile on her face. Okay. That smile was so humble that it was down to earth. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice finally rang out in Chen Fan's mind. Ding! Target Lin Cece's favorability increased by +5. Current favorability, 100. Congratulations to the host, the target Lin Cece's favorability has reached full, and the exclusive ATM mode has been successfully activated. Lin Cece's exclusive ATM daily limit, 1 million yuan. Today's reward rating, SSS plus Super God level. A cash reward of 1 million yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan. He looked at the woman in front of him, who seemed to have her spine broken in an instant and had completely given up all struggles. He had no pity in his heart, only a sense of indifference as if the dust had settled. It turns out that this is what is needed for the last 5 points of favorability. It's not about money, it's not about declaration, but about making her fully aware of her position and willingly accept the reality that she is just a plaything. So fucking cheap. Chen Fan sneered in his heart, turned around and walked towards the door. Since the favorability has been maxed out, this woman is of no use to me anymore. Chen Fan pushed open the door of room 3918, and a warm scent mixed with the aroma of cream, jam, and perfume hit him in the face. Wu Miao Miao was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, admiring her Chanel bag in the sunlight outside the window, humming a tuneless pop song. When she heard the door open, she immediately turned around, her eyes sparkling. Honey, you're back. Is your friend okay? It's okay, I sent him back. Chen Fan responded casually, took off his coat and threw it on the sofa. Wu Miaomiao immediately clung to him like she had no bones, wrapping her arms around his waist and rubbing her cheek against his chest. Her voice was so sticky it made her choke. You're so slow. I've been waiting for you for so long that the flowers are almost withered. She raised her face, with an unspoken invitation in her eyes, and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Chen Fan was thinking about something and was a little absent-minded. He subconsciously tilted his head and the kiss fell on his chin. Wu Miaomiao froze. Chen Fan reacted immediately, reached out and pinched her chin, lowered his head and pecked her lips. His tone was somewhat forceful and unyielding. Why are you in such a hurry? You can't get away. The slight irritation in my heart caused by Lin Cece was diluted a lot by the sense of relief brought by this purely financial relationship. Women like Wu Miaomiao are easy to understand. Her happiness and unhappiness are clearly marked and visible at a glance. Unlike Lin Cece, who was obviously very happy in her heart, but still had to pretend to be a chaste and heroic woman who had suffered a great injustice. Her hypocrisy was so convoluted and disgusting. Wu Miaomiao held up the bag worth 80,000 yuan she had bought yesterday as if she were presenting a treasure. Honey, this bag is so beautiful. I posted it on WeChat Moments and so many people ask me about it. They're so envious of me. As long as you like it. Chen Fan said perfunctorily. Then, should we continue? Wu Miaomiao took his hand and dragged him towards the big bed, her voice low and charming. Chen Fan, however, was not interested. Chapter 55, Money is good, but having the life to spend it is the key. When he thought about Bai Jiajia's whereabouts being unknown, he felt like an ant was crawling on his heart. Although that woman looked gentle and harmless, she was actually quite stubborn. If something really happened, money is good, but having the life to spend it is the key. Bai Jiajia's disappearance was like a time bomb, and he had to go back and defuse it as soon as possible. Stop making trouble, Chen Fan pushed away Wu Miaomiao's clinging body, his tone calm but unquestionable. I have to go back to school, I have something to take care of. The charm on Wu Miaomiao's face froze instantly, replaced by undisguised disappointment and grievance. She tugged at the corner of Chen Fan's clothes, pressed her body against him again, and spoke in a long, sticky voice, like a piece of maltose sticking to your teeth. No, didn't you just say you wanted to take me to a more fun place? Why are you leaving just like that? She hung on Chen Fan, swaying coquettishly. What's so urgent? Is it more important than me? I'll be so bored here alone if you leave. Chen Fan looked at her tearful expression, and his heart remained calm. He knew this kind of woman's logic too well. The so-called boredom and reluctance to part with were essentially a fear of losing the expected benefits. He didn't bother to make up another lie. He just took out his phone and tapped the screen slowly. A crisp notification sound came from the phone in Wu Miaomiao's pocket. Wu Miaomiao subconsciously let go of Chen Fan and took out her cell phone. When she saw the bright WeChat transfer interface on the screen, she felt like the pause button was pressed. Chen Fan transfers 52,000.00 to you. Chen Fan rubbed her head and said, Go shopping by yourself, dear. Wu Miaomiao's eyes suddenly widened like bells. Her eyes, which had just been filled with tears, ready to stage a farewell drama, were now stretched round by the numbers on the screen, and the moisture in her eyes was completely evaporated by the huge shock. 52,000? She held up her phone, her finger hovering above the screen, repeatedly checking how many zeros followed the number. She had only seen these densely packed zeros in Chengdu. Wu Miaomiao's mind buzzed and went blank. The day before yesterday, Chen Fan transferred 5,200 yuan to her. Yesterday, he didn't even blink an eye and spent 80,000 yuan to buy himself a bag, and even took himself to the Ritz-Carlton, which he couldn't even dream of. She thought this was the highlight of her life and the pinnacle experience of marrying a rich husband. But now, just say I have to go and then casually throw 52,000 yuan of pocket money at me? Is this fucking pocket money? This amount of money is more than the annual salary of her father, who works hard and is scolded by his boss every day. Wu Miaomiao felt her breath become hot. What grievances, what dissatisfactions, what boredom of being alone in a hotel. These pretentious little emotions, in front of 52,000 red bills, are as small as a speck of dust. The huge ecstasy swept through her brain like a tsunami, washing her whole body into a dizzy state. She felt like she was not standing on the carpet of the Ritz-Carlton, but on a huge cloud woven with RMB, about to fly up. She had even begun to rapidly plan in her mind what to do with this huge sum of money. I've got a set of SK2's facial treatment essence set, and I can finally get those Jimmy Choo high heels I've been eyeing. I've also got the latest iPhone. Oh, and I can even get a cosmetic surgery to make my eyelids a little deeper and my chin a little more lifted. Just as she was imagining the future, Chen Fan had already put on his coat and was ready to leave. Wu Miaomia suddenly came to her senses, rushed over in 2 steps, hugged Chen Fan's waist from behind, and pressed her cheek tightly against his back. This time, there was no trace of sexual provocation in her movements, but instead an almost devout admiration and worship. Hubby. Her voice was so sweet that every word seemed to be rolled in honey. You are so good to me. I love you so much. Ding. Wu Miaomiao's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations to the host, the rating has been changed to SS level. Wu Miaomiao's exclusive ATM daily limit, 500,000 yuan, effective tomorrow. Holy shit. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. It turns out that this rating can be changed. Wu Miaomio stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed Chen Fan on the side of his cheek. Then, like a little girl who was satisfied with getting candy, she let go of his hand on her own initiative, being unbelievably well behaved. Go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore. Don't worry, I'll be good and I'll wait for you. As she spoke, she diligently helped Chen Fan straighten his collar. She looked so virtuous and sensible, as if the person who had just thrown a tantrum was not her at all. Chen Fan's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. He turned around and pinched Wu Miaomio's face, which was flushed red with excitement. Are you good now? Be good. I'm the best. Wu Miaomio nodded repeatedly, looking at him with sparkling eyes, as if she was looking at a living god of wealth. All right, Chen Fan retracted his hand. If you don't want to go back to school, go renew your room yourself. The deposit is enough to cover the cost. After saying that, he didn't stop, turned around, opened the door, and walked out with big strides. The door closed with a click. Wu Miaomiao could no longer suppress the smile on her face. She hugged her phone, jumped 3 times on the spot, and screamed excitedly, ah. She threw herself onto the soft big bed, rolled around wildly with the pillow in her arms, and laughed meaninglessly. After rolling around enough, she picked up her phone and clicked on the payment button. Looking at the 5-digit balance that suddenly appeared in her WeChat wallet, she sighed with satisfaction, feeling that her life had reached its peak. She immediately opened her moments and took a photo of herself in a bathrobe in the mirror, with the background of a luxurious Ritz-Carlton room, with the caption, "Another day of being fed by my husband." So annoying. I'm about to have difficulty making choices, cute. After sending it, she threw her phone away and walked towards the bathroom humming a song. Take a bath, order takeout, and open Taobao to shop. As for what Chen Fan is going to do, does it matter? Walking out of the hotel door, Chen Fan was blown by the slightly cool air outside, and his nerves, which had relaxed a little after dealing with the 2 women, tensed up again. The extravagance and decadence of the luxurious hotel was left far behind him. He hailed a taxi and got in the back seat. The car merged smoothly into the traffic flow, and the bustling scene of tall buildings outside the window rapidly receded. Chen Fan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and Bai Jiejie's face appeared uncontrollably in his mind. She always has a gentle smile on her face, speaks softly, and her eyes are clean and clear, like a pool of spring water. What if the stubbornness in her bones comes out and she would rather die than live in disgrace? Chapter 56. Where did the best friend come from? As soon as this thought came to mind, it was like an ice spike, piercing Chen Fan's temple. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the light and shadow outside the window made his eyes hurt. But her affection for me is already full. Logically, she should be madly in love with me at this moment. He opened WeChat, and the list of contacts quickly scrolled through, finally stopping at the familiar name that he was most afraid of at the moment. Teacher Bai. The avatar is a long-range photo of Bai Jiejie. The moments is also set to be visible for 3 days, but it is empty. Just like the feeling she gives people, clean, alienated, with a layer of impenetrable mist. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I'm not afraid of anything. If you stick your head out, you will get a knife. If you keep your head down, you will also get a knife. The worst possible outcome would be a complete loss of both parties, but does Bai Jiejie really dare to let the net break? He no longer hesitated, and with his slender fingers, he pressed the screen harder and pressed the voice call button. Beep. A long sound came clearly into Chen Fan's ears through the mobile phone receiver. Time, at this moment, seems to be infinitely stretched. The world outside the car window was completely silent. In Chen Fan's entire sensory world, the only thing left was this monotonous and annoying call. Just when Chen Fan was about to hang up the phone, the continuous calling sound suddenly stopped. A cold system prompt popped up on the phone screen. No response from the other party. Chen Fan stared at the 5 words, his pupils shrinking slightly. Neither was hung up nor blocked. No one answered. This result made him feel even more uneasy than being hung up directly. Hanging up is a clear rejection and a sign of anger. He can use this to judge the other person's mood and formulate the next countermeasures. But no one answered the call, and there were too many possibilities. Don't have your phone with you? Didn't you hear it because it's muted? Or was she just watching quietly, letting the ringing sound over and over again, expressing her attitude in this silent way? Chen Fan prefers the last one. This is in line with her style of leaving quietly. It's not intense, it's not noisy, but it uses the coldest aloofness to create a gap that you can't cross. A nameless anger suddenly rose from the bottom of Chen Fan's heart, mixed with the anxiety of not being able to control the situation. The staff apartment is located in the northwest corner of the campus, with a quiet environment. He did not rush upstairs, but paced in the small garden downstairs like a ghost. Today is the weekend, and his young face looks a bit out of place here. Chen Fan walked to a blind spot of the surveillance camera and lit a cigarette. In the smoke, his brain was working rapidly. Just go up and knock on the door? No. If she's already mad, seeing me would just add fuel to the fire. If she loses control of her emotions and starts yelling in the apartment building, things will be completely out of control. We must first understand her current situation. He flicked the cigarette butt accurately into a nearby trash can, turned around and walked into the unit door. The corridor of the old-style apartment was very quiet. The voice-controlled lights lit up one by one as he walked. Chen Fan, who had been there once, quickly found Bai Jie's room. Chen Fan held his breath and carefully placed his ear against the cold door panel. There is a sound inside. Very light, as if deliberately suppressed. It was a woman's cry, intermittent, full of grievance and fear. It's Bai Jie. Chen Fan's heart sank suddenly, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. At least, people are safe here. Then, another female voice rang out. This voice was crisp and capable, with a hint of undisguised anger and heartache. What's the point of crying? Why don't you say something? What did that bastard do to you? Don't scare me, Jie. Bai Jie sobbed even louder, and she mumbled, Man, I'm fine. He didn't succeed. He didn't succeed? The woman named Man suddenly raised her voice, like a taut string. What do you mean he didn't succeed? He drugged you and took you to a hotel. That's a fucking crime. Just wait, I'm calling the police now. No. Bai Jie's voice was filled with fear. Don't call the police. Man, please, don't call the police. Why not? Man's voice was filled with a sense of disappointment. What are you afraid of? You're the victim. Are you going to let that old bastard get away with it? Call the police, what should I do? Bai Jie's voice finally became clearer, but it was trembling with despair. The whole school will know about my work, my reputation. How will I live my life in the future? What if my parents find out? Outside the door, Chen Fan heard this and a barely perceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it was exactly as he guessed. She didn't dare to gamble. As long as she doesn't dare, the initiative is still in my hands. Inside the door, the woman named Man fell silent, as if she was convinced, but the anger in her tone did not diminish at all. All right. Not calling the police. But we can't just let it go. She gritted her teeth and said, Tell me, what happened next? He didn't succeed, so how did you get away? Bai Jie seemed to hesitate for a long time, and her sobbing gradually subsided. Yes, one of my students. Student? Man's tone was filled with caution. Which student? How did he happen to be there? I don't know either. He seemed to be staying in that hotel. He saved me and beat that one guy away. And then? Man pressed. That student brought you back? Where's he? What's his name? He's a great benefactor, we should really thank him. He? Bai Jie's voice became hesitant again, even with a hint of shame and anger that was difficult to express. He later. What happened to him? Inside the door, there was a dead silence. Chen Fan could almost imagine the humiliated and conflicted expression on Bai Jiejia's face at this moment. After a long while, Bai Jiejia finally said in a barely audible voice, "He and I did that." "What?" Man's scream almost pierced the door. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. "That little bastard. He's taking advantage of someone's misfortune. What's his name? Which department is he from? I'm going to the school to find the leaders right now and have him fired. No, I'll send him straight to jail with that guy named Wang." "No. It's not what you think," Bai Jiejia hurriedly explained, but her voice was weak. At that time, the drug was still taking effect. I also. She couldn't continue speaking, and was replaced by a new round of crying. Chen Fan, who was outside the door, frowned. This best friend who suddenly appeared was like a stick in the road, muddying up his originally clear plan. Chapter 57. Is his physical strength so good? She is too impulsive, too reckless, and does not play by the rules at all. With her fanning the flames beside Bai Jiejia, the direction of things suddenly became full of countless variables. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! A new capturable target character has been detected. Character, Su Man. Identity, Bai Jiejia's college classmate and best friend, currently an intern lawyer at Fan Yuan Law Firm. Appearance, 93. Height, 91. Initial favorability, 50. Extreme dislike. Lawyer? Chen Fan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a chill crept up his spine. Damn it, this time I really hit a wall. No wonder her first reaction was to call the police and find evidence, and she was clear and ruthless. And this favorability is actually negative 50. This can be described as extremely disgusting. However, the higher the initial favorability at the end of the month, the more money you can earn. Inside the door, Su Man was still comforting Bai Jiejia. Although her voice was still angry, it had softened a lot. All right, stop crying, my dear. No matter how big the problem is, I'll handle it for you. First, tell me, what's that little bastard's name?" Chen Fan's heart was in his throat. Bai Jiejia sobbed but didn't say anything. Su Man sighed, "Go wash your face and change your clothes first. Your eyes are swollen like peaches. We need to think about this matter carefully. My best friend, you can't let others bully you like this." Footsteps were heard, and it seemed that Bai Jiejia walked into the bedroom. Inside the door, Su Man's voice was like a tempered steel needle, cold and hard. "Okay, now, tell me everything that happened last night, from beginning to end, every detail. Don't be afraid, the sky won't fall with me here." Chen Fan put his ear closer to the hand and even breathed as lightly as possible. He could hear rustling sounds coming from inside, as if Bai Jiejia moved her body, followed by her nasal, intermittent narration. She started by talking about the disgusting dinner with Wang Tianlai, how she was drugged and taken to the hotel, her voice full of fear and humiliation. When she talked about how Chen Fan appeared like a god and drove Wang Tianlai away, there was a hint of complex and indescribable emotion in her voice. Su Man listened quietly without interrupting, like a professional recorder, allowing the person involved to speak. He covered me with the quilt and then left. Bai Jiejia's voice was very low. My mind was in a mess, and my body was hot and uncomfortable, so I fell into a deep sleep. But not long after, I was woken up. Woke up? Su Man's tone instantly became alert. He's back? What did he do to you? No. There was a strange pause in Bai Jiejia's voice. He came back, but not alone. Chen Fan, who was outside the door, felt his heart skip a beat. What do you mean? Su Man asked. He also brought a girl back. Bai Jiejia's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Then, they went into the bathroom. There was the sound of water, and there were other sounds. Inside the door, there was a dead silence. This dead silence made Chen Fan feel more suffocated than any fierce argument. He could almost imagine the expression on Su Man's face, which went from shock to astonishment to uncontrollable anger. Bang! There was a loud bang, as if someone had slapped the table hard. This bastard! Su Man's roar erupted without warning, shaking the door panels. Fuck! He threw you, a drugged person, on the bed, and then turned around and brought back another woman, and did it right under your nose, in the bathroom? Fuck! Su Man was so angry that she even cursed. Is this something a human being could do? What does he think of you? A trophy on display? Chen Fan scratched his head. Listening to the ridiculous things I did last night, I felt a little embarrassed and wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. However, this lawyer best friend is indeed the biggest variable. In just a few words, she defined the nature of the matter as the worst and most unforgivable level. Bai Jiejie's crying sounded again, this time, filled with shame and grievance of being exposed. I woke up right away, I heard it all clearly. I didn't know what to do, I could only pretend to be asleep, and then while they were still in the bathroom, I quickly put on my clothes, grabbed my things and ran away. Su Man paced back and forth in the room, her high heels making rapid click, click, click sounds on the floor, and each click seemed to be stepping on Chen Fan's heart. Bastard! Little beast! Hypocrite! She cursed as she walked, as if venting the anger in her heart. However, as she was cursing, her hurried footsteps suddenly stopped. The room fell into an eerie silence again. Chen Fan held his breath, wondering what was going on in this woman's mind. It was more than 10 seconds before Su Man's voice sounded again. Only this time, the rage in the voice seemed to have subsided a lot, replaced by an indescribable, strange tone with a hint of confusion and inquiry. Wait a moment. Chen Fan was stunned. She paused and lowered her voice even more, as if she had discovered a bright spot. His stamina, is that good? He doesn't even need a break? Puff. Chen Fan, who was outside the door, almost couldn't breathe and was almost choked to death by his own saliva. Damn it! What time is it now? Why would this woman's attention wander to such a strange place? Inside the door, Bai Jiejie was obviously confused by her best friend's bizarre train of thought. She stopped crying and was speechless for a long time. Su Man seemed to realize that she had gone off topic, so she coughed twice and forced herself to get back to the topic. Well, what I mean is, this little bastard is very meticulous and has extraordinary physical strength. He is definitely an extremely dangerous person. She added righteously, but it sounded like she was making excuses. Then, she walked to Bai Jiejie's side and her voice became much softer, but the questions she asked were even more tricky and deadly than the previous one. Jiejie, tell me the truth. Su Man's tone was filled with the intimacy and gossip of a close friend chatting privately, before he brought that woman back, he and you. She deliberately dragged out the last syllable, and the most crucial question was about to come out. How about it? This question, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly caused ripples in the room. Bai Jiejie's breathing suddenly stopped. Chen Fan's heart was in his throat. Chapter 58. Is this a trial or a tea party? This question was crucial. Her answer would directly determine her final outcome in this matter. Is it a XX criminal, or something else? Time passes by second by second. Bai Jiejie never answered. But Chen Fan outside the door seemed to have seen the answer. He could imagine that Bai Jiejie's face must be flushed red at this moment, so red that blood could drip out. Those clear eyes that were always filled with moisture must have been flickering at this moment, and she didn't dare to look into her best friend's eyes at all. She would bite her lips and twist the corners of her clothes with her hands helplessly, feeling ashamed, angry and humiliated, but unable to make a clear complaint. Because her body doesn't lie. After a long time, Su Man let out a long and meaningful sigh. Ding! Target Su Man's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 40. A reward of 100,000 yuan in cash has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. Chen Fan stood outside the door with a strange expression on his face, as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. What's going on? Just because I have good physical strength? Chen Fan leaned against the cold wall, feeling that his understanding of women had been overturned twice. Inside the door, Su Man's meaningful sigh was like a key that opened Pandora's box. She did not roar angrily like before, but pulled a chair and sat opposite Bai Jiejie. Her eyes also changed from that of a comrade standing up for her best friend to one that was 3 parts scrutiny, 3 parts gossip, and 4 parts a complicated look as if she was looking at her own silly sister. Jiejie, Su Man leaned forward slightly, her voice low and intimate, with a sense of intimacy that only best friends could have. Tell me honestly, after he rescued you, before you lost your mind, was he polite to you? This question is asked with great insight. It bypasses the most core and shameful part and instead starts with attitude and details. Whether a man is a beast or a gentleman in that situation is often reflected in these small details. Girls often care about these details the most. Bai Jiejie's body trembled, she hugged her knees and buried her face deeper. He covered me with a blanket, poured me some water, and let me have a good rest. Her voice was muffled and nasal. Su Man raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh. And then, she pressed. Didn't you say you were hot all over and feeling very uncomfortable? Bai Jie's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Drinking water didn't help. My mind was a mess, like it was on fire. Later, I took the initiative to hug him. Having said this, she could no longer speak, and her shoulders shook violently, obviously recalling the scene that made her extremely ashamed and angry. Chen Fan, who was outside the door, felt his heart skip a beat. Here comes the most crucial part. Comrade Su Holmes Man, please start your reasoning. Su Man was silent. She just quietly watched her best friend crying, and the sharpness unique to lawyers in her eyes was gradually replaced by a sense of absurdity that made her laugh and cry. She knew Bai Jie too well. She looks like a fairy who is not of this world, gentle, quiet, and even a little naive. Deep down, she is more traditional and conservative than anyone else. When she was in college, other girls were in love and had been in and out of relationships for several rounds, but she had never even held a boy's hand. If such a woman, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, were really violently violated by a man, her reaction would definitely not be the same as it is now. It wasn't grievance, nor was it shame and anger, but complete collapse, fear and overwhelming hatred towards that man. But now, hatred was the least in Bai Jie's reaction. More often than not, it's like the shame a child feels when he or she does something wrong and is discovered by his or her parents. At this moment, the confusing clues of the case in Su Man's mind were strangely pieced together by Bai Jie's tears and silence. A young man full of vigor and vitality. A stunningly beautiful teacher who was drugged and threw herself into his arms. Dry firewood. Raging fire. Damn it. Su Man couldn't help but curse softly. She raised her hand to support her forehead and felt her temple throbbing. She suddenly felt that her outburst of righteous indignation was a bit embarrassing. After all this time, the hungry wolf pounced on the little white rabbit. Did the little white rabbit get so angry that he took the initiative to kill the passing wolf? As soon as this thought came to mind, Su Man felt that her worldview had been strongly impacted. She looked at Bai Jie, opened her mouth, and wanted to say something, but found that she was at a loss for words. Scold that student? It seems like he is also half a victim. He was brave enough to save the teacher, but he couldn't resist the beautiful woman who threw herself into his arms. He is also a hot-blooded adult. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? Then, scold Bai Jie? She was the real victim, drugged and unable to control herself. This case is a complete mess. So? Su Man's tone became extremely strange. She chose her words carefully, trying to restore the crime scene where she was not present. After you took the initiative, you did that? Bai Jie didn't answer, but just buried her head lower and curled up into a ball. Silence is the best answer. And then? Su Man felt her voice was a little off. How did he perform? Puff. Chen Fan, who was outside the door, really couldn't hold back his laughter this time and almost laughed out loud. He quickly covered his mouth tightly, pressed his back against the wall, shrugged his shoulders, and his face flushed red. Oh shit. What kind of devil is this female lawyer? Why is her focus always so clear, so direct? Is this a trial or a tea party? Inside the door, Bai Jie was obviously stunned by her best friend's shocking question. She even forgot to cry. She raised her head suddenly, and her red and swollen eyes were full of shock and shame. Man. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Su Man said confidently, even with a hint of inquiring excitement, I'm helping you analyze the case. Details. Do you understand? Details determine success or failure. You have to let me know what kind of person this suspect is. You said he has good physical strength, but that's just an objective description, but the subjective feelings during the process are the key to judging his subjective malice. What he said was so righteous and logical that it was impossible to refute it. Bai Jie was stunned by her twisted logic, her cheeks reddened to the point of bleeding. After a long while, she managed to utter, I don't know, but it's very comfortable. Chapter 59. He just satisfied me. Outside the door, Chen Fan's body suddenly stiffened. He felt like he was hallucinating. He had imagined thousands of reactions from Bai Jie, shame, humiliation, hatred, fear, but the only one that he had not imagined was comfortable. Inside the door, Su Man's eyes, which were ready to continue trying the case, suddenly widened. She looked at Bai Jiajia's face, which was red as if it was about to burn, and her brain stopped working for a full 3 seconds. What kind of vicious words did she just hear? Su Man looked at her blankly, with an extremely complicated and strange expression on her face. It was a weird expression that was a mixture of "I'm so disappointed in you, my cabbages were eaten by a pig, but this pig seems quite strong, and damn, I'm a little curious." As a lawyer, she is used to finding flaws in the truth in the emotions and words of her clients. And Bai Jiajia's reaction at this moment is exactly the most real. A woman, especially one who is a complete novice in terms of sex, who experiences such a confusing, shameful, and even invasive event, if her first reaction is not fear and hatred but comfort. This can only mean one thing. The man's skills and capital are good enough to cover up all negative emotions. Su Man's mind uncontrollably emerged the thought that even she herself thought was outrageous good physical strength. Now it seems that it is more than just good physical strength. This is simply a gift. She suddenly felt that this case had completely deviated from any legal scope she was familiar with and was heading in a mysterious and bizarre direction. She looked at Bai Jiajie, who was crying bitterly but still had a hint of stubbornness. The anger that had made her want to go to school and beat Chen Fan up inexplicably dissipated. Even a ridiculous thought arose in her mind. My best friend, it seems, not too bad? Ding. Target Su Man's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 30. A reward of 100,000 yuan in cash has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. The cold mechanical sound rang out again, and Chen Fan outside the door staggered and almost fell. He took another look at his system panel. Favorability, 30. 10 more points added? Oh my god, Teacher Bai, you are so good at speaking, please say more. Just 2 sentences and I earned 200,000. Ahem, Su Man cleared her throat. Even if he did a good job and gave you a good experience, that doesn't explain his subsequent behavior. Su Man's expression became serious again, and her eyes regained the sharpness of a lawyer. He threw you, a drugged woman who had just had sex with him, on the bed, and then he turned around and brought another girl back to fool around in the bathroom of the same room. Jiejie, the nature of this incident is 100 times worse than him having sex with you. 1,000 times worse. She spoke each word clearly and coldly. What does this mean? It means this man has no sense of responsibility and no compassion. He doesn't take you seriously at all. In his eyes, you and the girl he brought back are probably no different. You're just tools for him to vent his desires. He rescued you from that old beast Wang Tianlai. It might not have been out of any heroic act. He was just a male animal trying to steal food from another male animal. His motives were not pure from the beginning. The smile on Chen Fan's face outside the door froze instantly. This Su Man is indeed a ruthless character. Her analysis almost hit the nail on the head, revealing the most despicable motives behind all his actions. He was indeed snatching food, and he really didn't take Lin Cece seriously. This female lawyer is indeed very skilled. Bai Jiejie's body trembled violently, and the tears that had just stopped flowing burst out again. But this time, her crying was less aggrieved and more unwilling and stubborn. No. She raised her head, looking directly at her best friend with red eyes, and shook her head vigorously. He is not that kind of person. Su Man looked at her, her eyes filled with complex emotions of pity for her misfortune and anger at her for not fighting back. Jiejie, wake up. He slept with you and made a fool of you, and now you're still speaking up for him? I didn't. Bai Jiejie's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of urgency that came from being misunderstood. You don't understand the situation at all. He might have just been on a date with his girlfriend, but was delayed to save me. Girlfriend? Su Man seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. Bring your girlfriend to rescue you? Then throw you on the bed and go to the bathroom with your girlfriend, to make out? Jiejie, are you writing a novel? No. Bai Jiejie's face flushed red. She tried hard to organize her words, trying to piece together a reasonable and acceptable version of that chaotic night. Think about it, he's a poor student. In order to save me, he's already offended someone like Wang Tianlai. He can't even afford another room. He can't just leave me, an unconscious person, in the corridor, right? Chen Fan, who was outside the door, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard the words poor student. Teacher Bai, you may have some misunderstanding about my financial situation. The more Bai Jiejie spoke, the more she seemed to think her inference made sense, and her voice became firmer. He has to take care of me and comfort his girlfriend at the same time. What can he do? Su Man was so angry at her saintly logic that she stretched out her finger and tapped Bai Jiajia's forehead fiercely. Bai Jiajie. Did you get slept with by someone and become stupid? You're even writing a script for him. Are you a love-brained person? Bai Jiajie raised her tear-stained face, her eyes unusually clear. She looked at her bestie and said word by word, Man, you're right. Bringing another girl back was disrespectful and humiliating to me. But between us, after all, I was the one who took the initiative. I was the one who hugged him and begged him. He could have pushed me away at that time. I looked like a madman, a shameless woman at the time. If he really just wanted to play with me, he would have 1,000 ways to make me more embarrassed and humiliated. But he didn't. He just satisfied me. She said the last 4 words as lightly as a feather, but as heavy as a mountain, hitting Su Man's heart hard, and also hitting Chen Fan's heart outside the door. Su Man was completely speechless. She looked at Bai Jiajie, her best friend whom she had known for 7 or 8 years, and discovered for the first time that beneath her gentle appearance, she actually hid such a stubborn clarity. Chapter 60, this female lawyer's favorability is about to be converted to a permanent position? She would rather believe that it was an accidental incident than admit that she was just a trophy toyed with by a scumbag. Because the latter, for a woman like her who was proud to the core, is more painful than killing her. I'm too embarrassed to see him. Bai Jiajie finally spoke out her deepest fear. She buried her face deeply in her knees, her voice muffled as if it came from underground. I don't know how to face him. Every time I see him, I'll remember what I was like. It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Chen Fan, who was standing outside the door, felt as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. He leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. Ding! Target Su Man's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability, 10. A cash reward of 200,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it carefully. A series of system prompt sounds bombarded Chen Fan's mind crazily. He looked at the system panel and saw Su Man's favorability soaring from 50 to 10, and his expression became extremely wonderful. After all this time, I didn't do anything, and I made 400,000 yuan just by relying on Teacher Bai's mouth? This female lawyer's favorability is about to be converted to a permanent position? Inside the door, Su Man sighed deeply. She walked to Bai Jiajie and patted her on the back gently. Okay, I get it. Her voice finally softened. I don't care what kind of person he is, or what's going on between you. But, he bullied my best friend, Su Man. I absolutely cannot let this go. Her eyes became sharp again. Jiajie, tell me his name and which department he's from. I have to meet him today. Bai Jiajie was frightened by her appearance of going to the battlefield and subconsciously shrank back. Man, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. I'm messing around? Su Man laughed in anger. My dear lady, it's you who's been bullied and is hiding here crying, not me. If I don't show up, do I mean to let you argue with him on your own? You don't even dare to answer his phone calls, what can you argue with? As she spoke, she paced around the room, her mind a mess. The feeling of anger still exists, but it is no longer the simple anger that wanted to send the other person to jail. There are too many complicated things mixed in with the anger now. There was annoyance at Bai Jiajie's lack of ambition, there was astonishment at the unbelievable actions of that boy named Chen Fan, and there was also a kind of curiosity that even she herself was unwilling to admit. Satisfied me. Bai Jiajie's words, as light as a mosquito, seemed to have magical power, echoing repeatedly in her mind. These 3 words, spoken by the indifferent Bai Jiajie, had an impact comparable to that of an atomic bomb. Another face flashed through Su Man's mind at an inappropriate time: her boyfriend, Zhang Wei. A colleague at Fangyuan law firm, he is 30 years old, has achieved some success in his career, and has a handsome appearance. In the eyes of outsiders, he is an absolute young talent and a perfect match for Su Man. But when she thought of him, Su Man felt a little angry. Wearing a suit and tie in front of others, but behind others. Every time she was full of enthusiasm, did enough foreplay, and her mouth was sore, but the other party was like a 100-meter sprint, the gun went off, and in a few seconds he crossed the finish line panting. And then, nothing happened. She was left alone there, neither moving forward nor backward, feeling so frustrated that she wanted to curse. Several times, she wanted to slap the consumer protection law in his face and sue him for false advertising and selling goods that do not match the description. When he was pursuing her, he praised himself to the skies. What are you talking about? You want to kill this little damn thing of hers. She couldn't get out of bed. There is no harm without comparison. Before, she just thought it was a common phenomenon that men in their 30s had high work pressure, many social engagements, and their physical functions declined. But now, a real-life case that can be called the ceiling of the industry is right in front of her. One night, he first had a thrilling encounter with his drugged best friend, and then, without even taking a break, he took another girl into the bathroom to continue the second round. Is this a humanoid teddy? The more Su Man thought about it, the more strangely the fire in her heart burned. She now urgently wanted to see Chen Fan, not just to ask for an explanation for her best friend. She was more like a biologist who had discovered a rare species and wanted to capture this specimen and study it carefully to see what its structure was. Jiejie, Su Man stopped and sat back in front of Bai Jiejie. Her tone became more serious and calm than ever before. I'm not going to fight with him, let alone cause trouble at school. I'm a lawyer, have you forgotten? She looked into Bai Jiejie's eyes and said word by word, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. I must know who he is and what kind of person he is so that I can analyze his motives and determine what he plans to do next. Is it for money? To threaten you? Or is it just for fun? We must take the initiative into our own hands, rather than passively waiting for him to contact you and guessing his intentions like we are doing now. Do you understand? Bai Jiejie remained silent. Chen Fan, who was outside the door, raised his eyebrows. Since I can't hide from them, and since they want to see me so much. That will be fine. Instead of passively waiting for an angry female lawyer to come to your door and make the matter known to everyone, it is better to take the initiative and take control of the situation again. He straightened his slightly wrinkled collar, raised his hand, and bent his knuckles. Boom, boom, boom. 3 crisp and steady knocks on the door suddenly sounded in the quiet corridor, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. The sound in the room suddenly stopped. Bai Jiejie and Su Man looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise and vigilance. Who? Bai Jiejie's heart instantly rose to her throat, and a name that frightened her emerged in her mind uncontrollably. Is it him? How did he find himself here? Su Man's reaction was much faster. She made a quiet gesture to Bai Jiejie, then tiptoed to the door and looked out through the peephole. At just one glance, her pupils shrank suddenly. Standing outside the door was a tall young man. He has a handsome face and a clean temperament. Wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, he looks like a sunny and cheerful boy next door. But Su Man recognized it at a glance. Chen Fan. It must be him. He actually came to my door himself. Su Man's adrenaline surged instantly, and the instinctive excitement of a lawyer seeing the suspect and the anger of a best friend ignited in her chest at the same time.